Chapter 201, Top 10, 2. Chu Zhou must have advanced to the Boundary Realm. A 17-year-old Boundary Realm expert. This is probably the youngest Boundary Realm expert in history. I thought that the future belonged to Chu Zhou, but I realized that it also belongs to Chu Zhou now. Countless audience members exclaimed. Chen Bazhu, Lu Wanjun, Ling Zhan, Shi Meng, Li Qingxi and the others revealed expressions that everything was within their expectations. They had long known that Chu Zhou was a Boundary Realm martial artist, so they naturally did not think that he would lose to Wang Lei and the other two. Damn it, Chu Zhou has actually advanced to the Boundary Realm. What should we do? Chu Zhou advanced to the Boundary Realm so quickly. Perhaps it won't be long before he advances to the King Realm. Once he advances to the King Realm, we'll be in trouble. If I had known that he would advance so quickly, I would have mobilized the kings at all costs to destroy him. At this moment, the people of the 5 great families were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Chu Zhou had grown too quickly, making them truly feel a huge crisis. In the virtual battlefield, all the contestants who were indignant that Chu Zhou was in the top 5 of the world no longer dared to attack him. Seeing that no one was stopping him, Chu Zhou flew in front of a contestant who had snatched a token and extended his palm. This contestant smiled bitterly and handed the passage token to Chu Zhou. They did not dare to attack Chu Zhou at all. After obtaining the passage token, Chu Zhou also entered a show mode. Just like Chu Lan, Og Saint, Frederick and Kajia Shutuo, he watched the other contestants fight for the remaining 5 passage tokens. The remaining contestants did not dare to attack Chu Zhou and the other top 5 in the world. They could only mercilessly chase after the other contestants who had obtained the token and start an incomparably fierce battle. Someone dared to be stabbed in the back by others as soon as he seized a token. However, before the person who stabbed him could be happy, he was also killed by a few others. The remaining 5 passage tokens were constantly transferred from one contestant to another as cruel killings happened one after another. The number of contestants on the battlefield decreased. In the end, other than Chu Zhou and the other top 5 in the world, there were 5 other contestants who survived. The others all fell into a pool of blood and disappeared like bubbles. What made Chu Zhou happy was that Big Sister Saber had also survived and obtained a token. The top 10 of the Global Human Genius competition has been born. At this moment, countless viewers around the world looked at the 10 figures standing on the battlefield and became excited. Many people could not help but investigate the names and information of the top 10. Then, they uploaded it on forums, short videos, social platforms, and other media channels, obtaining the attention and comments of countless people. For a moment, the top 10 shook the world. Everyone knew about it. Ha ha ha, there are actually 2 monsters, Chu Zhou and Li Ji, who entered the top 10 at the same time in our Canton Sea area. Hehe, our Guangdong Sea area is also the only area in the world where 2 geniuses entered the top 10. Does this mean that our Guangdong Sea area's martial arts development is the best? The people in the Cantonese area said smugly on the internet. Their pride was simply overflowing, making the people from other regions extremely envious. At this moment, an electronically synthesized voice sounded in the sky again in the virtual battlefield. Congratulations to the 10 contestants who survived. You are in the top 10 of this finals and are also the elites of our human elite. In the future, you will all be nurtured by the Human Alliance. However, there's another round. This round will determine the ranking of the top 10. Next, you will enter a chaotic and dangerous battlefield. There are no rules on the battlefield. The longer you live, the higher your ranking. The first to die is ranked 10th, the second to die is ranked 9th. And so on. The last to live is the champion. The competition will begin immediately after the 30-second countdown ends. After the voice finished speaking, the countdown appeared in the sky again. There are actually no rules? Interesting. Chu Lan suddenly glanced at Chu Zhou with a hint of playfulness on his face. Chu Lan, I can finally compete with you again. Og Saint's gaze locked onto Chu Lan. The fighting spirit in his eyes was almost overflowing. Such rules seem to be beneficial to those who form a party. However, it doesn't matter. Kajia Shutuo smiled and looked at the 3 contestants who were communicating with their eyes. There aren't many rules. The longer you live, the higher your ranking. Will you be the champion in the end? Such rules are really cruel. However, I like it. Frederick laughed and rubbed his fists. 3, 2, 1. The countdown in the sky quickly ended. In an instant, the plane in front of Chu Zhou and the others suddenly disappeared. The place they were at had become an active volcanic area. Many volcanoes kept erupting, spraying endless smoke and magma into the sky, venting the power of nature to their heart's content. In addition, there were hundreds of boundary realm flying monsters circling in the void, casting huge shadow rays. However, the most fatal thing was that groups of meteors emitting thick smoke actually fell continuously in the sky and collided with volcanoes, causing earth-shattering explosions again and again. Countless magma and flames rushed into the sky. Chapter 202, Top 10, 3. Looking at the scene in front of them, Chu Zhou and the others gasped. The scene in front of him was too dangerous. Be it the erupting volcanoes, the boundary realm monsters circling in the sky, or the falling meteorites, they could cause fatal injuries to them or even directly kill them. Hiss, the designer of this last final round is really ruthless. The last 10 people actually fought in such a scene. If anyone is unlucky, they might be directly killed by the erupting volcano, the monsters in the sky, or the falling meteorites before they die at the hands of their opponents. Such a battle scene is indeed ruthless. However, this is more realistic. In reality, real killing and battles are not so restrictive to begin with. They are also filled with uncertainty and all kinds of accidents can happen at any time. The person who designed this battle scene has put in a lot of effort. Countless viewers around the world could not help but gasp when they saw the scalp-numbing dangerous scene on the screen. Kill. Someone suddenly attacked. 3 contestants suddenly attacked Big Sister Saber at the same time. Fortunately, Big Sister Saber reacted in time. She stepped on lightning immediately and teleported 1,000 meters away, dodging the joint attack of the 3 contestants. It was obvious that these 3 people wanted to clean up Big Sister Saber first. How dare you! Chu Zhou was furious when he saw that the 3 of them actually dared to join forces to deal with Big Sister Saber. He drew the Dragon Tooth Battle Saber on his back and slashed at the 3 contestants 3 times in a row. Oh no, Chu Zhou actually helped Li Ji. The 3 contestants could not help but tremble in fear when they saw Chu Zhou, one of the top 5 in the world, attack them. 2 of them quickly looked at each other and blasted their palms at the other person without hesitation, blasting him towards the 3 terrifying saber lights while the 2 of them retreated at full speed. You 2 bastards! How dare you stab me in the back? The contestant who was blasted by the 3 saber beams did not expect his business partner to betray him so readily. He could not help but lose his composure and curse. However, he had no choice but to unleash his full strength and punch out a small mountain-sized energy fist, hoping that this punch could withstand the 3 saber beams. However, the energy fist that was the size of a small mountain was easily cut open by 3 extremely sharp saber lights like butter. Then, the 3 saber lights slashed at the contestant who punched at the same time, instantly cutting him into 4 pieces. 4 segments of the corpse fell into a volcano and were instantly roasted to charcoal by the boiling magma. The other 2 fleeing contestants fled at full speed in the direction away from Chu Zhou. Boom! Suddenly, a volcano erupted. Endless magma soared into the sky and instantly drowned a fleeing contestant. Accompanied by a shrill scream, a charred figure rushed out of the surging magma. However, as soon as he rushed out, he was grabbed by the claws of 2 flying monsters and instantly dismembered. Chu Zhou caught up to another fleeing contestant and kicked him into the sky, where dozens of meteorites were falling rapidly. The contestant was directly blasted into a blood mist by a meteorite emitting thick smoke. 3 of them died. A contestant other than the world's top 5 and Big Sister Saber could not help but panic when he saw 3 people die in an instant. He instantly turned into an afterimage and flew towards the edge of the scene, preparing to stay far away from Chu Zhou and the others. However, Kejia Shutuo suddenly appeared in front of him and smiled at him as soon as he escaped 100 meters. In the next moment, this contestant seemed to have been possessed and rushed towards the nearly 100 flying monsters circling in the sky. Soon, he was dismembered by the nearly 100 flying monsters. What an astonishing achievement in illusion! I wonder how he compares to Yuan Bingmei? I feel that Yuan Bingmei's illusion is even more terrifying. Chu Zhou glanced at Kejia Shutuo and appeared beside Big Sister Saber. Teacher, are you alright? Fortunately, you helped. I'm fine. Big Sister Saber smiled at Chu Zhou. Chapter 203, Increasing Shock. 1. 4 of the 10 people died in the blink of an eye. Only Chu Zhou, Big Sister Saber, Chu Lan, Og Saint, Frederick, Kajia Shutuo and the others were left. Big Sister Saber, stay by my side in the next battle. Chu Zhou said to Big Sister Saber. His intentions were obvious. Big Sister Saber's current strength was still far inferior to Chu Lan and the others. Next, he would protect Big Sister Saber while fighting Chu Lan and the others. There's no need. Big Sister Saber smiled calmly. I'm already very happy to be ranked 6th. My strength is clearly far inferior to Chu Lan and the others. There's no need to continue staying reluctantly. Next, fight them in your best state. I'm looking forward to how far you can. She smiled calmly and suddenly detonated her energy core. Her body instantly disappeared like a bubble. Chu Zhou looked at the place where Big Sister Saber had disappeared and could not help but be slightly stunned. He did not expect Big Sister Saber to withdraw from the competition so decisively. At this moment, only Chu Zhou and the others were left on the entire battlefield. They were all people from the top 5 in the world. At this moment, all the viewers around the world were staring at the screen. Many of them were so excited that their faces turned red. This moment has finally arrived. Chu Zhou, Chu Lan, Og Saint, Frederick, Kajia Shutuo and the others are indeed the top 5 in the world. They have all successfully survived to the end. The moment to fight for the number 1 spot in the world has finally arrived. I'm so nervous. These 5 people are all peerless prodigies. Who can fight for first place? Countless viewers clenched their fists, their hands covered in sweat. Chu Yu, big brother, all the best to win the championship. Chen Bazhu, Chu Zhou, show yourself to your heart's content. Let everyone see clearly how heaven-defying your potential is. Shi Meng, boss, you're invincible. I believe you can take them all down. Ling Zhan, Li Qingxi, Lu Wanjun and the others were all silently supporting Chu Zhou. Even Big Sister Saber, Dongfang Mingzhu, Yang Zhenzhen, Xialong Yuan and the others, who had ended the competition, were watching the live broadcast and looking forward to Chu Zhou's performance. Of course, the people from the 5 families were also paying attention to Chu Zhou. They silently cursed Chu Zhou, hoping that he would be defeated as soon as possible. In the virtual battlefield, Chu Zhou, Chu Lan, Og Saint, Frederick and Kajia Shutuo each occupied a position and faced each other silently. Boom! Chu Zhou's feet seemed to be rooted to the ground like plant roots. The mysterious and complicated circuit diagram spread crazily on the ground under his feet, gathering countless titanium elements into the circuit diagram. The vast titanium elemental power surged into his body through the circuit diagram. His entire body turned into a small metal giant wrapped in countless red lightning. A terrifying aura soared into the sky, the earth trembled, and the void rumbled. At this moment, Chu Zhou had already activated the 6th level of the extreme titanium golden body, the earth extreme body, to the limit. Explosive energy spread out from his body like ripples, causing the nearby volcanoes to erupt with a bang, spraying magma that filled the sky. This game is finally interesting now. Chu Lan narrowed his eyes slightly, and an earth-shattering aura suddenly erupted from his body. Waves of white airwaves appeared in the void like a tsunami. At this moment, he was like a peerless martial god as he floated in midair. His hair stood on end, and his eyes shot out a few inches of continuously expanding light. Solar breathing technique. Og Saint suddenly took a deep breath. All the sunlight projected from the sky instantly gathered together, turning into a vast beam of light that shot onto his body, causing the aura on his body to soar steadily. Hehe, are you all serious? Kajia Shutuo smiled faintly. Boundless spiritual power also erupted from his body and gathered behind his head, forming a silver halo that looked like the halo behind the Buddha. A terrifying spirit pressure emitted from the halo behind him. Ha ha ha, the warm-up exercise is finally over after fighting for so long. Frederick laughed loudly, and his skin quickly turned into stone, turning into a tall stone man. A terrifying aura filled with primitive and unreasonable swept out of his body like a storm. The 5 experts released their power, which also affected this volcanic area. Volcanoes kept erupting, and magma filled the sky, scattering everywhere. These 5 people are really too strong. I can still feel the suffocating aura on them even through the screen. Countless viewers around the world looked at the 5 figures confronting each other in the background of the magma that filled the sky and truly felt that the 5 figures were terrifying and powerful. Suddenly, Chu Zhou and the others attacked. The 5 of them were shockingly fast. Most of the audience only saw a blurry after-image flash past. Boom, 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 boom. He did not see who was fighting who at all. 5 extremely fast after-images collided countless times in an instant. Explosive illuminates swept through the entire battlefield. Many volcanoes were directly shattered, and endless magma soared into the sky. Many flying monsters circling in the sky were submerged by the magma that soared into the sky and turned into charcoal. Chapter 204, Increasing Shock. 2. This collision only lasted for 10 seconds. 10 seconds later, the 5 figures separated again. In these 10 seconds, more than half of the volcanoes on the entire battlefield were destroyed by the terrifying aftershock of their battle. When countless viewers saw this scene, their scalps went numb. Chu Zhou, Chu Lan, Og Saint, Frederick, Kajia Shutuo, and the others all had grave expressions. In the past 10 seconds, each of them had attacked at least hundreds of times. Moreover, they were not only attacking one target, but the other 4. This was a short chaotic battle. However, this short battle made them realize that the others were not simple. Chu Lan, die! Sunstorm! Og Saint suddenly shouted and rushed towards Chu Lan. Moreover, his hands kept slapping at Chu Lan. Boom, boom, boom. Endless light, flames, energy, high-energy particle flow, and so on surged out of the void and drowned Chu Lan. Og Saint, no one can surpass me after I defeat them. Chu Lan smiled faintly and took the initiative to rush into the terrifying sunstorm. Power that could topple mountains and overturn seas erupted from his body, and he actually forcefully opened a path in the sunstorm. He rushed in front of Og Saint and fought him. Everyone looked at Chu Lan, who was fighting Og Saint, and thought of what he had just said. They were all very shocked. The message revealed by Chu Yan's words just now was very obvious. Og Saint had once lost to him. This is impossible. How could the son of God, Og Saint, have once lost to Chu Lan? Many of Og Saint's supporters and admirers felt very uncomfortable at this moment. They did not believe or accept the fact that Og Saint had once lost to Chu Lan. They've already started fighting. Let's not be idle. Kajia Shutuo suddenly rushed at Chu Zhou. The silver divine ring on his back trembled, and a wave of spiritual power rushed at Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou snorted coldly, and his eyes instantly turned pitch black. Waves of aura filled with destruction and slaughter suddenly erupted from his body. At this moment, he was like the world destruction fiend celestial descended onto him. 5 world destruction saber intent that could destroy the world emanated from his body. Behind him, phantoms of the raging sea, avalanche, tornado, snow, boundless sea of fire, and other doomsday scenes appeared. Boom! He slashed out with berserking. It was as if the world was split open, directly splitting the surging spiritual power that was like a silver tide. Then, he rushed in front of Kajia Shutuo and slashed at his head furiously. You actually cultivated the world destruction saber technique to the 5th level. Kajia Shutuo looked at Chu Zhou, who was like a world destruction demon god, and the 5 doomsday scenes floating behind him. He couldn't help but be shocked. His body twisted and disappeared like a phantom. A terrifying saber beam streaked past his original location and slashed at a volcano 1,000 meters away. With a loud bang, it split the entire volcano in the middle. Then, the volcano erupted, and endless magma soared into the sky. Ha ha ha, how can I not participate in such an interesting battle? Chu Zhou, take this! Friedrich laughed loudly and rushed in front of Chu Zhou. He threw a punch with rage. Chu Zhou's gaze focused. His empty left hand also punched out. Boom! The fist collided with the fist. Red lightning and rock-like light interweaved and devoured each other, and the entire void seemed to be about to collapse. Friedrich's expression changed slightly and he took a step back. However, Chu Zhou did not move. What? Friedrich was repelled by Chu Zhou. Kajia Shutuo, who appeared nearby again, couldn't help but change his expression when he saw that Friedrich had been repelled by Chu Zhou. Friedrich had been famous with him for many years, and their strength was on par. Now that Chu Zhou could repel Friedrich, he could also repel him. This was the first time he felt fear towards Chu Zhou. Swirling Sage Realm. Kajia Shutuo's eyes suddenly emitted a dazzling golden light. In an instant, countless golden trees appeared in the void. Under every swirling tree sat an ancient Buddha with a halo floating behind his head. Waves of chanting came from these ancient Buddhas. At this moment, the entire sky seemed to have become a sage realm filled with Zen. This sage realm seemed to be a hometown of bliss and peace, allowing people to forget all their worries. Chu Zhou was in the swirling sage realm. Waves of Buddhist chanting filled his ears. He felt an unprecedented calmness in his heart. Everything in the mortal world seemed to be gradually leaving him. In the dark, there seemed to be a voice that kept thinking in the depths of his heart that as long as he was willing to let go of everything, he could obtain bliss. Humph, even if Chu Lan and Og Saint fall into my swirling sage realm, it won't be so easy for them to escape. Kajyapa Shutuo looked at Chu Zhou, who seemed to be engrossed in the swirling sage realm, and sneered. His body suddenly appeared in front of Chu Zhou and slashed at his neck. He had thought that Chu Zhou, who had fallen into the swirling sage realm, would not resist him and let him slaughter him. However, just as his knife was about to touch Chu Zhou's neck, a metal palm suddenly grabbed his hand. Kajyapa Shutuo, is this the swirling sage realm that made you famous? It's indeed an extraordinary spirit illusion. If it were anyone else who fell into your swirling sage realm, they might not have been able to come alive, but you just had to meet me. Chapter 205, Increasing Shock. 3. Chu Zhou's eyes regained clarity. Even the black color that filled his eyes faded. He looked at Kajyapa Shutuo with a faint smile, and blinks flashed across faces with inconsistent expressions. When he fell into the swirling sage realm just now, the 108 spirit relics in his mind immediately vibrated. The 108 independent consciousnesses let out a silent shout in unison, and Chu Zhou immediately woke up. How? How is this possible? You actually broke free from my swirling sage realm. Kajyapa Shutuo looked at Chu Zhou in disbelief. He couldn't accept that the ultimate technique he had painstakingly cultivated for many years had been broken by Chu Zhou just like that. When he looked into Chu Zhou's eyes and saw the faces with different expressions flashing in them, he was shocked again. What's that? However, before he could think carefully, Chu Zhou pressed a palm on his heart. Boom! 5 saber shadows filled with the aura of destruction suddenly pierced through Kajyapa Shutuo's body. Kajyapa Shutuo's internal organs were instantly torn to pieces. I'm really unwilling. L actually lost so quickly. Kajyapa Shutuo stared at Chu Zhou deeply, then glanced at Frederick, then at Chu Lan and Og Saint, who were fighting fiercely, and slowly disappeared. This, Kajyapa Shutuo was killed by Chu Zhou. Frederick looked at the gradually disappearing Kajyapa Shutuo rushing towards Chu Zhou and couldn't help but pause. Huh? Kajyapa Shutuo was killed. Chu Lan and Og Saint, who were fighting fiercely, could not help but temporarily stop fighting and look at Chu Zhou in shock. Kajyapa Shutuo had been famous with them for many years, and they had fought him before. They knew very well how strong and difficult he was. They never expected Kajyapa Shutuo to be the first to be eliminated from the top 5 of the world. Oh my god, Kajyapa Shutuo has been eliminated by Chu Zhou. How? How is this possible? This can't be true. Kajyapa Shutuo has godlike eyes. How could he be the first to be eliminated? The global audience was in an uproar when they saw Kajyapa Shutuo being killed by Chu Zhou. Especially the people from India, they had a mental breakdown and could not accept it. Even though Chu Zhou was also ranked as one of the top 5 in the world, he had also proved that he was indeed qualified to be ranked in the top 5 in the world in the finals. However, Chu Lan, Og Saint, Frederick, and Kajyapa Shutuo had been famous for too long. Everyone subconsciously felt that Chu Zhou, a newbie among the top 5 in the world, was still far inferior to the other 4. Now, Chu Zhou had actually killed Kajyapa Shutuo. This was completely beyond everyone's expectations. Good, good, good. Chu Zhou, you really didn't disappoint me. Chen Bazhu laughed heartily. Yay, Big Brother is awesome. He actually killed Kajyapa Shutuo. Chu Yu cheered. Tisk tisk, how abnormal. Boss is becoming more and more abnormal. He can even kill a strong person like Kajyapa Shutuo. Shi Meng, Ling Zhan, and Li Qingshi clicked their tongues in surprise. It could be said that Chu Zhou's death of Kajyapa Shutuo caused a huge commotion in the outside world. His relatives and friends were happy for him. Many people in India suffered a huge blow. The people from the 5 families looked like they had eaten dead cockroaches with extremely ugly expressions. Chu Zhou, you're good. Frederick gave Chu Zhou a thumbs up. Haha, Frederick, our competition in the first round was even. Let us determine the winner now. As Chu Zhou spoke, he activated the Earth Extreme Body with all his might. His entire body was like a lightning meteor as he crashed towards Frederick. Alright, victory or defeat. Frederick also laughed loudly. He activated the Boulder True Body with all his might and decisively launched a violent collision with Chu Zhou. Boom! 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 Two meteor-like figures kept colliding on the battlefield. From the sky to the ground, figures of them colliding were everywhere. Their collision was too crazy. Every collision was like the collision of stars, erupting with an earth-shattering energy lit up. Wherever they went, volcanoes exploded, monsters bled, and meteors turned to dust. Such a violent collision filled with primitive and barbaric style dazzled and shocked countless viewers around the world. After colliding 1,000 times, a figure suddenly fell like a meteor and pierced through a volcano, smashing into the ground with a bang. Dust filled the sky and flew up. Who lost? Many of the audience were shocked and immediately stared at the figure in the dust. Chu Lan and Og Saint stopped again and looked at the figure in the dust. The dust slowly dissipated, revealing a rock-like figure. It was Frederick. At this moment, countless cracks appeared on Frederick's rock-like body. Chu Zhou, you win. Frederick smiled and gave Chu Zhou another thumbs up. Then, his entire body exploded into countless gravel with a bang. Then, all the gravel slowly disappeared. Even a wild beast like Frederick was defeated by him. Chu Lan and Og Saint looked at Chu Zhou with unprecedented seriousness. Tisk, Chu Zhou actually won again. The global audience was shocked again. The reaction of the people of India was almost the same as when Kajyapa Shutwa was killed just now. At this moment, the people of Murika all revealed unacceptable expressions when they saw Frederick being killed. Chu Yu, Chen Bazhu, Ling Zhan, and other relatives and friends of Chu Zhou were happy for him again. Chu Lan, stop the battle between us for the time being. I'll go and clear the area first. No matter who wins or loses in the battle between us, we can't give a third party an advantage. As Og Saint spoke, his figure appeared in front of Chu Zhou with a whoosh. Chu Lan did not stop Og Saint when he saw him switch to Chu Zhou. Instead, he crossed his arms and looked at him. My good cousin, I'm really getting more and more curious about you. I really wish I could cut you into 1,000 pieces. Chu Lan muttered to himself. A cold glint flashed across his eyes as he looked at Chu Zhou. Og Saint. Chu Zhou looked at Og Saint in front of him with a very calm expression. Even though Og Saint's reputation vaguely surpassed that of Kajyapa Shutwo and Frederick, and he seemed to be stronger. However, in Chu Zhou's eyes, Og Saint was no different from Kajyapa Shutwo and Frederick. They were destined to be defeated by him. Chapter 206, Number 1 in the World, 1. Og Saint looked at Chu Zhou coldly. There was no killing intent in his eyes, only indifference and coldness. I want to compete with Chu Lan. Your existence is in our way. He said expressionlessly. It was as if Chu Zhou was saying, you're an unnecessary person. Please disappear. Chu Zhou was slightly stunned. He seemed to have been ignored and could not help but smile. Is that so? I'm so sorry. However, don't worry, I'm an understanding person. You won't be troubled by this problem soon. I'll make all of you disappear. Arrogance. Og Saint snorted coldly. He spread his hands and suddenly pushed in Chu Zhou's direction. Sunstorm. There was a loud bang. In an instant, boundless flames, high-energy particles, and so on surged towards Chu Zhou to devour him. The entire void was drowned by the vast light wave, turning into a white expanse. Arrogance? No, this is confidence. As Chu Zhou muttered to himself, he suddenly gripped the dragon tooth battle saber tightly with his right hand. 5 world destruction saber intents that could destroy the world erupted from his body. 5 huge saber shadows that were more than 10 stories tall rose from him. Every saber shadow emitted an aura that could destroy everything. Slash! Chu Zhou's eyes were filled with darkness that was filled with the aura of destruction. He was like a world destruction demon god as he raised the world destruction blade and swung it ruthlessly. Immediately, the 5 world destruction blade shadows that were more than 10 stories tall behind him slashed down ruthlessly. It was as if the world was being split open, and doomsday scenes appeared in the void. The sun storm that swept over was directly split open by the 5 World Destruction Blade Shadows. The 5 World Destruction Blade Shadows even slashed fiercely at Og Saint. I didn't expect that you would actually cultivate the World Destruction Saber technique created by that person to the 5th level. Unfortunately, you're not that person, and you can't erupt with the strongest profundity of the World Destruction Saber technique. Moreover, even though the World Destruction Saber technique is strong, it's not invincible. Sun Gold Shield. As Og Saint spoke, he suddenly shouted. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a small sun. Endless light and fire erupted from his body and condensed into a huge golden shield in front of him. The golden shield was 50 to 60 meters wide and more than 100 meters tall. In the middle of the golden shield and on the 4 corners of the shield, there was a small sun spinning violently. There were also dazzling golden rays crisscrossing on the shield. This huge golden shield gave people the feeling that it was like the shield of the real sun god in ancient myths. It emitted an ancient and vast aura. Sun Gold Shield. This is a unique skill of the SSS tier combat technique, the Golden Sun Book. The Sun Violent Storm is also a unique skill of the Golden Sun Book. Og Saint is proficient in the Sun Violent Storm and the Sun Gold Shield. It seems that he has basically mastered all the unique skills in the Golden Sun Book. The Golden Sun Book is a summary of Sun God Soul's lifelong ultimate techniques. The various ultimate techniques inside are all mysterious and unfathomable. It's extremely difficult for ordinary people to successfully cultivate the various ultimate techniques inside even if they obtain the Golden Sun Book. Og Saint might have received guidance from Sun God Soul to be able to use the ultimate techniques in the Golden Sun Book so skillfully. It seems that Og Saint lives up to his reputation as the Son of God. He's indeed shockingly powerful. Many experts watching the live broadcast revealed deep surprise when they saw the huge golden shield, Dragon Fist, Golden Sun Book, and 3000 Worlds. These 3 SSS tier combat techniques were created by the 3 strongest experts, Dragon, Sun God Soul, and Changa Saha. They were also publicly acknowledged as the 3 most powerful and difficult secret manuals to cultivate. It was very difficult for even kings to master these 3 secret manuals. It was indeed very shocking that Og Saint could master the various ultimate skills of the Golden Sun Book. Boom, 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 boom. 5 World Destruction Blade Shadows ruthlessly slashed at the Sun Gold Shield, causing earth-shattering explosions. Many flying monsters in the sky were directly shaken until their bodies cracked and blood flowed. Still, the Sun Gold Shield was indeed powerful. It did not shatter under the bombardment of the 5 terrifying World Destruction Blade Shadows. However, there were dense spider web-like cracks. However, even though the Sun Gold Shield blocked the 5 World Destruction Blade Shadows, it could not stop a small metal giant wrapped in red lightning that crashed into it later. With a bang, the metal giant that Chu Zhou had transformed into directly pierced through the cracked Sun Golden Shield. A fist smashed towards Og Saint's face. Og Saint's expression changed. He immediately crossed his hands in front of him, and origin power spread out of his arms like sunlight. Bang! The metal iron fist containing terrifying power punched Og Saint's arms. Og Saint's expression changed, and he flew backward like a meteor. However, Chu Zhou chased after him again before Og Saint could stop. Chu Zhou's fists waved like a violent storm. Every punch erupted with countless red lightning and incomparable power, sending Og Saint flying again and again. Og Saint also spat out blood continuously as he flew back. In the end, Chu Zhou stepped heavily on Og Saint's figure. Og Saint was sent flying into the magma of a volcano. Chapter 207, Number 1 in the World, 2. Boom! The volcano was stimulated and suddenly erupted. Endless magma spewed out, dyeing the entire sky red. Countless viewers around the world were stunned when they saw the scene just now. Am I seeing things? Og Saint, who was reputed to be the son of God just now, was actually suppressed and beaten by Chu Zhou? He was even beaten until he kept spitting out blood. It's really unbelievable if I didn't witness such a scene with my own eyes. Og Saint and Chu Lan are publicly acknowledged as the most unfathomable people among the younger generation in the world. Their prestige is much higher than that of Frederick and Kajapa Shutuo. Basically, everyone thinks that the strongest people of the younger generation in the world will definitely be born between the 2 of them. Who would have thought that Og Saint would be suppressed by the newly risen Chu Zhou? This is too unbelievable. Could it be that the Son of God, Og Saint, is going to lose? Countless viewers around the world widened their eyes in disbelief. Martial artists from the Nature Martial Arts School were the hardest to accept. Og Saint was from the Nature Martial Arts School and was recognized by countless martial artists in the school as the successor of Sun God Soul. Now, Og Saint was actually at a disadvantage in the battle with Chu Zhou. This made these martial artists from the Nature Martial Arts School feel very uncomfortable. Chen Bazhu and the others from the Battleaxe Martial Arts School were all extremely happy. Originally, there were not many top-notch geniuses in the Battleaxe Martial Arts School among the younger generation. At the very least, there were no top-notch geniuses at the level of the world's top 5. However, the Nature Martial Arts School had Og Saint, and the Spirit Martial Arts School also had Kejia Shutuo. This made many martial artists of the Battleaxe Martial Arts School feel ashamed. And now, a heaven-defying Chu Zhou appeared in their Battleaxe Martial Arts School. This made many martial artists of the Battleaxe Martial Arts School heave a sigh of relief. Chu Zhou, that pervert, his strength has increased too quickly. Chen Bazhu said with emotion. He looked at the volcano where Og Saint had fallen with a slightly solemn gaze. However, it's probably not so easy for Og Saint to become the publicly acknowledged successor of Sun God Soul in the Nature Martial Arts School. Someone who has completely inherited Sun God Soul's ultimate technique, someone who has grasped the solar breathing technique and the Golden Sun book at the same time. His strength definitely exceeds everyone's imagination. In the virtual battlefield, the volcano that Og Saint had fallen into suddenly shook violently. It was as if an incomparably terrifying existence inside had suddenly awakened. Boom! All of a sudden, beams of extremely dazzling light pierced through the volcano wall and illuminated the entire world. In the next moment, a huge magma sun slowly rose from the volcano and rose into the sky. Then, the magma in the volcanoes suddenly turned into magma torrent under the influence of an invisible force and soared into the sky, fusing into the magma sun in the sky. In the end, a magma sun with a diameter of 10 kilometers appeared in the sky. The terrifying heat emitted from the huge magma sun, roasting the air on the battlefield until it distorted. Many Boundary Realm flying monsters looked at the magma sun in the sky and roared in panic as they fled into the distance. Is this the strongest ultimate skill of the Golden Sun book, the Descent of the Sun? Og Saint, it seems that I've underestimated you. You've improved a lot over the years. Chu Lan looked up at the huge magma sun in the sky and muttered to himself. Is this the true strength of the Son of God, Og Saint? It's too terrifying. If this move of his landed in a human city, he would probably be able to destroy half of it in an instant. Many viewers felt their scalps tingle when they saw the scene on the live broadcast. Ha ha ha, I knew Og Saint wouldn't lose so easily. Many martial artists in the Nature Martial Arts School were relieved to see the power displayed by Og Saint. Chu Yu, Ling Zhan, Shi Meng, Li Qingxi, Big Sister Saber, Dongfang Mingzhu, Yang Zhenzu, and the others revealed a hint of worry. Og Saint's move was too strong. It was as if he had created a real small sun. They were all worried that Chu Zhou would not be able to withstand it. Chu Zhou, I originally prepared this move for Chu Lan. However, you've completely angered me. Now, I'll let you die under the descent of the sun. Og Saint's cold voice came from the magma sun in the sky. In the next moment, the sky shook violently. The huge magma sun suddenly sank violently and suppressed Chu Zhou. In an instant, the entire sky seemed to be unable to withstand the sinking magma sun and a large area of distortion appeared. The earth below also fluctuated like water waves, and countless cracks kept spreading. At this moment, the entire world seemed to be about to be destroyed under the magma sun. I'm afraid I won't be able to block it with just the Earth Extreme Body and the World Destruction Saber technique. Looks like I have to use some of my true abilities. Chu Zhou muttered to himself. With a bang, a pair of ancient and mysterious silver wings suddenly extended from his back. Countless mysterious runes revolved in the silver wing. A noble and ancient aura instantly swept through the entire battlefield like a storm. In the next moment, the entire sky instantly darkened, and billions of stars appeared in the sky. Chapter 208, Number 1 in the World, 3. The billions of stars trembled slightly. Endless starlight gathered into a huge and boundless starlight torrent and landed from the starry sky with a bang, enveloping Chu Zhou's body. Chu Zhou's aura rose steadily. The pair of silver wings on his back instantly extended to 10 kilometers. What? What's that? Countless viewers around the world fell into a huge shock when they saw the gorgeous silver wing that was 10 kilometers long behind Chu Zhou, the vast starry sky above his head, and the boiling starlight torrent. Bloodline. This is an extremely rare bloodline power. Tisk, Chu Zhou is a pervert. He actually has such a terrifying bloodline hidden in his body. Some experienced and knowledgeable martial artists were shocked. Even some kings and human martial gods who were silently watching the battle revealed moved expressions. Boss hit it too deeply. We didn't know about his bloodline power either. Shi Meng suddenly stood up and said in shock. Captain, you're indeed too good at masking your strength. Ling Zhan and Li Qingshi were also shocked. This bloodline. Could it be the new moon bloodline? At this moment, Chen Bazhu seemed to have thought of something and his expression suddenly changed. Is this the hidden power in our bodies that Big Brother mentioned? Chu Yu looked at the gorgeous silver wings on Chu Zhou's back. At the thought that she was about to awaken such power in her body, she was immediately excited. In the virtual battlefield, Chu Lan finally could not maintain his composure. He looked at Chu Zhou's figure with a ferocious expression. Damn it, that woman's new moon bloodline has actually been inherited by him. Why can he have the new moon bloodline while I don't? I'm the number one person in the younger generation of the Chu family. His face revealed deep jealousy and madness. Boom! After a pair of 10-kilometer-long silver wings spread out on Chu Zhou's back, he suddenly turned into a silver lightning and rushed towards the falling magma sun. The huge magma sun was actually torn open by the two silver wings on his back, revealing Og Saint's figure. Chu Zhou rushed past Og Saint. Og Saint could not resist at all and instantly exploded into a blood mist. He was stunned and all the audience around the world were dumbfounded. What kind of power was Chu Zhou's bloodline power? Wasn't it too terrifying? Og Saint was actually killed instantly. This was too unbelievable. Countless people fell silent and could not speak for a long time. At this moment, Chu Zhou appeared in front of Chu Lan and said expressionlessly, "From the first time I saw you, I could feel your deep hostility towards me. Even though you hid it very well, you couldn't hide it from me. May I ask why?" "You're very sensitive." Chu Lan did not deny it. He stared deeply at Chu Zhou and said, "As for the reason, investigate it yourself. I just want to kill you now." Boom! An unimaginable origin power fluctuation erupted from Chu Yan's body. His entire body was emitting light, and his hair was standing on end. Black lightning wrapped around his body, and an endless destruction aura spread out from his body. The world destruction saber technique you cultivate is very powerful. Now, I'll show you a stronger and more ancient world destruction fist technique than the world destruction saber technique. A cold and heartless voice came from Chu Yan's mouth. His entire body swayed and he instantly appeared in front of Chu Zhou. Then, he punched ruthlessly. With a loud bang, an incomparably huge black fist shadow carrying endless black lightning smashed down at Chu Zhou. Countless wailing living beings could be vaguely seen under the terrifying fist shadow. This was like the world destruction fist that had destroyed countless worlds. Countless souls died under its fist. When many people in the audience saw this punch, they trembled in fear from the countless wailing living beings under the fist shadow. It seems to have the same world destruction intent as the world destruction saber technique, but the focus is different. The world destruction intent of this fist technique is an intent mixed with all kinds of destruction resistance. It's complicated. As for the 5 realms of the world destruction saber technique, they are divided into 5. Each world destruction intent is very pure. Chu Zhou sensed the world destruction intent contained in the terrifying fist shadow and immediately sensed that the world destruction fist technique was similar to the world destruction saber technique. He suddenly waved his saber and used the world destruction saber technique, breaking the sea. A world destruction saber ray slashed at the world destruction fist shadow, and the two perished together. The world destruction fist technique is the supreme ultimate technique that truly contains the true meaning of world destruction. The so-called world destruction saber technique is just a crooked technique. Chu Lan roared angrily and punched Chu Zhou again and again. Every punch erupted with an earth-shattering destructive power. Scenes of world destruction appeared one after another, making people tremble. Is that so? Then let me use the world destruction saber technique to break through your world destruction fist technique. Chu Zhou sneered and waved his saber wantonly. Other than breaking the sea, he also used moves like avalanche, violent storm, frost, and fire. He easily resolved the world destruction fist shadows. In the end, he even slashed at Chu Yan's body, leaving a long blood mark on his body. It extended from Chu Yan's face to the knee of his right leg and almost cut him in half. Chapter 209, Number 1 in the World, 4. Chu Zhou, you're courting death. Chu Yan's eyes were filled with killing intent and were as cold as frost. It was as if he did not feel any injuries on his body. He suddenly grabbed at Chu Zhou's void with both hands. A pair of mountain-sized beast claws suddenly appeared in the void on both sides of Chu Zhou and grabbed at him. Boom! Chu Zhou smiled calmly. The two gorgeous silver wings on his back slashed out like a heavenly saber, shattering the two huge beast claws that suddenly appeared. In the next moment, Chu Lan appeared above Chu Zhou's head and stomped him to death. The entire sky seemed to have been shattered by Chu Yan's stomp with a loud bang. The shadow of a mountain pressed down with a bang. However, the mountain-like huge foot shadow was still shattered by a silver wing. Chu Lan did not give up. He waved his hand expressionlessly, and a wing that looked like a black phoenix appeared with a bang. It slashed down forcefully, as if it wanted to split open billions of voids. Chu Zhou's silver wing also slashed up and collided fiercely with the phoenix wings. For a moment, it formed an incomparably huge explosion and tremor. Next, Chu Lan used the palm technique that transformed into a huge mountain and descended, one after another. It transformed into a finger technique that supported the sky and transformed into a towering sound wave combat technique. It transformed into the spear technique of the evil dragon troubled times, the sword technique of 10,000 swords piercing through the air, and many other mysterious and unfathomable combat techniques. Each of those combat techniques was shockingly powerful. Such a scene shocked countless people. Chu Lan had mastered too many combat techniques. Moreover, many of the astonishingly powerful combat techniques were not available in the martial artist mall. At this moment, many people finally believed that Og Saint had once lost to Chu Lan. Chu Lan was too powerful. Not only was his origin power vast and boundless, but his combat techniques also seemed to be endless. However, all of Chu Yan's attacks were blocked by the pair of silver wings on Chu Zhou's back. Moreover, Chu Zhou still looked very relaxed. Damn it! Chu Yan's face twisted. He knew that the new moon bloodline was extremely powerful. However, he did not expect it to be so abnormal. Chu Zhou had actually easily blocked all his attacks with just his silver wings. This was unacceptable to him. Kill in all directions! Chu Lan suddenly roared explosively. His entire body was like a trillion ghosts and gods rioting, and he erupted with a world-destroying aura. His hands turned into after-images and streaked across a mysterious trajectory. In the next moment, the fist shadows of the world destruction, the beast claws that were the size of a mountain, the huge palm that was like a mountain, the phoenix wings, the sonic gush, the spear shadows that were like black dragons, the myriad swords piercing through the air, and all kinds of terrifying attacks appeared beside Chu Zhou at the same time and attacked him. Rumble, terrifying energy fluctuations swept through the entire battlefield, causing the volcanoes on the entire battlefield to erupt. Chu Yan's attack was several times stronger than Og Saint's sun descent. Looks like you're out of skills. Chu Zhou sneered. The two silver wings on his back expanded to the greatest extent. Endless starlight sprinkled on the silver wings. Suddenly, the two huge silver wings flapped fiercely, and there was a loud bang. Like the collapse of a celestial river, an endless starlight torrent instantly drowned the world destruction fist shadow and other attacks. Half of the battlefield was also drowned by the starlight. Just as the starlight drowned everything, Chu Zhou used instant flash. His figure suddenly appeared behind Chu Lan. The tips of his two silver wings suddenly pierced through Chu Yan's chest. Then, he brought Chu Yan's body and smashed him into the ground below at lightning speed. With a loud bang, a ground the size of a football field exploded with a bang. Endless dust soared into the sky. Everyone looked nervously at the land of dust. When all the dust disappeared, they saw Chu Zhou and Chu Lan again. At this moment, Chu Lan fell to the ground like a dead dog, his entire body dyed red with blood. His head was stepped on by Chu Zhou's foot. Chu Zhou! Chu Lan looked at Chu Zhou ferociously, as if he wanted to swallow him alive. He never expected to lose. He was even stepped on the ground by Chu Zhou in this way. Humiliation. Endless humiliation. Fury. Heaven, shaking anger. Chu Zhou lowered his body slightly and looked at Chu Lan, whose expression was twisted, casually. He smiled faintly and said, Chu Lan, can you tell me why you're so hostile to me now? Chu Lan did not say anything and only looked at Chu Zhou with aggro. You're really stubborn. Sigh, forget it. What does it matter if an ant like you hates me or not? Chu Zhou shook his head and said calmly. Chu Yan's face twisted even more when he saw how Chu Zhou did not take it to heart at all. He trembled with anger. However, at this moment, Chu Zhou exerted force with his foot and crushed Chu Lan. Silence. Dead silence. The global audience was so shocked that they could not speak when they saw Chu Zhou casually crush Chu Lan. Chapter 210, Shocking the World. Rich Rewards. The first Global Human Genius competition has ended. Congratulations to Chu Zhou for winning this competition. An electronically synthesized voice sounded again on the virtual battlefield. Countless gorgeous flowers and colorful paper fell from the sky. A huge ranking list also appeared in the sky. First place, Chu Zhou. Reward, 1, 100 billion alliance dollars, 2, 1 drop of Emperor Realm Monster Blood Essence, 3, 1 chance to enter the ruins of civilization, 4, 1 chance to go to the headquarters of the 3 martial arts schools to further his studies. Second place, Chu Lan. Reward, 1, 100 billion alliance dollars, 2, 1 drop of Emperor Realm Monster Blood Essence, 3, 1 chance to go to the headquarters of the 3 martial arts schools to further his studies. Third place, Og Saint. Reward, 1, 100 billion alliance dollars, 2, 1 drop of King Realm Monster Blood Essence, 3, 1 chance to go to the headquarters of the 3 martial arts schools to further his studies. Fourth place, Frederick. Reward, 1, 60 billion alliance dollars, 2, 1 drop of King Realm Monster Blood Essence, 3, 1 chance to go to the headquarters of the 3 martial arts schools to further his studies. Fifth place, Kajia Shutuo. Reward, 1, 50 billion alliance dollars, 2, 1 drop of King Realm Monster Blood Essence, 3, 1 chance to go to the headquarters of the 3 martial arts schools to further his studies. Sixth place, Li Ji. Reward, 1, 40 billion alliance dollars, 2, 1 drop of King Realm Monster Blood Essence, 3, 1 chance to go to the headquarters of the 3 martial arts schools to further her studies. There were only 10 names on the rankings and related rewards. I've obtained the reward. Chu Zhou looked at the rewards on the rankings and could not help but smile. After working for so long, he had finally achieved his goal. I really didn't expect that the champion to be not Chu Lan or Og Saint, but Chu Zhou. Moreover, he defeated Kajia Shutuo, Frederick, Og Saint and Chu Lan alone. This is too unbelievable. I thought that Chu Zhou was still not worthy of entering the top 5 of the world. Who knew that he was actually the strongest among the top 5? A 17-year-old world champion. Chu Zhou is really impressive. He will definitely become the human martial god in the future. After the silence caused by excessive shock, the global audience immediately boiled over. Countless people looked at Chu Zhou's figure and exclaimed and praised him endlessly. At this moment, the news headlines of various countries and many online media immediately became the news of Chu Zhou winning the championship. Big Brother has actually become the champion. In Chu Zhou's house, Chu Yu was slightly stunned. Then, she screamed and jumped up. Dad, look, Big Brother has become the world champion. That's right. Little Zhou has become the world champion. Chu Donglei looked at his son's figure in the live broadcast with a gentle expression. Ha ha ha, Chu Zhou, you've never disappointed anyone. Chen Bazhu laughed out loud in his office. There was indescribable joy and pride in his eyes. He was the one who unearthed Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou, you really gave me a huge surprise. Big Sister Saber looked at Chu Zhou's figure and smiled. Back then, the reason why she favored Chu Zhou was because of his unwavering resistance to become stronger. Who would have thought that Chu Zhou's potential would be so astonishing that he would reach where he was today? Dongfang Mingzhu, Yang Zhenzhen, Ling Zhan, Li Qingxi, Xi Meng and the others were also happy for Chu Zhou. Some were happy, while others were vexed. The Chu, Zhang and Ling families in Guangdong Base City, as well as the Ernst and Medici families in the West, were quite vexed. Chu Zhou had actually become the champion of the global human genius competition. This was no longer just a hidden danger to the 5 families, but an imminent huge threat. Chu Zhou was already a boundary realm martial artist now, but with the terrifying potential he had displayed, he would probably advance to the king realm in a few years. A top-notch monster like Chu Zhou would definitely not be an ordinary king once he advanced to the king realm. At that time, if Chu Zhou wanted to take revenge on their 5 families would really be in danger. No matter what, we have to kill Chu Zhou as soon as possible. We can't give him any more time to grow. Otherwise, we will be the ones in danger in the end. Ancestor, please take action. We can't hesitate anymore. We have to destroy him even if we have to keep an eye on the pressure of the Alliance. So what if the Alliance suspects us as long as we don't leave any evidence? Moreover, a huge change is imminent. The Alliance needs to gather the strength of all sides. They might not hold it against us for a dead person. The 5 families clearly recognized the huge threat Chu Zhou posed. They were prepared to destroy Chu Zhou at all costs. Chu Zhou actually has the new moon bloodline. That's right. He must be the son between that woman and that man. That man almost exterminated our family back then. Now that his son has appeared, it's time to settle old scores. Do it. Since Chu Zhou is that person's son, then we can't let him continue living no matter what. At this moment, many powerful forces, organizations, and families around the world were targeting Chu Zhou. A surging undercurrent was surging. In the supply base, Chu Zhou's consciousness returned to his body and he slowly opened his eyes. Beep, beep, beep. He had just opened his eyes when his communications watch vibrated. He looked down at his watch and immediately saw a notification. Your account was recorded on October 2, 2030. There are 100 billion Alliance dollars and a balance of 195 billion. So fast. Chu Zhou's face was filled with joy when he saw that he had earned 100 billion. There were many joys in life. Getting rich was definitely one of the greatest joys. Half an hour later, a triangular fighter jet appeared above the supply base. A middle-aged man in a white suit descended with a suitcase in his hand. Then, he found the room where Chu Zhou was. Mr. Chu Zhou, the Human Alliance has rewarded you with a drop of Emperor-level blood essence. Please accept it. The middle-aged man opened the suitcase in front of Chu Zhou, revealing a glass test tube. In the test tube was a drop of golden blood. The middle-aged man looked at the drop of golden blood with deep envy in his eyes. This was the Emperor Realm blood essence that even King Realm experts and the human martial god yearned for. However, it was extremely difficult for even the human martial god to obtain a drop of Emperor Realm blood essence. Tisk tisk, so this is the blood essence of the Emperor Realm? It's difficult to buy this no matter how much money you have. Shi Meng clicked his tongue and exclaimed. He, Ling Zhan, and Li Qingshi kept sizing up the golden blood essence in the test tube. This was also the first time Chu Zhou had seen the blood essence of the Emperor level. Even though there was only one drop of the Emperor Realm blood essence, he could already sense the vast sea of blood energy and energy contained in it. He happily signed a contract and pressed his fingerprints to complete the signing. After signing the receipt, the middle-aged man left. Boss, your rewards are too generous. I just earned 100 billion and obtained another drop of Emperor Realm blood essence. Moreover, I have a chance to enter the ruins of civilization and a chance to go to the headquarters of the 3 martial arts schools to further my studies. I'm really envious. Unfortunately, I'm not strong enough to even pass the preliminary round. However, I must enter the top 10 in the next Global Human Genius competition. Shi Meng said enviously. He looked at the Emperor-level blood essence in the glass tube and almost drooled. We really have to perform well in the next Global Human Genius competition. Ling Zhan and Li Qingshi's eyes were also emitting traces of burning fighting spirit. Good luck. Chu Zhou smiled and returned to his room with the Emperor Realm blood essence. This drop of Emperor Realm blood essence should be enough for me to complete 1 physical nirvana and 1 spirit nirvana, right? Without any hesitation, Chu Zhou opened the lid of the test tube and poured the Emperor Realm blood essence into his mouth. Chapter 211, 4 Nirvanas. Domain Profundity. When the Emperor-level blood essence entered his mouth, Chu Zhou felt as if he had swallowed a sun. An incomparably hot wave instantly swept through every cell in his body. The scorching wave seemed to contain some shocking mystic power that kept modifying every cell in his body and even affected his mental will. Countless black impurities and even bloodshot bone dregs were squeezed out of the countless pores on his body. He even shed a layer of old skin. His body was undergoing an astonishing transformation. At the same time, he seemed to have seen a terrifying behemoth that was as towering as a mountain range. A circle of material light suddenly erupted from the body of the huge and boundless behemoth. The dozens of huge mountains that towered into the clouds around it seemed to have been pushed by an ancient giant and flew 50 kilometers away. The earth under the behemoth was also impacted by an extremely terrifying invisible force. The ground for dozens of kilometers caved in by more than 10 meters. A faint realization surged into Chu Zhou's heart as he stared at this shocking scene. Chu Zhou vaguely felt that faint comprehension was very important. Therefore, he grabbed hold of the feeling and tried his best to comprehend it. After a long time, the realization in his heart disappeared, and his body stopped transforming. My body has been tempered and purified in all aspects by the vast blood energy of the Emperor-level blood essence. My current physical strength is about twice as strong as before. Moreover, tempering my body only consumed a small portion of the power of the Emperor-level blood essence. Most of the power of the Emperor-level blood essence has been converted into attribute points. Also, I seem to have comprehended something extraordinary from that enlightenment just now. Name, Chu Zhou, Advanced Tier Boundary Realm Martial Artists, Life Field Energy 37,000, plus 3,000. Attribute Points, 54,100,000, plus 54 million. Physical Nirvana, 70%, upgradable. Spirit Nirvana, 30/0, upgradable. New Moon Bloodline, Wings 100%, unupgradable. Repulsion Profundity, 0.01%, upgradable. Basic Breathing Technique, SS-rank 150th level, Abyss Form, upgradable. World Destruction, SS-rank 5th level, upgradable. Extreme Titanium Golden Body, S-rank 6th level, Earth Extreme Body, upgradable. Phantom, SS-rank level 30, upgradable. Treasure Pagoda Meditation Technique, SSS-rank level 12, 108 relics, upgradable. Tisk, the life field energy has increased by 3,000, and my attribute points have increased by 54 million. As expected of the blood essence of the Emperor. Level. Just a drop has given me such an astonishing gain. Chu Zhou looked at the increase of 5/4 million attribute points in shock. He estimated in his heart that eating the flesh of a monster commander level would probably only increase his attribute points by a few million. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the Emperor-level blood essence was. Even a drop of blood essence contained more than 10 times the energy of a monster commander level. Suddenly, his gaze focused as he saw a new note on his attribute board. Profound meaning of repulsion? What's this? Could this be something I comprehended when I saw the terrifying behemoth erupt with power just? Chu Zhou thought in confusion and his consciousness touched the profound meaning of repulsion. Immediately, a notification appeared in his mind. Prompt, this is a type of domain profundity. Domain profundity is a unique power grasped by life forms when they advance to the martial god tier and sense the existence of the laws of the universe. Then, they combine their martial arts knowledge and literacy and simulate the laws of the universe. Chu Zhou's heart pounded violently when he saw the notification given by the attribute board. No matter how stable his mentality was, it was difficult for him to stabilize at this moment. He did not expect that he could actually comprehend the domain profundity that only martial god tier life forms could comprehend after swallowing the Emperor-level blood essence. It was not that he had never come into contact with the power of the domain profundity. A few months ago, when he was at the Li family manor in Guangdong Base City, the golden god eye he saw contained the power of the domain profundity. At that time, under the suppression of the golden god eye's domain, the strength of Chu Boyong, Zhang Qiushui, Dal Ernst, Carmen Medici and the other 5 boundary tier experts was forcefully suppressed to the control realm. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the power of the domain profundity. Generally speaking, this was a power that only martial god tier life forms could come into contact with. Now, Chu Zhou had also accidentally comprehended it because he had swallowed the Emperor-level blood essence. While he only comprehended 0.01%, amounting to almost nothing, Chu Zhou could continuously improve it through his attribute board as long as he comprehended something. He would be able to master this domain sooner or later. I understand why the Emperor-level blood essence is so precious now. You can't buy it no matter how much money you have. Perhaps the most precious thing about the Emperor-level blood essence is not the vast vitality and energy contained in it, but the trace of the domain profundity. Even though it's as difficult as ascending to the heavens to comprehend and master that trace of domain profundity. But there's always hope. If you comprehend it, you'll have a chance to become a martial god. Even martial gods are very useful in comprehending the domain profundity of other life forms. Chu Zhou muttered to himself, his eyes filled with excitement. He had actually crossed the king realm and comprehended a trace of the domain profundity in advance. This had to be said to be a world-shocking opportunity. The domain profundity is the power of the martial god tier. The attribute points required to increase it, even if it's only a little, are probably a terrifying number. Moreover, it's probably not very useful to only increase the profound meaning of repulsion a little. Now, let's follow the original plan and increase the physical nirvana and spirit nirvana first. Chu Zhou muttered to himself and immediately got his attribute board to upgrade his physical nirvana and spirit nirvana. Boom! The attribute board suddenly trembled violently and turned into layers of phantoms. The information on it quickly changed. At the same time, two mysterious and surging forces surged out of Chu Zhou's heart and mind. The power surging out of the heart immediately went straight to Chu Zhou's head and modified it. A large amount of life factors containing huge power awakened in Chu Zhou's head. The power that surged out of his mind also modified Chu Zhou's head. Countless mental strength quickly seeped into every cell in his head. Then, the surging energy quickly seeped into Chu Zhou's internal organs, torso, and limbs. After a long time, the modification of Chu Zhou's body only stopped after these two forces. At this moment, Chu Zhou felt as if he had become a humanoid monster, containing an incomparably surging and terrifying power. He felt that he only needed to punch lightly to shoot out an air cannon that could pierce through living beings miles away. At the same time, he felt that his control over his body had reached an unprecedented level. It was as if every cell was under his control. Powerful. This was the strongest feeling in Chu Zhou's heart. He looked at his attribute board. Name, Chu Zhou, 2nd Nirvana Boundary Realm Martial Artists, Life Field. Energy 57000, plus 20,000. Attribute points, 50,800,000. Physical Nirvana, 1 Nirvana, unupgradable. Spirit Nirvana, 1 Nirvana, upgradable. New Moon Bloodline, Wings 100%, unupgradable. Repulsion Profundity, 0.01%, upgradable. Basic Breathing Technique, SS-rank 150th level, Abyss Form, upgradable. World Destruction, SS-rank 5th level, upgradable. Extreme Titanium Golden Body, S-rank 6th level, Earth Extreme Body, upgradable. Phantom, SS rank level 30, upgradable. Treasure Pagoda Meditation Technique, SSS rank level 12, 108 relics, upgradable. My body and spirit have both completed 1 Nirvana. I'm now a 2nd Nirvana Boundary Realm Martial Artist. I should be considered a powerhouse among all the Boundary Realm martial artists who have undergone Nirvana. Chu Zhou was very happy to see his body and spirit complete a Nirvana. Then, he realized that he had consumed a total of 3 to 3 million attribute points in these 2 Nirvanas. He still had a total of 50.8 million attribute points left. Since the Spirit Nirvana can still be increased, let's increase the Spirit Nirvana. He muttered to himself and let his attribute board continue to increase his Spirit Nirvana. The attribute board shook violently again. At the same time, surging mental strength constantly swept out of Chu Zhou's mind, tempering and modifying every cell in his body. After a long time, the modification ended. Name, Chu Zhou, 4 Nirvana Boundary Realm Martial Artists, Life Field. Energy 77000, plus 20,000. Attribute points, 44,800,000. Physical Nirvana, 1 Nirvana, unupgradable. Spirit Nirvana, 3 Nirvanas, unupgradable. In the blink of an eye, his mind had completed 2 more Nirvanas. His life field energy increased by another 20,000. He had now become a terrifying 4 Nirvana Boundary Realm martial artist. To other martial artists, it was already extremely difficult to complete 1 Nirvana. Many people with good talent could not even complete 1 Nirvana in their lifetime, while Chu Zhou completed 4 Nirvanas in a short period of time. If this news spread, countless boundary realm martial artists would lose their balance. There were definitely not many who could complete the limit of 4 nirvanas. It was obvious that Chu Zhou was definitely at the top of the pyramid even in the circle of nirvana boundaries. In fact, Chu Zhou could already vaguely feel the existence of the threshold of a king. If he broke through to the king realm at this time, he might be able to succeed. However, Chu Zhou had long decided that he had to accumulate to the limit while at the boundary realm stage before choosing to advance to the king realm. King realm was not the end, rather it was just another whole new beginning. It was obvious that the more one accumulated at the boundary realm martial artists stage, the stronger their potential and strength would be after advancing to the king realm, far surpassing normal king realm experts. Chu Zhou naturally wanted to still have incomparably astonishing potential after he became a king realm expert. Only then could he go further. Unfortunately, my mental strength has increased to the limit of what my body can withstand after my spirit completed 3 nirvanas. I can't continue to increase it. Chu Zhou muttered to himself and looked into his mind. In his mind, the spirit relics had already become 360. Each of them was the size of an infant's fist and emitted a dazzling light. Chapter 212, Black Hole Breathing Technique. At the supply base, Chu Zhou looked at the 360 fist-sized spirit relics floating in his mind and was overjoyed. He could clearly feel that his mental strength was more than 10 times stronger than before. I reckon that no one among the boundary realm spiritual masters is stronger than me in terms of spiritual power. He muttered to himself and looked at his attribute board. Name, Chu Zhou, 4 Nirvana Boundary Realm Martial Artists, 77,000 Life Field Energy. Attribute Points, 44,800,000. Physical Nirvana, 1 Nirvana, Unupgradable. Spirit Nirvana, 3 Nirvana, Unupgradable. New Moon Bloodline, Wings 100%, Unupgradable. Repulsion Profundity, 0.01%, Upgradable. Basic Breathing Technique, SS Rank 150th Level, Abyss Form, Upgradable. World Destruction, SS Rank 5th Level, Upgradable. Extreme Titanium Golden Body, S Rank 6th Level, Earth Extreme Body, Upgradable. Phantom, SS Rank Level 30, Upgradable. Treasure Pagoda Meditation Technique, SSS Rank Level 12, 360 Relics, Unupgradable. I still have 44.8 million attribute points. Then let's do a comprehensive upgrade. Chu Zhou muttered to himself and decided to upgrade the basic breathing technique, World Destruction Saber Technique, Extreme Titanium Golden Body, Phantom Movement Technique, and so on. The commotion might be a little huge considering the subsequent upgrades. He activated his origin power in advance to protect the entire room. Upgrade the basic breathing technique, World Destruction Saber Technique, Extreme Titanium Golden Body, Phantom Movement Technique. After making all the preparations, he took a deep breath and had an idea. The next moment, his attribute board flashed crazily. His entire body instantly entered a cultivation state. He circulated the basic breathing technique with all his might, and finger-thick abyss traces appeared outside his body. In the surrounding void, the cosmic origin power surged like a tide and surged into his body. Elemental power like metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were also crazily surging into his body. 5 indomitable demonic saber phantoms also rose behind him, evolving into various terrifying world destruction scenes. The 6th and 7th demon saber phantoms were also about to condense. In addition, his entire body silently turned into a small metal giant. Muscles that looked like metal components bulged, and his body flickered with a circuit-like red light. There was also dense red lightning wrapped around his body. At this moment, his skin was transforming into gold. Even the red lightning gradually turned golden. At the same time, countless deep mysteries about the phantom movement technique appeared in his mind. At this moment, Chu Zhou's basic breathing technique, World Destruction Saber Technique, Extreme Titanium Golden Body, and Phantom Movement Technique were all transforming crazily. Tsunami-like origin power surged out of his body like a tsunami and kept hitting the wall like a gush, emitting world-shaking rumbles. If not for the fact that Chu Zhou had long used his origin power to protect the room, it would probably be instantly turned into powder. This transformation lasted for an entire day before slowly calming down. Name, Chu Zhou, 4 Nirvana Boundary Realm Martial Artists, Life Field Energy 97,000, plus 20,000. Attribute Points, 34,800,000. Physical Nirvana, 1 Nirvana, unupgradable. Spirit Nirvana, 3 Nirvana, unupgradable. New Moon Bloodline, wings 100%, unupgradable. Repulsion Profundity, 0.01%, upgradable. Basic Breathing Technique, SSS rank level 300, Black Hole Form, unupgradable. World Destruction, SSS rank 7th level, unupgradable. Extreme Titanium Golden Body, S rank 7th level, Heaven Extreme Body, unupgradable. Phantom, SSS rank level 100, unupgradable. Treasure Pagoda Meditation Technique, SSS rank level 12, 360 relics, unupgradable. After spending a total of 10 million attribute points, Chu Zhou raised the basic breathing technique, World Destruction Saber Technique, Extreme Titanium Golden Body, and Phantom Movement Technique to the limit of what his current body could withstand. His life field energy had also increased by 20,000, reaching 97,000. He was only 3,000 points away from reaching the life field standard of a beginner king. At this moment, Chu Zhou could not tell how strong he was. He only knew that it was easy for him to kill Chu Lan, Og Saint, and the others now. The current basic breathing technique has already sublimated to the form of a black hole. There's no point in calling it the basic breathing technique anymore. Let's call it the black hole breathing technique. With a thought, the information of the basic breathing technique changed to Black Hole Breathing Technique, Level 1, Unupgradable. His heart skipped another beat. With a bang, a distorted black hole with a radius of about a meter appeared above his head. The entire room was immediately pitch black. A terrifying devouring power spread out of the black hole, and the universe origin energy in the void surged into the black hole. All the furniture in the room was also sucked into the black hole and instantly minced into powder. TSK, this black hole breathing technique is terrifying. Chu Zhou stopped after a light taste. Seeing that the black hole had swallowed all the furniture in the room, he hurriedly stopped circulating the black hole breathing technique. I didn't expect the efficiency of absorbing cosmic energy to be dozens of times stronger, but it would also have a terrifying devouring power after the basic breathing technique was upgraded to the black hole breathing technique. Its power is not inferior to an SSS rank combat technique at all. It might even be stronger. As expected, the rumors are right. As long as the basic breathing technique continues to be upgraded, it will eventually become the strongest breathing technique. After experiencing the black hole breathing technique, Chu Zhou was pleasantly surprised. He could guarantee that even the strongest black dragon breathing technique, solar breathing technique, and big dream breathing technique in the human alliance could not compare to his black hole breathing technique. Then, he silently pondered over the upgraded World Destruction Saber Technique. The World Destruction Saber Technique was originally an SS rank Saber Technique, but now, it had been forcefully upgraded to an SSS rank Saber Technique. The original World Destruction Saber Technique only had 5 moves: Breaking the Sea, Avalanche, Violent Storm, Frost, and Blazing Fire. After the upgrade, there were 2 new moves: Earth Destruction and Sky Devouring. Earth Destruction, an astral blade that contains the power to destroy all saber intent. It can break through the earth. Cracks spread in all directions like a spider web, causing disaster hundreds of miles away. It was as destructive as a magnitude 10 earthquake, leaving the enemy with no place to stand. They died tragically under the cold saber light reflected from the crack. Sky Devouring, when this move is used, the long saber can swallow clouds and spit out fog, absorbing the energy of the world and transforming it into powerful killing power. When this saber aura is used, the weather abnormally changes, destroying the natural balance and destroying everything, as if doomsday has descended. Chu Zhou pondered about the new moves, Earth Destruction and Sky Devouring. He felt that the power of these 2 moves was much stronger than the first 5 moves. However, the destruction saber intent contained in these 2 moves was even more terrifying than the first 5 moves. If his mental will was not strong enough, the user would probably be devoured by the destruction saber intent before he could use these 2 moves. If there's a chance, I have to test the 2 moves, Earth Destruction and Sky Devouring. As he muttered to himself, his attention shifted to the Extreme Titanium Golden Body. The Extreme Titanium Golden Body, this lost body tempering technique, had finally been completely restored by his attribute board. Chu Zhou only knew how powerful the 7th level of the Extreme Titanium Golden Body, the Heaven Extreme Body, was after experiencing it while in combat. The greatest difference between the Heaven Extreme Body and the Earth extreme body was that Chu Zhou did not have to stand on the ground when mobilizing the power of the titanium elemental from the outside world. He could now form a resonance with the titanium element outside at any time. In the end, his attention landed on the phantom movement technique. His phantom movement technique had also been forcefully upgraded to the 100th level and upgraded to an SSS-rank movement technique. Not only had his flying speed reached 10 times the speed of sound, but it could also instantly transform into 10,000 indistinguishable figures. Without a doubt, the improvement of the phantom movement technique greatly increased his survival ability. Even if they could not win, they could escape. In short, this improvement was all-rounded to Chu Zhou. Now, other than the profound meaning of repulsion, the other items in the attribute board have basically been raised to the limit of what my current body can withstand. However, I still have 38.4 million attribute points. I can't just idle so many attribute points. I have to convert them into strength as soon as possible. Chu Zhou muttered to himself. He felt that the great change that Chen Bazhu and Yuan Bingmei had mentioned was about to happen. Therefore, he hoped that he could become stronger as much as possible before the great change arrived. The spiritual nirvana has been completed 3 times. I have no clue how to undergo the next nirvana. However, the physical nirvana has only been completed once. This time, it's mainly based on the strength talent. Next, we can try to unearth the talents of the body such as agility, speed, defense, restoration, and so on to continue the nirvana. It's time to put elemental nirvana on the agenda. The black hole breathing technique also devours elemental powers such as metal, wood, water, fire, and earth in addition to the basic cosmic source power. This makes it much easier for me to comprehend and master element power than others. He seriously thought about it and prepared to find some combat techniques related to stats such as agility, speed, defense, and restoration. He would start cultivating and see if he could unearth the corresponding physical talent. In addition, he was also prepared to comprehend the elemental power of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth and cultivate related combat techniques. Chu Zhou was very confident in his plan. He did not have much now, except for a lot of attribute points after all. Only at the beginner level could he quickly increase it through his attribute board. However, before Chu Zhou could start his cultivation plan, he received a notification from the Battleaxe Martial Arts School. Mr. Chu Zhou, in half an hour, the envoy from the Battleaxe Martial Arts School's headquarters will pilot a triangular fighter jet and descend on your supply base. The envoy will bring you to the 5th ruin controlled by us humans. Chu Zhou smiled when he saw the notification. This was the reward the Alliance was giving him as the champion. I wonder how the so-called 5th ruin is compared to the mechanical civilization ruin I came to not long ago. Chu Zhou had obtained a large number of soul crystals in the ruins of the mechanical civilization. He had also obtained the secret spiritual scroll, Soul Fusion, the Book of Mecha, and the 1000-star vine. Therefore, he was also filled with anticipation for the 5th ruin. Chapter 213, The 5th Ruins. 3 Profundities. 1. At the supply base. A dark red triangular fighter jet slowly landed on the tarmac. From it walked out an enchanting woman with a huge sword on her back and half a metal mask on her face. She was wearing a tight leather jacket. Tisk, these are Universe-tier smart fighter jets. Only the human martial god is qualified to buy them. Could this woman be a human martial god? In the supply base, many martial artists looked at the enchanting woman in awe. Council member Hong Shui, did you suddenly descend on the relocate supply base for Chu Zhou? Lu Wanjun's figure suddenly appeared in front of the alluring woman and said respectfully. The enchanting woman nodded indifferently and said, I'll bring him to the 5th ruin. Lu Wanjun was extremely shocked. He was not surprised that someone wanted to bring Chu Zhou to the 5th ruin. This was the reward Chu Zhou deserved after becoming the champion of the Global Human Genius competition. He was surprised to see this council member Hong Shui. He knew very well that this council member Hong Shui was one of the top figures of the Battleaxe Martial Arts School. His status was far higher than ordinary human martial gods. The Battleaxe Martial Arts School actually asked this council member to bring Chu Zhou to the 5th ruin. From this, it could be seen how much the higher UPS of the Battleaxe Martial Arts School valued Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou was already standing near the helipad. When he heard Lu Wanjun call the woman a council member, he could not help but be shocked. A council member was a core higher up of the Human Alliance. His status was much higher than that of an ordinary human martial god. At this moment, Chu Zhou also felt the importance the Battleaxe martial arts school placed on him. He could not help but feel warm. Council member Hong Shui, I'm Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou took the initiative to walk in front of the enchanting woman and greeted her. The enchanting woman glanced at Chu Zhou sharply and nodded slightly at him. Get on the fighter jet. With that, her figure flashed and she instantly returned to the fighter jet. Chu Zhou also quickly flew away. Almost as soon as Chu Zhou boarded the fighter jet, the dark red triangular fighter jet turned into an afterimage and instantly rose 10,000 meters into the sky. In the next moment, it turned into a blurry afterimage and disappeared. Chu Zhou is amazing. A human martial god actually came to pick him up. That's right. That Valkyrie is not only a martial god, she's also a council member. In the supply base, many martial artists looked enviously in the direction where the triangular fighter jet disappeared. In the triangular fighter jet. Chu Zhou, you knew my name just now, but I still want to introduce myself. My name is Hong Shui. I'm one of the dragon's assistants. Hong Shui said to Chu Zhou with a smile. The current her was a little different from the cold image she had displayed in front of everyone just now. She had become easier to approach. Council member Hong Shui, to be honest, I thought that the person who came to welcome me was just an ordinary envoy. One didn't expect a big shot like you to come. Chu Zhou said. The dragon values you very much. He personally requested me to come and welcome you, Hong Shui said calmly. Chu Zhou was slightly shocked. He did not expect the dragon to ask Hong Shui to come over. Hong Shui continued, let me introduce you to the fifth ruin. The fifth ruin is in the Amazon tropical rainforest. It's a ruin that we humans discovered earlier. This ruin is basically the safest among the 8 ruins controlled by us humans. Basically, there are very few accidents after entering. It would be dangerous if it's the first, second, and third ruins. Even the human martial god might die if he enters. Not only is the fifth ruin much safer, but the rewards are also very rich. As long as you can pass one test, even if you fail all the subsequent tests, you can at least obtain equipment comparable to SSS tier. Moreover, there are other benefits. However, it's also because it's safer to enter the fifth ruin and the rewards are richer that many kings and martial gods in the world want to enter the fifth ruin to search for opportunities. Logically speaking, a boundary realm martial artist like you is not qualified to enter the fifth ruin. This time, it's an exception. After hearing Hong Shui's words, Chu Zhou had some understanding of the fifth ruin. Soon, the triangular fighter jet traversed half of the world and appeared above the Amazon rainforest before slowly landing. Clang! Hong Shui walked out of the triangular fighter jet with Chu Zhou and landed on an ordinary-looking grassland. Chu Zhou swept his gaze around and vaguely saw many monsters living in the surrounding forest. However, these monsters did not dare to approach this place, as if this was a forbidden place. Crack, crack, crack. A mechanical vibration suddenly came from the depths of the earth. Soon, the grass split in the middle, revealing a metal tunnel. A white-haired old man in a wide white robe walked out of the metal tunnel. Council member Hong Shui, please. The white-haired old man smiled and greeted Hong Shui. Then, he gestured with his right hand and knew that Chu Zhou and the other party had walked into the metal tunnel. Crack, crack, crack. The metal tunnel closed automatically, and the cracked grassland was restored. Chu Zhou followed behind Hong Shui and entered a wide hall. This hall was filled with computers and various testing equipment. More than a dozen staff members were very busy typing on the keyboard, as if they were analyzing the data. Council member Hong Shui. As soon as Chu Zhou and the others entered the hall, 8 figures with obscure and vast auras stood up and came over to greet Hong Shui. Chapter 214, Ruin Number 5. 3 Profundities. 2. Hong Shui nodded lightly at the 8 of them. These 8 people were also the people who had entered the ruins to obtain opportunities this time. Clearly, these 8 people were either King Realm experts or martial gods. However, these people were very respectful to Hong Shui. Chu Zhou took the opportunity to look at the ruin and realized that it was filled with technology. The walls were alloy and there were many patterns with unknown meanings on them. Everyone, the 9 passageways of the ruins are about to open. Later on, every one of the 9 of you will enter a passageway. No 2 people should enter the same passageway. You will immediately be expelled by the ruins and you won't be able to enter again. the white-haired old man said to Chu Zhou and the others. As soon as he finished speaking, 9 strange doors suddenly appeared on the alloy wall. The passage of the ruin has been opened. Enter. The white-haired old man hurriedly said when he saw the 9 strange doors appear. Chu Zhou and the others nodded slightly. They each chose a door and walked over. Chu Zhou slowly reached into the water with one hand. In the next moment, an astonishing suction force acted on his body and pulled him into the door. The test of ruin number 5 has begun again. I wonder how many people have passed the test this time. It's already not bad to have a third. In the first 2 times, only 2 people passed the test and obtained the reward of the ruins. That's right. Even though ruin number 5 is not dangerous, it's not so easy to obtain a reward. Many staff were discussing fervently. After Chu Zhou was sucked into the door, he appeared in a crystal passageway. Suddenly, a beam of light enveloped Chu Zhou's body. At the same time, he received a spirit fluctuation. The meaning conveyed by the spirit fluctuation was actually about this ruins test. Its general meaning was, there would be 3 stone tablets that would appear in front of Chu Zhou. Each stone tablet contained a profundity. As long as Chu Zhou could comprehend one of the domain profundities in 7 days, he would only master 0.1% of it. That would be considered passing the test. Of course, the more he mastered, the more rewards he would obtain after passing the test. Tisk, it's actually to comprehend and mastery of the domain profundity. Chu Zhou gasped in shock. The domain profundity was a power that only martial gods could master. Chu Zhou suddenly felt that this ruins test was filled with deep malicious intent towards him. He was only a boundary realm marital artist. How could it be easy for him to comprehend and master a profundity in a short period of time? At this moment, Chu Zhou suddenly understood why the human alliance basically did not open up ruin no. 5 for martial artists below the king realm. This was because it was basically useless even if it was open to martial artists below the king realm. The possibility of a boundary realm martial artist entering this place to comprehend a domain profundity in 7 days was basically 0. In that case, the quota would be wasted. They might as well leave the opportunity to the king realm experts and the martial god. However, Chu Zhou was clearly not an ordinary boundary realm marital artist. He had the talent of the attribute board. As long as he comprehended a little of the domain profundity, he could upgrade to 0.1% through the attribute board. I can't possibly not even reach 0.0001%, right? He thought nervously. Soon, 3 stone tablets the height of a person appeared in front of him. The first stone tablet was engraved with a red fire. The second stone tablet had a fist engraved on it. A drop of water was engraved on the third stone tablet. Each of the 3 stone tablets emitted an almost suffocating aura. Chu Zhou looked at the first stone tablet. In an instant, he seemed to see a red fire the size of a mountain. Terrifying temperature emitted from the red fire, and the boundless earth melted into magma. When he saw the flames, Chu Zhou immediately felt that his entire body was about to burn. They all became hot no matter whether it was his body, his blood, or his mental consciousness. At the same time, traces of mysterious intent were constantly transmitted to the depths of his heart through the mountain-sized red fire. It allowed him to fully experience the high temperature, incineration, destruction, and other intents contained in the fire. So when comprehending the domain profundity in this stone tablet, the stone tablet was also constantly transmitting traces of intent to the comprehender. This way, it's not so difficult to comprehend the domain profundity. Chu Zhou felt the wisps of profound intent coming from the fire at all times and heaved a sigh of relief. In that case, it would be much easier for him to master a trace of profundity. 1 hour. 2 hours. 3 hours. Chu Zhou stared fixedly at the ball of flames that seemed to be able to burn everything. He focused on comprehending the traces of intent. 6 hours later, the shadows of 2 fires suddenly appeared in the depths of his eyes. It's done. I've comprehended a trace. Chu Zhou immediately looked at his attribute board. Incinerating fire, profound 0.0001%, upgradable. Chu Zhou smiled when he saw this. As he had expected, he might not be able to master 0.1% of the profound in a short period of time. However, 0.0001% was still possible. Of course, to others, 0.0001% was no different from not comprehending it. They had to spend a lot of effort to comprehend and master it. However, it was enough for Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou was not in a hurry to upgrade his incinerating fire, profound, through his attribute board. Instead, he shifted his gaze to the second stone tablet with a fist engraved on it. Chapter 215, Ruin Number 5. 3 Profundities. 3. A terrifying fist occupied Chu Zhou's entire line of sight in an instant. The fist was extremely terrifying. Circles of solid shock waves spread out continuously. Wherever the fist passed, mountains, forests, and rivers were instantly shattered. Traces of intent regarding vibrations continuously transmitted to Chu Zhou's mind and accumulated in his heart. 3 hours later, a glint flashed across Chu Zhou's eyes. Then, he looked at his attribute board. Tremor Punch, Profound 0.05%, upgradable. Chu Zhou smiled looking at the information on the attribute board. It seems that as an evolver of the super body system, it's much easier for me to comprehend power related to my body than other things. He was still not in a hurry to upgrade the Tremor Punch, Profound. He continued to look at the third stone tablet, at the drop of rain. In an instant, Chu Zhou realized that he had appeared in the vast rain. Dense raindrops descended from the dark sky and landed on the ground. Drops of rain fell on his face, giving him a cold feeling. He looked up at the sky in a daze and watched as rain was born from the dark clouds. He watched as droplets of rain fell, and then he watched as droplets of rain fell onto the earth. Traces of inexplicable intent passed through the rain into his heart. The intent contained in this rain was much more complicated than fire and fists. This rain was born in the sky and died on the ground. In the middle of it was its entire life, as if it was a human's life. It nourished the earth, nurturing all things. It was like tears that filled the sky, as if someone was crying. All kinds of intents surged into Chu Zhou's mind. However, rain is rain. It is the rain itself, and then there are other things. 5 hours later, a glint flashed across Chu Zhou's eyes. Bit by bit, his insights quickly gathered and became his result. Rainstorm, Profound 0.003%, upgradable. Chu Zhou smiled when he saw this. He had comprehended all 3 profounds. Now, he could directly use the attribute board to upgrade them. To be safe, I want to upgrade the incinerating fire, profound, and see how many attribute points I need to spend. At the very least, I have to ensure that the mastery of one of the profounds reaches the standard. Chu Zhou muttered to himself as his heart skipped a beat. Upgrade incinerating fire, profound, to 0.1%. In an instant, a scorching power circulated throughout Chu Zhou's body. Chu Zhou felt as if his entire body had turned into a ball of terrifying flames that could burn the world. Countless profundities about fire surged into his mind. A moment later, everything calmed down. Incinerating fire, profound 0.1%, upgradable. Incinerating fire, profound, had successfully increased to 0.1. At the same time, he realized that he had also consumed 1 million attribute points. Seeing this, Chu Zhou heaved a sigh of relief. He still had 37.4 million attribute points. It should be enough to raise the 3 profounds to 1%. Increase incinerating fire, profound, tremor punch, profound, and rainstorm, profound, to 1%. He continued to give instructions to the attribute board. The next moment, a scorching heat appeared in his body again. At the same time, a concussive force, as well as a force like rolling rainwater, appeared in his body. The 3 mysterious powers were constantly tempering and transforming his body and even his spiritual will, making him even stronger. After a long time, everything stopped. He looked at the attribute board again. Incinerating fire, profound 1%, unupgradable. Tremor punch, profound 1%, unupgradable. Rainstorm, profound 1%, unupgradable. All 3 profounds had increased to 1%. It was just that the consumption of attribute points was more exaggerated. His original 38.4 million attribute points were only left with 8.4 million. Just as Chu Zhou raised the 3 profounds to 1%, the entire crystal passage also flashed with an incomparably intense colorful light. Not only did the candidate comprehend all the profound of the 3 stone tablets, he had also mastered 1%. Moreover, he is only 17 years old. This is the first time they have appeared since the existence of this assessment base. They meet the requirements to inherit the highest results of our civilization. An electronic voice sounded in the passageway. The next moment, an ancient black book, a star map that flickered with countless stars, and a saber that seemed to be formed by countless feathers appeared in front of Chu Zhou. Chapter 216, Book of Profound, Starry Sky Ancient Diagram, Divine Wing Saber. 1. A mysterious black book, a star map that flickered with countless stars, and a saber that seemed to be formed by countless feathers appeared in front of Chu Zhou at the same time. At the same time, a message entered Chu Zhou's mind, telling him the name and origin of such a thing. So this civilization ruin was left behind by the ancient Zenith civilization, the Wuxi civilization. These three things are the three treasures of the Wuxi civilization, the Book of Profound, the ancient map of the starry sky, and the divine wing saber. Chu Zhou was pleasantly surprised and continued to read the information in his mind. As the name suggested, the Book of Profound was engraved with the 36 most dazzling profound meanings of the Wuxi civilization. It was also the most important inheritance of the Wuxi civilization. This book was forged by the Wuxi civilization using a piece of outsky strange iron. It had a special function that could directly impart the intent of the 30 profounds engraved in it to Chu Zhou. With this book, it was much easier to comprehend the 36 profounds inside. Domain profound meaning was a power that only martial gods or emperor-level experts could master. The Book of Profound actually contained 36 profounds. If news of this disappearance spread, it would probably make all the human martial artists go crazy. Even those beast masters and emperor-level beasts wouldn't be able to sit still. In order to get the Book of Profound, they probably wouldn't mind launching an extinction-level beast tide. Compared to the priceless Book of Profound, the ancient map of the starry sky was the result of the Wuxi civilization's exploration of the cosmic starry sky. It recorded the coordinates of more than 1 million stars around Earth. Some stars were labeled as resource stars and explained the geographical environment, mineral distribution, climate change, and so on. It seems that the Wuxi civilization has explored the starry sky much more than the current humans. Chu Zhou sighed and looked at the divine wing saber in wonder. After the Wuxi civilization obtained the divine wing saber, they realized that this saber was indestructible, incomparably sharp, and had boundless power. Even the omnipotent experts of the Wuxi civilization could not fully activate the power of the divine wing saber. Therefore, the Wuxi civilization treated the divine wing saber as the supreme artifact of the civilization. It was the weapon worn only by the king of Wuxi and the symbol of the king of Wuxi. In fact, the Wuxi civilization had always felt that the divine wing saber contained secrets. Ever since they obtained the divine wing saber, they had never stopped researching the divine wing saber. Unfortunately, even when the Wuxi civilization was destroyed, the Wuxi civilization did not solve the secret of the divine wing saber. Chu Zhou held the divine wing saber lovingly. The S-grade dragon tooth battle saber he was using now was gradually becoming less and less useful as he advanced to become a boundary realm martial artist. Especially after he became a 4th Nirvana boundary realm martial artist, the dragon tooth battle saber seemed a little forced to carry his power. Without a doubt, the divine wing saber far surpassed the dragon tooth battle saber. With this divine wing saber, he probably wouldn't have to change his weapons for a long time. He picked up the Book of Profound again and gently opened the first page. Immediately, he saw a scarlet flame branded in the center of the metal page. It was the flame he had comprehended from the stone tablet not long ago. Then, he flipped through the pages. Soon, he saw another fist and a drop of rainwater. There were also 33 other images. This Book of Profound is a true priceless treasure. With this Book of Profound, it will be easier for me to advance to the martial god realm than others. He muttered to himself. With a thought, he stored the Book of Profound and the ancient map of starry sky into his body. In the end, he followed the method recorded in the information that was transmitted to his mind. His finger gently wiped the blade of the divine wing saber, and a bloody mark appeared on his incomparably tough skin that couldn't even be pierced by a machine gun bullet. Traces of blood seeped out from the blood stains. It was not a blood bond, and the divine wing saber did not absorb the blood. However, rays of infrared light appeared on the divine wing saber and scanned the blood continuously, as if it was collecting and analyzing the information of the blood. A moment later, the divine wing saber instantly turned into a ray of light and shot into Chu Zhou's right hand. On the back of his right hand, there was a fingernail-sized mark of the divine wing saber. With a thought, the divine wing saber appeared in his hand again. With another thought, the divine wing saber instantly disintegrated into countless metal feathers and covered his body, turning into a majestic armor made of countless metal feathers. Not bad. The divine wing saber was a divine weapon that could attack and defend at the same time. Not only could it transform into a saber, it could also transform into armor. Chu Zhou's heart skipped a beat. The divine wing saber turned into a mark on the back of his hand again. Looks like spending 30 million attribute points to upgrade all 3 profounds to 1% was really the right thing to do. If I only upgraded them to 0.1%, I would also be able to obtain the reward of the ruins. However, the reward might not be the 3 supreme treasures of the Wook's civilization, the Book of Profound, the ancient map of the starry sky, and the divine wing saber. Chu Zhou muttered to himself, feeling indescribably excited. To be honest, even though he was looking forward to this trip to the ruins, he definitely did not expect his gains to be so shocking. Chapter 217, Book of Profound, Starry Sky Ancient Diagram, Divine Wing Saber. 2. Congratulations, candidate! You have inherited the 3 great treasures of the Wook's civilization and have automatically become the new king of Wooks. This ruin is also your property now and is completely under your control. Have you decided to close the ruin assessment? A beam of colorful light enveloped Chu Zhou's body. Then, many tubes extended from the wall and connected to Chu Zhou. Instantly, the structure of Chu Zhou's entire ruin number 5 clearly appeared in his mind. This ruin number 5 was actually a huge metal castle. There was also a treasure vault and 9 assessment passageways. Chu Zhou had become the control realm martial artist of this metal castle. He could control the entire metal castle at will. Take a look at the treasury. Chu Zhou did not care much about the hall and the 9 assessment passageways. With a thought, a huge treasure vault phantom immediately appeared in front of him. There were many stone tablets and equipment in the treasure vault. However, with the Book of Profound and the Divine Wing Saber, the items in the treasure vault were basically useless to Chu Zhou. Of course, he could sell these things for money. He would probably be able to obtain an exaggerated and shocking amount of wealth. Chu Zhou pondered for a moment and stored 2/3 of the treasures in the treasure vault into his internal space. I've already obtained the greatest benefits. I'll leave the rest to the human candidates later. He muttered to himself and allowed the ruin to continue operating normally. The next moment, he took a step forward and appeared in the hall. In less than 2 days, someone actually came out? Regardless of whether he succeeds or fails, he will be able to stay in the trial for 7 days. For this person to come out so quickly, could it be that he has given up? Sigh, what a pity. Even if he failed, if he could stay in the assessment passageway for 7 days, he could more or less comprehend some profundity. This is a power that only the martial god can comprehend. Now that he can comprehend it in advance, how good is this opportunity? This person is wasting it for nothing. Many staff members in the hall looked at Chu Zhou in surprise. Some of the staff members looked at Chu Zhou as if they had expected better from someone. They seemed to be very dissatisfied that Chu Zhou had wasted an opportunity to enter the ruin. Chu Zhou, why are you out so quickly? Hong Shui also frowned at Chu Zhou. She had also undergone an assessment in this ruin, so she naturally knew that it was very unrealistic for a boundary realm martial artist like Chu Zhou to comprehend one of the profounds in the assessment stone tablet to 0.1% in just 7 days. However, she also understood that even if Chu Zhou did not pass the assessment, as long as he stayed in the assessment passageway for 7 days, he could still obtain huge benefits. It had only been 2 days, but Chu Zhou had already come out. This was something she had not expected. They also felt that Chu Zhou had wasted this extremely precious opportunity. Didn't he see that even the martial gods participating in the trial were reluctant to come out so soon? Even a martial god would find it very difficult to comprehend a profundity. After all, this was a great opportunity. I've finished the assessment. Chu Zhou smiled and said to Hong Shui. He did not explain much, let alone say that he had already obtained the 3 treasures of the Wook's civilization. Furthermore, even this civilization ruin was his. Hong Shui stared at Chu Zhou seriously. Seeing that the smile on Chu Zhou's face did not change, as if he did not care about wasting this opportunity, she did not say anything in the end. Since you've finished your assessment, I'll bring you back. With that, she walked up a metal tunnel that led to the ground. Chu Zhou smiled calmly and followed. Soon, the dark red triangular fighter jet took off with Chu Zhou. The next moment, the triangular fighter jet turned into a flash of afterimage and left the Amazon rainforest. In the triangular fighter jet, Hong Shui said to Chu Zhou with a serious expression, "Chu Zhou, as the champion of the Global Human Genius Competition, you can obtain 4 rewards. You've already received 3. There's only one more option left, a chance to go to the headquarters of the 3 martial arts schools to further your studies." However, the situation has changed. The headquarters of the 3 martial arts schools have extremely important things to deal with. They can't spare time and energy to nurture new people. Therefore, the alliance can't give you the last reward. Chu Zhou was stunned when he heard that. He actually didn't care if he went to the headquarters of the 3 martial arts schools to further his studies. His cultivation relied more on his natural talent and did not rely much on external forces after all. However, what he did not expect was that the headquarters of the 3 martial arts schools could not even spare the time and energy to nurture newcomers. This was a little unusual. It was obvious that the headquarters of the 3 martial arts schools might be facing an emergency that he did not know about. "Can I ask why?" Chu Zhou asked curiously. A trace of worry flashed across Hong Shui's face. After pondering for a moment, he said, "It's not convenient to reveal the exact situation. However, I can tell you to become stronger as soon as possible. The stronger the better. The days ahead might not be so peaceful anymore. By the way, even though I can't fulfill the last reward for you, the Alliance has also given you compensation. You're allowed to learn all the secret manuals for free in the Martial Artist Mall. There's no limit to levels or types." Chu Zhou was stunned. "All the secret manuals? Council member Hong Shui, did you say something wrong?" Chapter 218, Book of Profound, Starry Sky Ancient Diagram, Divine Wing Saber. 3. However, Hong Shui nodded seriously and said with absolute certainty, "Yes, all the secret manuals are free for you to learn. Furthermore, you can download the e-book directly. This is your exclusive right." Chu Zhou was completely stunned. He knew very well how expensive it was to buy a secret manual. Especially those SSS-rank secret manuals, they were even more expensive. For example, the SSS-rank Black Dragon breathing technique cost a total of 100 billion yuan to purchase. Even if he only had 195 billion, he could only buy an SSS-rank breathing technique. Now, the Human Alliance actually allowed him to learn all the secret manuals in the Martial Artist Mall for free. His was simply unbelievable. That's not right. Why does it feel like humans are about to face a huge crisis and are urgently carrying out the Fire Inheritance? Something extremely important must have happened for the Alliance to allow me to learn all the secret manuals for free. As Chu Zhou thought about this, he inexplicably felt a huge sense of urgency. He seemed to have seen an unknown terrifying dark cloud that was about to shroud the entire world. He tried to ask Council member Hong Shui again, hoping that she would reveal some information. Unfortunately, Council member Hong Shui was tight-lipped and didn't say anything. He even reminded him not to tell anyone that he could learn all the secret manuals for free. "Even though I don't know what's going to happen, being able to learn all the secret manuals in the Martial Artist Mall for free is a huge opportunity for me when I return to the supply base." 111 Download all the secret manuals in the Martial Artist Mall immediately. Chu Zhou thought to himself. Soon, the dark red triangular fighter jet appeared at the large martial artist supply base in the south of the Guangdong Sea area again. After Chu Zhou alighted from the triangular fighter jet, he briefly greeted some martial artists he knew in the base and immediately returned to his residence. Then, he immediately clicked on his communications watch and logged into the Martial Artist Mall through his martial artist account. He opened the secret manual purchase page. Black Dragon Breathing Technique, Category, Breathing Technique. Evaluation, SSS rank. Price, 2 billion Alliance dollars. Requirement, 4-star contribution points. Chu Zhou tapped on the door tentatively. A notification popped up. Hint, Mr. Chu Zhou, you can download the entire Black Dragon breathing technique for free. Do you want to download it? This should be the function of booking a room for me. Chu Zhou looked at the notification box and thought to himself. In order to prevent the secret manuals from being leaked illegally, the Alliance usually could not download the secret manuals online. They could only buy physical books. Now, he could download it directly. Obviously, This was the function of the alliance to book a room for him alone. Without any hesitation, he chose to download it. Soon, the entire Black Dragon breathing technique was downloaded. Then, he continued to download the Solar breathing technique, Big Dream breathing technique, Moonlight breathing technique, Lightning breathing technique, and other secret manuals. Chu Zhou was afraid that the alliance would suddenly go back on their word and revoke his privileges. Therefore, he downloaded one secret manual after another at the fastest speed possible. Just as Chu Zhou was busy downloading secret manuals from the martial artist mall, Hong Shui also contacted the Battleaxe Martial Arts School headquarters on the triangular fighter jet. In the Battleaxe base city, a majestic figure stood on the seaside, but his entire body emitted a terrifying aura, like an ancient demon god. His bronze skin flickered with a dazzling luster, and his legs made his majestic body look like it could support the starry sky. The scarlet windbreaker he wore fluttered in the wind, and his palms were broad and wide, as if they contained the most terrifying power in the world. What was most touching was that he was like an ocean filled with hidden surging waves. There was silence in his movements, but there was movement in his silence. It was impossible to sense his movements. His black hair was like steel needles that pierced into the sky. His handsome and ancient face was like a flawless person made of bronze. Just by looking at him, one would never forget him and would feel fear in their hearts. Eyeless tall and straight nose was embedded with a pair of eyes that were filled with demonic charm, cold, and high-spirited. However, he did not reveal the changes in his emotions and feelings, making people feel that he could destroy anyone or anything at any time. He would not feel any guilt after that. Suddenly, a three-dimensional projection of Hong Shui appeared before his eyes. Supervisor, Chu Zhou's assessment in Ruin No. 5 has ended. He only underwent the assessment for 2 days before it ended. I wonder if he gave up on himself or if something happened. Hong Shui reported. 2 days. Dragon nodded calmly. By the way, I also told him that he can download all the secret manuals in the martial artist mall for free. As Hong Shui spoke, he hesitated for a moment and said, Supervisor, even though I know that you value him very much, isn't the privilege you gave him too much? Dragon smiled calmly. Too much? No. He's qualified. After ending the contact with Hong Shui, Dragon looked up in the direction of the Guangdong base city. Old friend, it's time we met again. With that, his figure instantly disappeared. Chapter 219, Dragon, 1. Dragon Bay Gardens, Zhang City. Late at night. Suddenly, an ancient, noble, and profound fluctuation erupted from Chu Zhou's villa, covering half of Zhang City. At the same time, the sky above Dragon Bay Gardens suddenly darkened. All light seemed to be instantly stripped away by some power. An ancient and vast starry sky appeared with billions of stars blinking. Endless starlight gathered into a terrifying torrent of starlight that descended from the 9 heavens and enveloped Chu Zhou's villa. What? What's going on? That's Chu Zhou's villa? Could Chu Zhou have returned home and cultivated at home, causing such a phenomenon? All the martial artists and family members of the martial artists in Dragon Bay Gardens, as well as many people in Zhang City, were alarmed and looked at Chu Zhou's family. This is a phenomenon of the awakening of the god race's bloodline. Damn it, could it be that other than Chu Zhou, someone else has also awakened the god race's bloodline? Chu Zhou has another sister. Since Chu Zhou can awaken the bloodline of the god race, so can his sister. Sir asked us to monitor Chu Zhou's house closely during this period of time. Could it be that you guessed that such a situation would happen? Report the situation to the Lord as soon as possible. Ask him what to do next. On the roof of a residential building near Dragon Bay Gardens, more than 10 members of the New Moon organization in silver cloaks looked at Chu Zhou's villa, which was drowned by the torrent of starlight. Their faces were filled with seriousness and shock. At Chu Zhou's house. Dad, look, there's a silver wing on my back like Big Brother's. Chu Yu floated in midair and gently flapped the silver wings that were covered in various mysterious runes on her back. Feeling the powerful power contained in this pair of silver wings, her face was filled with joy. New Moon bloodline, Xiao has also awakened it. Chu Donglei looked at the silver wings behind Chu Yu and a trace of nostalgia flashed across his face. Another group of rats. Suddenly, Chu Donglei's expression changed slightly, and his figure instantly disappeared from his home. The next moment, the sound of something heavy falling to the ground could be heard from the villa. Outside the villa, there were already more than 10 corpses draped in silver cloaks. Chu Donglei was standing expressionlessly in the middle of these corpses. These bodies belonged to the members of the New Moon organization. At this moment, Chu Zhou's villa and its surroundings were enveloped and distorted by a powerful force field, causing the many martial artists and family members who were watching Chu Zhou's villa to be unable to see the situation inside. Otherwise, those martial artists and their family members would definitely be extremely shocked when they saw more than 10 New Moon organizations suddenly attack Chu Zhou's family and be instantly killed by the ordinary person in their eyes, Chu Donglei. One haven't seen you for so many years. I wonder if you've turned into a dragon. Chu Donglei put his hands in his pockets and exuded a lazy and nonchalant aura. He looked at the void indifferently and said, I haven't seen you for so many years, but your personality is still as bad as ever. A majestic figure slowly appeared from the void. A terrifying aura naturally spread out from his body. This was Dragon. When Chu Donglei heard Dragon's evaluation of him, he only smiled disdainfully. Old friend, you should know why I'm here, right? The Dragon said calmly. I know, but it's none of my business. Chu Donglei said casually. The New Moon organization and the Earth organization are restless. The Emperor-level beasts in the depths of the ocean are also restless. Also, many forces and families in the human race are also restless. The situation is very complicated. The top combat power of the human race is severely insufficient. Dragon said restlessly. Chu Donglei sneered. If you hadn't been soft-hearted and persuaded me to stop, I would have killed all the restless forces and clans in the human race last time. Then, I would have cut off the New Moon organization and the Earth organization that had reached into the hands of the human race. How could there be so many problems now? What do you mean by we're all humans and it's not appropriate to kill each other? What New Moon organization and Earth organization are not suitable for excessive anger? Otherwise, we'll be exterminated. In my opinion, they're all bullshit. If we kill them all the problems will be resolved. Dragon smiled bitterly. You're still so extreme. There are many problems that can't be solved by killing alone. Besides, if we really do as you say, not to mention whether we can win, even if we win in the end, how many humans will be left? Can we have 1 million? As long as we don't completely exterminate the clan, it's fine as long as there are seeds left. Otherwise, if we don't completely resolve the fundamental problem, we will never be able to resolve the crisis and will forever be harvested by others. Chu Donglei said coldly. In his deep eyes, there was an extremely dense demonic nature that was surging, as if it wanted to devour the entire world. Donglei, I can't do it. Dragon sighed deeply. You might be right, but I can't watch 99% of the humans sacrifice themselves for the final victory. You're indecisive, therefore you've always been an insect, not a dragon, Chu Donglei said sarcastically. Forget it, what does this have to do with me? I'm just an ordinary father with 2 children now, as long as my 2 children are fine. As for the rest, even if the world is destroyed, what does it have to do with me? He said indifferently. Dragon smiled and looked up at the villa that was still drowned by the torrent of starlight. The tree wants peace, but the wind doesn't stop. Donglei, I don't think you can continue to enjoy a peaceful life. Chapter 220, Dragon, 2. Your daughter has also awakened the New Moon bloodline. Do you think the New Moon organization will let your daughter off? Also, your son, Chu Zhou, has also awakened the New Moon bloodline. The New Moon organization can't ignore it. Other than the New Moon organization, the Earth organization probably doesn't want to see the existence of the New Moon bloodline. In addition, I reckon that the enemies you offended already know about your relationship with Chu Zhou. Will they let Chu Zhou off? Can you really ignore him? Dragon looked at Chu Donglei playfully as he spoke. Chu Donglei's face was filled with black lines. He said one word to Dragon, scram. In an instant, a terrifying destructive power surged out of his body like a tsunami and devoured the dragon. Dragon smiled, turned into a shadow, and disappeared. Chu Donglei looked at the disappearing dragon, then looked at the corpses of more than 10 New Moon members under his feet, and then at the villa that was drowned by the torrent of starlight. An extremely cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. I hope you won't force me. Otherwise, I don't mind turning the human world into hell again. In the supply base. After a whole day, Chu Zhou finally downloaded all the secret manuals in the martial artist mall. All the secret manuals in the martial artist mall are in my hands. This is equivalent to the essence of the entire human martial arts being grasped by me. Chu Zhou let out a long breath, his eyes shining. Even though he had the attribute board and could directly deduce upgraded cultivation techniques and combat techniques, this was only limited to the cultivation techniques and combat techniques he chose. This did not mean that he did not need to dabble in other cultivation techniques and combat techniques. To a martial artist, the more martial arts knowledge he accumulated, the better. This was beneficial for him to go further. The fastest way to accumulate martial arts knowledge was to comprehend secret manuals. Now, he had all the secret manuals in the martial artist mall. As long as he continued to comprehend and analyze these secret manuals, his martial arts knowledge would naturally increase, and his martial arts foundation would also become deeper and deeper. This would undoubtedly be of great benefit to him if he wanted to go further in the future. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, his communications watch rang. Big brother, look, what's behind me? Chu Yu's figure appeared in front of Chu Zhou. She even turned her body smugly and showed Chu Zhou the pair of silver wings behind her. Xiaowu, you've awakened the new moon bloodline. Chu Zhou's eyes widened slightly as he said in surprise. Hehe, that's right, big brother. I've even advanced to an awakening realm martial artist. Chu Yu said with a face full of pride. She raised her chin slightly, as if she was saying, ain't I good? Hurry up and praise me. Wait for me at home. Don't go anywhere. I'll go home immediately. With that, Chu Zhou rushed out of the room and soared into the sky. He turned into a stream of light and flew towards Zhang City. Half an hour later, Chu Zhou returned to the Dragon Bay Villa. Chu Zhou, why are you outside? We thought that the phenomenon just now was caused by you. In the Dragon Bay Gardens, many martial artists said in surprise when they saw Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou was slightly stunned before he reacted. He smiled and said, the phenomenon just now was indeed caused by me activating the bloodline power in my body. However, when everyone's attention was on my house, I rushed into the dark sky and flew outside. The New Moon bloodline was the supreme bloodline of the New Moon organization. It was of great importance. It was best not to expose the fact that his sister had awakened the New Moon bloodline. Therefore, he said that the phenomenon just now was caused by him. I see. The many martial artists in Dragon Bay Gardens basically accepted Chu Zhou's explanation. After Chu Zhou greeted the many martial artists in Dragon Bay Gardens, he walked into his villa. Swoosh! In an instant, an extremely fast after-image appeared in front of Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou smiled and reached out with his right hand at lightning speed. He grabbed the clothes at the back of the after-image's neck and lifted him into the air. Big brother, you're so boring. You don't even know how to give in to me. Chu Yu mumbled as she danced. Chu Zhou seriously observed the pair of silver wings on his sister's back. He looked at the mysterious runes spinning on them and sighed. Xiaowu, your bloodline talent is stronger than mine. I also spent a lot of effort to completely awaken the New Moon bloodline. But you completely awakened the New Moon bloodline. Really? So I'm that powerful? In that case, wouldn't one be able to surpass you very soon, big brother? Chu Yu blinked her eyes and thought with longing. Chu Zhou could not help but laugh. He knocked Chu Yu's head. Your big bro is the champion of the Global Human Genius competition. If you want to woo your big bro, you can do it in your dreams. As he spoke, he put Chu Yu down. Humph, stinky big brother, don't be arrogant. I'm also an awakening realm martial artist now. I might catch up to you soon. Chu Yu was obviously very dissatisfied with Chu Zhou's explanation and shouted. Chu Zhou ignored his excited sister, Chu Yu. He found his father and walked over to sit on the sofa beside him. Dad, now that Xiaowu has awakened the New Moon bloodline and has become an awakening realm martial artist, it can be said that we siblings have grown up. It's time for you to tell us what secrets you're hiding. Chu Zhou stared deeply into his father Chu Donglei's eyes. Chu Donglei only glanced at Chu Zhou indifferently and said, I'm waiting for someone. When she comes, I'll let her tell you. Who is it? Chu Zhou asked curiously. You'll know when she comes. Chu Donglei didn't say it out loud. Half a day later, a dark purple triangular fighter jet slowly landed on the grassland of the Dragon Bay Gardens, shocking all the martial artists and their families. Tisk, are these the legendary smart fighter jets? It seems that only experts above the king level are qualified? Could it be that a king or martial god has relocated to our Dragon Bay Gardens? The martial artists and family members of the martial artists in the Dragon Bay Gardens looked at the triangular fighter jet on the grassland in awe and fanaticism. Chu Zhou's family also heard the sound of the triangular fighter jets descending. They walked out of their houses and looked at the triangular fighter jets on the grass. This triangular fighter jet is twice as big as Council Member Hong Shui's triangular fighter jet. It looks even more mighty and domineering. Could this be a primordial tier triangular fighter jet? Chu Zhou's heart skipped a beat looking at the dark purple triangular fighter jet. Generally speaking, King Realm experts could only order King tier fighter jets. Martial gods, on the other hand, could also order Universe tier fighter jets other than King tier fighter jets. As for the primordial tier fighter jets, there were less than 10 of them in the world. It was extremely difficult to manufacture them, and the cost of manufacturing them was also frighteningly high. Even normal martial gods did not have the qualifications to order them. Only the strongest martial gods were qualified to place an order. Then, there was now a supreme expert who had descended to their Dragon Bay Gardens? At the thought of this, Chu Zhou looked at the dark purple triangular fighter jet curiously, wanting to see which supreme expert had descended. Chu Donglei was very calm. After seeing the triangular fighter jet, he said to Chu Zhou, "She's here." Chu Zhou was slightly shocked when he heard that. Could it be that the person his father was waiting for was a supreme expert? At this moment, a peerless beauty alighted from the triangular fighter jet. This was a woman who looked to be in her 30s. She had a strong scholarly and artistic aura, as if she was a cultured person. Her lively eyes seemed to hide endless wisdom. In the Dragon Bay Gardens, many martial artists and their families felt ashamed of their inferiority the moment they saw this woman. The woman slowly walked towards Chu Zhou and the others and quickly arrived in front of them. "Second brother. It's been many years," the woman said to Chu Donglei with a smile. Let's talk at home." Chu Donglei nodded indifferently and brought the woman into the house. Chu Zhou and Chu Yu looked at each other. The siblings were stunned. That woman called their father second brother. Wouldn't that mean that this woman is my aunt? But when did Dad have a younger sister? Why hasn't he mentioned her before? At this moment, Chu Zhou and Chu Yu's minds were in a mess. They suddenly realized that their father was hiding so many secrets. Chapter 221, Chu Donglei's Past. 1. Dragon Bay Gardens. Chu Zhou and Chu Yu looted at each other. This was the first time they knew that they had an aunt in their lives. They returned home with deep doubts. "Little Zhou, Xiaowu, this is your aunt, Chu Kinga." In the hall, Chu Donglei pointed at the peerless woman and said to Chu Zhou and Chu Yu, "Aunt? Aunt?" Chu Zhou and his sister greeted Chu Kinga politely. A gentle smile appeared on Chu Kinga's face. "In the blink of an eye, you siblings have grown up. Speaking of which, I was there when you and your brother were born." Chu Zhou and his sister were shocked and looked at their father, Chu Donglei, in confusion. Especially Chu Zhou. He was also present when his younger sister, Chu Yu, was born. He remembered that he did not see his aunt, Chu Kinga. Chu Donglei seemed to know what Chu Zhou and his sister were thinking and said, "Your aunt was indeed present when you were born. Xiao Zhou, you might be wondering why you didn't see your aunt when Xiao was born. Actually, she was present, but you couldn't see her." Chu Zhou immediately understood when he heard his father's words. If a supreme existence like Chu Kinga deliberately hid herself, other than existences of the same level or stronger, it was very likely that you would not be able to sense her existence even if she stood in front of you. Therefore, it was normal for Chu Zhou not to notice Chu Kinga's existence at that time. "Little Zhou, Xiaowu, I know you have a lot of doubts in your hearts. Go ahead and ask today. I'll answer them all." Chu Kinga chuckled. Chu Zhou took a deep breath and said, "Since Auntie has said so, I'll ask. Auntie, and Dad, where did you come from?" "Auntie, you called my father. Second brother, so you must have a big brother. In that case, you should be from a large family, right?" Little Zhou's sensitivity is not bad. Chu Kinga praised and said calmly, "We do come from a large family. You should all know the number one family in the Jinghua base city, the Chu family, right? The two of us are from the Chu family." "What? The Chu family of the Jinghua base city? Chu Yu's big eyes instantly widened, and she said with a strange expression, that Chu Lan who was defeated by Big Brother seems to be from the Chu family of the Jinghua base city. In that case, aren't we relatives with him? Chu Zhou was also slightly stunned when he heard this. A strange expression appeared on his face. Chu Kinga glanced at Chu Zhou and his sister and chuckled. Chu Lan is your uncle's son, which means he's your cousin. Little Zhou, you taught Chu Lan a harsh lesson in the Global Human Genius competition. You stepped on his face and even crushed him. Chu Lan has always been arrogant and self-proclaimed to be number one among his peers. In the end, he was defeated by you like this in the finals. I'm afraid he's very aggrieved and angry. Chu Kinga smiled playfully. This made Chu Zhou and Chu Yu even stranger. Why didn't Chu Kinga care that Chu Lan had suffered a crushing defeat at Chu Zhou's hands in a humiliating manner? It was even done in a very playful way. Auntie, Chu Lan was beaten up miserably by my big brother in the finals. Why don't you seem to care at all? Chu Yu could not help but ask. That little guy is so good that he doesn't want to learn. Instead, he learned from his father, who is immersed in scheming all day long. He's full of bad ideas and is arrogant and unruly. It's good to be taught a lesson by little Zhou. Chu Kinga said calmly. But that little guy is very petty and holds grudges. He definitely won't let it go just like that. Little Zhou, you have to be careful of his revenge. Chu Kinga looked at Chu Zhou and reminded him. Chu Zhou nodded slightly. And, can you tell me about my father's past? My father never told us. Chu Zhou asked again. Second brother. Chu Kinga looked at Chu Donglei. They've already grown up and awakened the new moon bloodline. Since they want to know, tell them. Chu Donglei said expressionlessly. His gaze was as deep as the sea, making it impossible to tell what he wanted to do. Yes, I'll tell you since second brother doesn't care about that. Chu Kinga looked at the curious Chu Zhou and Chu Yu and pondered for a moment before saying. How should I put it? Second brother's past is too interesting. I'll pick up some important things. And, tell me quickly. Chu Yu blinked her big eyes and urged impatiently. Your father is the previous patriarch of the Chu family, your grandfather's second son. He has been extremely monstrous since he was young. His cultivation speed is lightning fast. No matter what cultivation technique or combat technique he cultivates, he can master it quickly. Other people need a few years or more to successfully cultivate a profound cultivation technique and combat technique, but he usually only needs a dozen days or less than a month. Therefore, at that time, second brother was known as the number one monster in the world. Even the dragon, sun god Sol, and Chang'e Saha of the same period were inferior to him. Was father so powerful back then? Chu Zhou and his sister gasped. They secretly glanced at their father, but his expression was still as calm as water, as if Chu Kinga was not talking about him. Chu Kinga continued, originally, according to normal trajectories, your father might eventually become a hero like the dragon, sun god Sol, and Chang'e Saha to protect all of humanity. However, an accident happened. Back then, humans suddenly fell into a huge crisis. If it was not handled well, the entire human race might be destroyed. Chapter 222, Chu Donglei's Past. 2. At that time, the human race was troubled by internal and external troubles. At the request of the dragon, second brother took action. In 10 days, second brother bathed all the families and forces in the world who wanted to rebel in blood. More than 30 martial gods and more than 100 kings died at second brother's hands. There were countless other martial artists. It shocked the world. If the dragon hadn't persuaded second brother to stop, I'm afraid more people would have died. Chu Zhou and his sister were stunned. He could not say a word. They looked at their ordinary father and could not imagine that his father was actually such a terrifying figure back then. Second brother has killed too many people. Even though many people deserve to be killed, second brother still makes countless people in the world fear him, and even reject him. However, out of fear of second brother's strength, no one dared to provoke him head-on. They only secretly called him a demonic human. Chu Kinga's words stirred Chu Zhou and his sister's hearts again. The legendary tier demonic human was actually their father. Similarly, second brother's actions have also hindered the two mastermind organizations, the New Moon Organization and the Earth Organization, that have controlled humans for many years. These two organizations have sent a large number of experts to deal with second brother. And the leader of the people sent by the New Moon organization is the New Moon Holy Maiden, Suluan Feng. Who would have thought that second brother would actually become husband and wife with the New Moon Holy Maiden, Suluan Feng? As for second brother's union with your mother, it was opposed by countless human experts and even the New Moon organization. In particular, many of second brother's enemies came out to criticize him for betraying the human race. It can be said that second brother was the enemy of the world back then. However, second brother doesn't care. He insisted on being with your mother until you two were born. Then, a conspiracy against second brother suddenly started. Not only did the New Moon organization take action, even the Earth organization also took action. Many powerful families and forces of the human race also took action. Most importantly, the Chu family also played a disgraceful role. That night, blood flowed in Jinghua City. Your father killed his way through the entire city and stepped on the corpses of countless experts. He brought your mother and little Zhou out of Jinghua City. However, those pursuers still didn't give up and continued to pursue your family. Second brother also went crazy and washed the world with blood again, causing countless powerful families and organizations to be destroyed. All the strongholds of the New Moon organization and Earth organization in the human race were also destroyed. It caused the world to fall into a trembling state again. I'm not so sure about what happened after that. You have to ask second brother yourself. I only know that your mother suddenly disappeared after Xiao was born. Second brother has also been living in seclusion in Zhang City with you. Chu Kinga finished speaking. However, Chu Zhou and Chu Yu fell into a long period of shock. They had always thought that their father was an ordinary person. He never expected his father to be so powerful. He did not expect his father to have such a glorious and terrifying experience. They slowly woke up after a long time. Dad, what happened after that? Why did my mother suddenly disappear? Chu Zhou stared into his father's eyes and asked. Chu Yu also looked at her father curiously. She had never seen her mother since she was young. Every time she saw that the other children had a mother, she would wonder why she did not have a mother. She also wanted to know where her mother was. Chu Donglei glanced at Chu Zhou and his sister indifferently and said, "You know enough today. If you want to know more, find the answer yourself." With that, his figure disappeared into thin air. I actually didn't notice how father left. Chu Zhou's heart trembled. He was already a 4 Nirvana boundary realm martial artist after all, but he actually did not sense how his father left. From this, it could be seen that his father's strength far exceeded his imagination. Sigh, Dad didn't say anything. Chu Yu pouted and complained. Chu Kinga reached out and stroked Chu Yu's little head. She smiled and said, "Xiao, your father must have his difficulties if he doesn't tell you. Perhaps there are some things that you don't know yet." With that, her figure disappeared into thin air. Even though Dad still hasn't said anything, but Aunt has revealed enough information today. So Dad is actually from the Chu family in the Jinghua base city. And Mom is from the New Moon organization, and she's the New Moon Saintess. It seems that little sister and I inherited our New Moon bloodline from Mom. Then, if I want to understand more about Mom and Dad in the future, I can start with the Chu family and the New Moon organization. Chu Zhou thought to himself. On the roof of the villa, Chu Donglei looked into the distance, his gaze deep and complicated. No one knew what he was thinking. Chu Kinga appeared behind Chu Donglei. She could not help but feel her heart ache when she saw Chu Donglei's desolate figure. Her second brother should have been the most famous hero of humankind, but he had accidentally walked the path of becoming the enemy of the entire world. He had clearly made an indelible contribution to humankind, but he had been forgotten by countless people. Second brother, have you ever thought of returning to the Chu family? Chu Kinga walked to Chu Donglei's side and said with a smile. Why should we go back? Should we go back and kill all the people we don't like? Chu Donglei said expressionlessly. Chapter 223, Chu Donglei's Past. 3. Chu Kinga's expression stiffened slightly, and she revealed a bitter smile. Second brother, you haven't changed after so many years. Chu Donglei, aren't you the same? Otherwise, you wouldn't have not returned to the Chu family for so many years. That's right, neither of us has changed. Chu Kinga sighed deeply. By the way, second brother, the situation is the same as before. It's even more dangerous than before. The dragon should be here to look for you, right? I'm here. It's just. What this world is like has nothing to do with me anymore. I don't want to care anymore. As Chu Donglei spoke, he suddenly looked deeply at Chu Kinga and said. Dragon has been alone all these years. You should know his feelings for you, right? Even though he's still a worm in my eyes after so many years, he's actually not bad. You can consider it. It's a little lonely to live alone in this world. Chu Kinga flicked her beautiful hair and said calmly, what can I do if fate isn't good enough? Chu Donglei shook his head and did not continue this topic. Second brother, you asked me to come over this time because of Xiaowu, right? Xiaowu has awakened the new moon bloodline, but she doesn't have the ability to protect herself like Xiao Zhou. And you've waited for so many years. You probably can't help but want to look for sister-in-law. In that case, Xiaowu's safety will be a problem. Therefore, you asked me to come over. Am I right? Chu Kinga analyzed. Chu Donglei nodded. Your analysis is right. I'll leave Xiaowu in your care for the next few years. With you taking care of Xiaowu, even the New Moon Organization and the Earth Organization won't dare to casually attack her. No problem. I can bring Xiaowu back to my base city. But what about Xiao Zhou? Even though he's a boundary realm martial artist, the enemies he's going to face next are also very powerful. Do you want me to bring Xiao Zhou with me? No need. I have other plans for him. What? Aunt wants to bring Xiaowu out of Zhang City? Dad, you want to leave Zhang City too? When he heard his father, Chu Donglei, and aunt, Chu Kinga's decision, Chu Zhou was stunned. No, I don't want to leave this place. I want to stay by Big Brother's side. Chu Yu was about to cry as she protested. You can't stay at home all the time if you want to cultivate. I have to go out to do something too. We have many enemies and are all very powerful. It's too dangerous for Xiaowu to stay at home alone. It's the safest as long as you stay by her aunt's side. Chu Donglei stared deeply into Chu Zhou's eyes and said seriously. Chu Zhou, Xiaowu has also awakened the New Moon bloodline. The New Moon Organization will definitely not allow the New Moon bloodline to leak out. The Earth Organization also doesn't want to see the New Moon bloodline appear again. There are many other factions and experts who are also coveting the New Moon bloodline. Therefore, Xiaowu's current situation is actually very dangerous. I'll take her away. This is the safest way. Safety first. Chu Kinga also said. Chu Zhou fell silent. Even though he could not bear to let his sister leave. Ever since he found out about his father's life, he knew that his family had many enemies and that they were all very powerful. It would be fine if his unfathomable father was around. If his father went out, Chu Zhou might not be able to protect his sister. He actually had a faint guess about his father's motive for going out. He knew that he could not stop him. All right. In the end, Chu Zhou nodded. Chu Yu had been smart since she was young. After hearing her father and aunt's analysis, she knew that it was best to leave with her aunt. Otherwise, she might become a burden to her brother. Therefore, he stopped resisting. Big brother, you have to remember me even if I leave. You have to video chat with me often. And, Chu Yu hugged her big brother reluctantly and made him promise all sorts of things. Okay. Chu Zhou agreed to all of them. The next day, Chu Kinga left with Chu Yu. Then, his father, Chu Donglei, disappeared silently after greeting him. Chu Zhou was the only one left in the Chu family. Strength, I need more strength. Chu Zhou clenched his fists as he looked at his empty home. Chapter 224, Invasion of the Green Tide, A Great Change Arrives. 1. Dragon Bay Gardens. At Chu Zhou's house. Chu Zhou sat cross-legged in the cultivation hall on the second floor and opened his attribute board. Name, Chu Zhou, 4th Nirvana Boundary Realm Martial Artist, 77,000 Life Field Energy. Attribute Points, 8.4 million. Physical Nirvana, 1 Nirvana, unupgradable. Spirit Nirvana, 3 Nirvanas, unupgradable. New Moon Bloodline, Wings 100%, unupgradable. Repulsion, Profound 0.01%, upgradable. Incinerating Fire, Profound 1%, unupgradable. Tremor Punch, Profound 1%, unupgradable. Rainstorm, profound 1%, unupgradable. Black hole breathing technique, SSS tier level 1, unupgradable. World destruction, SSS tier level 7, unupgradable. Extreme titanium golden body, S tier level 7, heaven extreme body, unupgradable. Phantom, SSS tier level 100, unupgradable. Treasure pagoda meditation technique, SSS tier level 12, 360 relics, unupgradable. He looked at the information on his attribute board seriously. Currently, all the projects have basically reached a limit. It's time to consider cultivating the elemental system. Sun God Soul is the strongest elemental system martial artist in the world. Coincidentally, I also have the solar breathing technique and the Sun Gold scripture that he created. Coincidentally, I've also comprehended 1% of the flame of Inferno, profound. I have a natural advantage when cultivating fire elemental cultivation combat techniques like the solar breathing technique and the Sun Gold scripture. I've decided. I'll cultivate the solar breathing technique and the Sun Gold scripture. Perhaps it's better to integrate the solar breathing technique into the black hole breathing technique. Chu Zhou muttered to himself and immediately clicked on his communications watch. He opened the solar breathing technique and the Sun Gold scripture and read them carefully. He was a boundary realm big shot after all. He quickly understood the basic content of the solar breathing technique and the Sun Gold scripture. However, he did not directly cultivate the solar breathing technique. Instead, he gave the attribute board instructions to integrate the solar breathing technique into the black hole breathing technique and optimize and upgrade it. Soon, the attribute board shook violently. The words black hole breathing technique and solar breathing technique automatically appeared in Chu Zhou's mind. The two SSS tier breathing techniques quickly fused in his mind. Soon, a brand new black hole breathing technique appeared in Chu Zhou's mind. This brand new black hole breathing technique not only took into account the characteristics of the black hole that devoured everything, but it also took into account the characteristics of the sun. This time, it was only the fusion and optimization of the cultivation method of the breathing technique. Therefore, the black hole breathing technique was still at the first level. However, it became even more mysterious. This time, it also consumed 5 million attribute points from Chu Zhou and he still had 3.4 million attribute points left. I only have 3.4 million attribute points left. Fortunately, there are about 1,205 tons of commander-level monster meat and 650 tons of control realm arrow eagle meat in my internal space. From this day onwards, Chu Zhou ate a large amount of monster meat while cultivating the brand new black hole breathing technique and the Sun Gold scripture. At the same time, he kept using his attribute board to accelerate his progress. This was because he had already mastered 1% of the incinerating fire, profound. When cultivating the sun part of the black hole breathing technique and comprehending the Sun Gold scripture, he could achieve twice the result with half the effort and save a large number of attribute points. 10 days later, Chu Zhou sat cross-legged on a desolate mountain near Zhang City. Vast golden flames suddenly appeared on his body, and he seemed to have turned into a dazzling sun. An intense sunstorm erupted from his body. The barren mountain under him melted into surging magma at a speed visible to the naked eye. The sun crystal core has been condensed. Chu Zhou looked into his body. In his abdomen, which was his danshan, there was an additional crystal core that emitted a resplendent light, like a small sun. The warm power of the sun flowed in his body. Attribute points, 4 million. Sun crystal core, 10%. This was because Chu Zhou was already a boundary realm martial artist. Moreover, he had not consumed many attribute points when cultivating the brand new black hole breathing technique and the Sun Gold scripture. Therefore, he had only consumed a few 100,000 attribute points this time. His total attribute points had increased to 4 million because he ate monster meat every day. Upgrade the Sun Crystal Core. Chu Zhou had an idea. His attribute board immediately flashed. A mysterious energy suddenly appeared in his body and was instilled into the dazzling Sun Crystal Core, making it become more and more dazzling. Chu Zhou's entire body also emitted violent sunlight, illuminating the earth within a radius of more than 10 kilometers. The area within a radius of more than 10 kilometers seemed to have become a huge furnace. The water on the ground evaporated quickly, and the water in the lake decreased at a speed visible to the naked eye. A large number of plants withered, and finally, countless plants burned with flames soaring into the sky. Sun Crystal Core, 100%. Continue, one step at a time. Chu Zhou muttered to himself and took out 20 tons of commander-level monster meat. Then, with a thought, a black hole with a radius of 1 meter suddenly appeared and swallowed all 20 tons of commander-level monster meat. 20 tons of commander-level monster meat quickly turned into a majestic energy torrent in the black hole and rushed into Chu Zhou's body. Chapter 225, Invasion of the Green Tide, A Great Change Arrives. 2. The method for elemental system martial artists to advance to the boundary realm was actually similar to the method for super body system martial artists to advance to the boundary realm. Both used the energy core as the center to build a new energy circulation system in their bodies. Chu Zhou was experienced in this aspect. He controlled the surging energy torrent to surge into the sun crystal core. The sun crystal core shook with a bang and immediately extended lines of fire. He controlled the lines of fire to gradually spread throughout his entire body and weave into a net, connecting to all the cells and organs in his body. Soon, a brand new energy system was formed. Chu Zhou's body shook with a bang. His hair stood on end, and his aura rose rapidly. A circle of golden flames suddenly spread from his body, forming a ring of flames dozens of kilometers in diameter. Wherever the ring of fire passed, the forest automatically burned, and the earth melted into magma. Many of the monsters living here turned into charred corpses before they could escape. Elemental Nirvana, 1%. At this moment, Chu Zhou had also become a boundary realm elemental system martial artist. However, Chu Zhou still did not stop leveling up. He still had 4 million attribute points on him, enough to complete an elemental Nirvana. Increase elemental Nirvana. He continued to give orders to the attribute board. Not long after, Chu Zhou completely turned into a small golden sun. Waves of sun storms kept whistling out of his body. The area within a radius of more than 10 kilometers completely turned into a boiling sea of magma. A moment later, everything calmed down. Name, Chu Zhou, 5 Nirvana Boundary Realm Martial Artist, Life Field Energy 87,000, plus 10,000. Attribute Points, 1 million. Physical Nirvana, 1 Nirvana, unupgradable. Elemental Nirvana, 1 Nirvana, unupgradable. Spirit Nirvana, 3 Nirvanas, unupgradable. After 5 Nirvanas, I feel that the threshold of a king is even clearer. Chu Zhou muttered to himself. He felt the increase in strength in his body and was overjoyed. He had a feeling that even if he tried to break through to the king realm now, he had a success rate of more than 70%. However, this success rate was still not safe enough in Chu Zhou's opinion. Breaking through to the king realm involved a deep change in the gene chain. If he failed, the consequences would be very serious. It was very likely to cause the gene chain to collapse and he would die. Therefore, in Chu Zhou's opinion, it was a risk not to reach 99% success. He did not want to take the risk. In addition, the deeper the accumulation at the boundary realm, the stronger his strength and potential would be after advancing to the king realm. Therefore, even if he could 100% advance to the king realm now, he would not choose to advance immediately. He would continue to undergo nirvana and continuously increase the number of nirvanas. He would only choose to advance to the king realm after he could no longer continue undergoing nirvana. My life force has already reached 87,000. I'm only 13,000 away from reaching the standard of a beginner king realm expert. I wonder how far I'm from becoming a true king with my current strength. Chu Zhou muttered to himself. He took a step in the void and returned to Zhang City. Not long after Chu Zhou left, magma gush suddenly surged in the boiling magma sea, as if a huge creature was swimming in it. Suddenly, huge roots crawled out of the boiling magma sea. What was shocking was that the huge roots vaguely took on the shape of dragons. They were like flood dragons, rolling in the magma sea and were not afraid of the magma at all. Soon, the entire magma sea was submerged by countless dragon-like roots. In Zhang City. At the corner of the city, on the top of a ruined building, 4 young men with extraordinary auras stood. Behind them stood hundreds of figures in black suits. The chief said that the green tide will invade all the cities in the world today. This is also our Shadow Alliance's opportunity. Ha ha ha, this city will belong to our Shadow Alliance after today. Actually, I can settle this city alone. There's no need for the 3 of you to come. Qin Long glanced at the other 3 young men beside him and said. Heh, Qin Long, this is because the higher UPS of the organization don't trust your ability. Otherwise, why would the 3 of us make a trip? A shark-faced man said coldly, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth. Li Hai is right. The organization asked you to take down Chu Zhou, but you didn't succeed. Your ability is worthy of doubt. Otherwise, why would the 3 of us be here? The person who said this was a young man with shoulder-length green hair. I didn't want to come here either. Unfortunately, this is an order from the organization. Subai sighed secretly. To be honest, he really did not want to come to Zhang City again. It was just that he could not disobey the order of the organization. Fortunately, that person seemed to have left Zhang City. This made him heave a sigh of relief. Otherwise, he could only think of a way to escape. I really want to kill the 3 of you. Qin Long glanced at the 3 young men beside him with a knife-like gaze and said coldly. However, the other 3 did not care. If anyone who knew their identities was here, they would definitely be shocked. The 4 of them were the 4 famous young masters of the Shadow Alliance, Poison Dragon Qin Long, Silver Fox Subai, Demon Shark Li Hai, and Green Lion Yan Dongshu. Without a doubt, the 4 young masters of the Shadow Alliance had actually appeared in a satellite city at the same time. They were definitely up to something big. After Chu Zhou returned home, he sat on the sofa to rest. At the same time, he was choosing the cultivation techniques and combat techniques he would cultivate next. Chapter 226, The Invasion of the Green Tide, A Great Change Arrives. 3. He had also comprehended 1% of the rainstorm, profound. In that case, if he unintentionally chose the most suitable cultivation technique and combat technique to cultivate water element, he would cultivate the related cultivation technique and combat technique to the boundary realm as soon as possible and save a large number of attribute points. However, just as Chu Zhou fell into deep thought, there was suddenly an earthquake. Rumble. The entire villa suddenly shook violently. The chandelier was also shaking, and all the furniture was trembling violently. Moreover, the tremor became more and more intense. If this continued, the entire villa would probably crack. An earthquake. Chu Zhou frowned and immediately released a surging origin power that wrapped around the entire villa and stabilized it. At the same time, he released a vast spiritual power that enveloped a quarter of Zhang City. When Chu Zhou released his mental strength, he saw an incomparably shocking scene. He suddenly realized that the entire Zhang City was in an incomparably violent earthquake. Large cracks appeared on the roads and the surface of many buildings. Many dangerous buildings collapsed in the earthquake, causing a huge tremor. However, Chu Zhou was not so surprised if that was all. He thought that he had encountered a huge earthquake. What really shocked Chu Zhou was that countless huge vines and roots suddenly grew out of the cracks of many buildings. In an instant, they formed a huge forest in the buildings, forcing buildings down. What was even more terrifying was that the vines and roots seemed to have a consciousness and kept wrapping around people, wrapping and devouring them. Monsters, so many plant monsters. Run, run quickly. These plants will eat people. Help, can someone save me? At this moment, the entire Zhang City was in chaos. Countless vines and roots quickly grew out of the cracks in the buildings and earth. Then, they gathered together, forming a rapidly moving wave of plants, as if they wanted to drown the entire Zhang City. There were also many vines and roots that were like evil flood dragons, quickly hunting human beings. The entire city fell into an unprecedented panic. Citizens fleeing for their lives were everywhere. Fear and cries resounded throughout Zhang City. Emergency notification. An unknown disaster has suddenly descended on our city. The situation is extremely critical. All the martial artists in Zhang City, please take action immediately to resist the unknown monsters that are invading. The loud broadcast spread to every corner of Zhang City. Almost at the same time, Zhang City's defense system was activated. Cannons fired one after another, blasting at the tidal-like plants. A large number of soldiers and police officers were also mobilized. They held guns and fired crazily at the spreading plants. At the same time, they were constantly rescuing those who were injured and in danger. However, the tide of plants was too terrifying. The bombardment of the cannons and the sweeping of guns could not cause much damage to them. Even if occasionally a plant turned to ashes, new plants quickly replenished. The tide of plants quickly spread to groups of soldiers and police officers. Immediately, a large number of soldiers and police officers were devoured by the green tide. At this moment, it was as if doomsday had arrived. A large number of people were dying at all times. This scene was far more terrifying than the invasion of a human city by a beast tide. Chu Zhou was shocked to see such a tragic scene through his mental strength in the villa. Could this be the so-called huge change? Chu Zhou looked at the tidal-like vines and roots in shock. He could clearly feel how terrifying those vines and roots were. Even he would probably have a bad ending if he fell into the encirclement of those vines and roots. Chapter 227, Darkest Moment, 1. Could this be the great change that Supervisor Chen and Yuan Bingmei mentioned? Through his spiritual consciousness, Chu Zhou looked at the vines and roots that were like a green tide that wanted to devour the entire Zhang city. His expression was very solemn. He could truly feel the danger hidden in the green tide. Suddenly, he saw a green wave sweeping towards the Dragon Bay Gardens. The expressions of the martial artists living in the Dragon Bay Gardens changed drastically when they saw this. Everyone, we can't let these strange vines and roots invade the Dragon Bay Gardens. Many martial artists shouted and attacked the vines and roots. However, most of the martial artists living in the Dragon Bay Gardens were awakening martial artists. There were only a few older extraordinary realm martial artists. Their attacks were too powerless against the tide of vines and roots. Not good, we can't block these strange vines and roots. Many martial artists in the Dragon Bay Gardens revealed looks of despair. However, at this moment, with a bang, a small golden sun suddenly descended from the sky and fell into a green tide. Endless golden flames quickly spread. The green tide that spread towards the Dragon Bay Gardens was instantly burned to ashes. The small golden sun slowly turned into a figure. It's Chu Zhou. That's great. Chu Zhou is a limit tier expert. He will definitely be able to deal with these strange vines and roots. The martial artists in the Dragon Bay Gardens heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Chu Zhou. Yes, these vines and roots contain astonishing life force, but they seem to be branches grown by an extremely terrifying plant life form. It's not impossible to deal with. Chu Zhou could not help but heave a long sigh of relief when he saw the vines and roots that had been burned to ashes by the sun golden fire. The next moment, Chu Zhou turned into after-images and appeared in every corner of Zhang City. He appeared wherever a large number of people were attacked by the green tide. Then, he set fire to the green tide and burned them to ashes. Many of the people saved by Chu Zhou were extremely grateful to him. However, more people were devoured by the green tide. Chu Zhou, it's a good thing you're here this time. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Kui Haikao, Yang Feng, Wang Chuan from the Nature Martial Arts School, and the Zhang City Police Chief, Wang Viang, were all gathered beside Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou looked at the green tide that was still wreaking havoc in Zhang City and asked Kui Haikao and the others. Did you ask Guangdong Base City for help? The police chief, Wang Viang, smiled bitterly and said. We've long asked for help. However, Guangdong Base City can't even take care of itself now. They can't support us at all. He clicked on his communications watch, and a video interface immediately appeared in the air and played the video. The city in the video was the Guangdong Base City that Chu Zhou was familiar with. However, the current Guangdong Base City was also being invaded by the green tide. Moreover, the situation seemed to be even more serious than Zhang City. Countless vines and roots drilled out of the ground and skyscrapers of Guangdong Base City. Skyscrapers were forcefully cracked and knocked down by countless rapidly growing plants. From afar, the entire Guangdong Base City was about to be drowned by the green tide. Countless people were fleeing in panic in Guangdong Base City. Countless people were constantly entangled by vines and roots and devoured. In Guangdong Base City, many powerful martial artists were attacking the vines and roots crazily, but the effect was also not obvious. What shocked Chu Zhou and the others even more was that the many kings and martial gods hidden in Guangdong Base City had also attacked at this moment. However, they quickly stopped the mysterious figures one by one. This made it so that the Guangdong Base City could only rely on martial artists below the king tier to resist the green tide. A large number of people were devoured by the green tide at all times. The Guangdong Base City actually suffered the same disaster. Chu Zhou was shocked. Not only are Zhang City and Guangdong Base City, but all the human cities in the world. Wang Viang sighed deeply and opened dozens of videos at the same time. The videos were all showing the tragic scene of the green tide invading human cities. There were cities in Great Xia, Western Europe, Murica, India, and some independent base cities. I even asked the chiefs of the 4 supply bases for help just now, but there was also an accident in the defense line they were guarding. The level of the beast tide has increased. The monsters in the beast tide previously were basically ordinary monsters. Now, a large number of extraordinary realm, control realm, and boundary realm monsters have begun to participate in the battle. Even the Beastmaster has taken action personally. The pressure on our 4 defense lines in the Guangdong Sea area is also rapidly rising. They don't have any spare strength to support us. Wang Viang's face revealed deep anxiety. Chu Zhou, Kui Haikao, Yang Feng, Wang Chuan, and the others had extremely solemn expressions. The green tide erupted. Moreover, many mysterious people stopped the king and martial god of Guangdong base city. The level of the beast tide also suddenly increased. Obviously, all of this was not a coincidence. This was a huge conspiracy against the entire human race. This was undoubtedly a havoc for the entire human race. Countless people would die in the green tide. It seems that there's no possibility of seeking support. We can only rely on ourselves. Chapter 228, Darkest Moment, 2. Chu Zhou took a deep breath and prepared to attack the green waves in Zhang City again. However, an accident happened. The green tides that were wreaking havoc in Zhang City suddenly retreated into the depths of the earth and disappeared. The green tide has disappeared. Seeing the green tide suddenly disappear, Chu Zhou and the others were slightly stunned and heaved a sigh of relief. Even though one don't know why the green tide disappeared, our Zhang City is safe. Wang Viang said. Safe? Not necessarily. Chu Zhou looked at a street destroyed by the green tide with an ugly expression. Wang Viang, Kui Haikao, Yang Feng, Wang Chuan, and the others were slightly stunned. They also looked at the street and saw a tide of monsters suddenly surge out at the end of the street. Those monsters had all kinds of strange forms, but they basically all had some characteristics of humans and monsters at the same time. More than 10 of the monsters were more than 100 meters tall. They were like towering mountains and emitted a terrifying aura. Damn it, this is a mutated creature created by the Shadow Alliance. Is the Shadow Alliance crazy? They actually dare to attack a human city at this time. Are they openly betraying humanity? Wang Viang and the others' expressions changed. Ever since the experimental bases set up by the Shadow Alliance in the Guangdong Sea area were breached, the fact that the Shadow Alliance was secretly creating mutated creatures was completely exposed. Now, basically all the martial artists knew that the Shadow Alliance was good at creating a monster that was a combination of human genes and monster genes. Therefore, the moment they saw the mutated creatures in front of them, Wang Viang and the others knew that this was definitely the doing of the Shadow Alliance. I'll stop them first, organize your men as soon as possible. After saying that, Chu Zhou turned into a stream of light and shot towards the mutated creatures. Let's split up. Kui Haikao and the others also knew that the situation was serious, so they immediately split up and prepared to organize all the martial artists in Zhang City. Roar! Howl! Shriek! A large number of mutated creatures roared and surged out of the dilapidated street. Once they discovered a human martial artist, they immediately swarmed up and killed them. Hundreds of martial artists on this street died tragically at the hands of these mutated creatures in an instant. A solar storm. Chu Zhou suddenly appeared in front of these mutated creatures and suddenly pushed his hands forward. In an instant, endless light, fire, high-energy particle flow, and so on drowned the mutated creatures at the front. The mutated creatures immediately screamed and burned, turning into torches and turning into ashes. In just a few seconds, at least 1,000 mutated creatures turned to dust. Ha ha ha, Chu Zhou, so you're also in Zhang City. This is great. A long laugh sounded. A huge monster with a human head and a spider body suddenly crawled over the skyscrapers and appeared above Chu Zhou. On the head of the huge monster stood an unruly black-robed young man. Poison Dragon Qin Long. The moment he saw the black-robed young man, Chu Zhou recognized him. That's right, it's me. It seems that you've seen me before. Qin Long smiled coldly and looked down at Chu Zhou as if he was looking at prey. Looks like we're in luck. This champion of the Global Human Genius competition is actually in Zhang City too. His luck is indeed not bad. As the most outstanding genius among the younger generation of the Human Alliance, if we take him down, we will definitely be able to obtain goodwill from the organization. Another mutated monster with 3 heads and a snake body, as well as a mutated monster with many faces and many hands, appeared near Chu Zhou. A figure stood above each of the 3 huge mutated monsters. Chu Zhou swept his gaze across the 3 figures and was slightly shocked. Ever since he saw Qin Long at the Shadow Research Base in the wilderness, he had deliberately investigated the 4 young masters of the Shadow Alliance. Therefore, he already knew that the 4 young masters of the Shadow Alliance were Poison Dragon Qin Long, Silver Fox Subai, Demon Shark Li Hai, and Green Lion Yan Dongshu. He had even seen their photos. Therefore, he immediately recognized the 3 new people. They were Silver Fox Subai, Demon Shark Li Hai, and Green Lion Yan Dongshu. When he saw Silver Fox Subai, Chu Zhou felt a little strange. He did not expect that the young man he met in the alley when he was still an apprentice was actually one of the 4 young masters of the Shadow Alliance, Silver Fox. Fortunately, Silver Fox Subai did not have any killing intent towards him back then and even wanted to recruit him into the Shadow Alliance, allowing him to escape. Subai looked at Chu Zhou with a similarly complicated gaze. He never expected that Chu Zhou, who he had felt was not bad back then, would grow up so quickly and become a peerless genius whose name shook the world. One had to know that when he met Chu Zhou, he was only an apprentice. It had only been less than a year, but he had actually advanced to become a boundary realm martial artist and caught up to his level. How could he calm down? Looks like I have good taste, Subai thought to himself. However, he also felt a huge regret. Back then, if he had been a little tougher and taken Chu Zhou away, he would have a capable general under him now. Chapter 229, Darkest Moment, 3. He's my prey. You're not allowed to snatch him. Qin Long glanced coldly at Subai, Li Hai and Yan Dongshu and said domineeringly. Whatever. Subai said casually. Demon Shark Li Hai and Green Lion Yan Dongshu remained silent. They naturally would not give up so easily after making great contributions to take down Chu Zhou. However, it could allow Qin Long to test Chu Zhou's strength. When Chu Zhou heard that Qin Long actually treated him as prey that he could slaughter at will, his expression turned cold and killing intent condensed in his eyes. In his heart, Qin Long was already a dead man. Chu Zhou, I sent someone to invite you back then. Unfortunately, you were too insensible. Not only did you reject my invitation, you also killed all the people one sent. Qin Long said coldly. Black scales suddenly appeared on his face, and an aura that was like a savage beast swept out of his body like an avalanche. At this moment, the phantom of a flood dragon hundreds of meters long appeared. The phantom of the flood dragon occupied the void like a towering mountain range. Its wheel-sized eyes were cold and vicious, making one's scalp tingle and tremble. You didn't cherish the opportunity one gave you. You won't have a chance today. Qin Long's killing intent surged as he suddenly patted the mutated monster under him. Roar! The huge human-headed spider let out a low roar that seemed to come from hell. Then, it turned into an afterimage and pounced at Chu Zhou. A terrifying energy fluctuation erupted from its body, instantly shattering the glass windows of all the buildings on the entire long street into snowflakes. However, before the astonishingly powerful human-headed spider could approach Chu Zhou, it was wrapped by chains burning with golden flames and fell ruthlessly in front of him. With a loud bang, it smashed into the ground, creating huge cracks. Chu Zhou slowly stepped on the human-headed spider with all his might. A vast golden flame immediately wrapped around the human-headed spider. The human-headed spider let out a shrill scream and quickly turned into ashes. Sun Gold Fire. Fire God Chain. These two combat techniques are both ultimate techniques of the Sun Gold scripture. However, only people who have cultivated the solar breathing technique can successfully cultivate them. How did you cultivate these two combat techniques? Qin Long exclaimed and looked at Chu Zhou in disbelief. However, Chu Zhou could not be bothered to explain to a person who was about to die. He stomped on the ground with both feet, and a large area of the ground instantly caved in with a bang. His entire body instantly broke through 10 times the speed of sound and appeared in front of Qin Long as if he had teleported. Tremor Punch, Profound, Dot. At this moment, Chu Zhou used the 1% Tremor Punch Profound that he had mastered. His fist shook slightly, and the entire void shook. Rings of white ripples rippled. Yes, do you think you can contend with me just because you're a Boundary Realm martial artist? Don't you know that even if you become an advanced tier Boundary Realm martial artist, it's only the beginning? Boundary realm is not as simple as you think. Qin Long sneered at Chu Zhou, who had rushed in front of him, with disdain in his eyes. He had also seen the finals of the Global Human Genius competition and Chu Zhou's shocking performance in the finals. He also knew that Chu Zhou was very strong, far stronger than normal Boundary Realm martial artists. He had roughly reached the level of an advanced tier Boundary Realm martial artist. However, he still looked down on Chu Zhou because he, Qin Long, was a 3 Nirvana Boundary Realm martial artist. An advanced tier Boundary Realm martial artist was not worthy of his attention. Therefore, when he saw Chu Zhou's punch coming at him, he also casually punched him, preparing to severely injure him with one strike. Then, he would take down Chu Zhou and torture him ruthlessly. However, when Qin Long's fist touched Chu Zhou's fist, his expression instantly changed drastically and he felt immense pain. Bang! Qin Long's right hand and even half of his body exploded into a blood mist. Ah! Qin Long let out an incomparably shrill scream as he flew backward like a meteor and crashed through a skyscraper. How is this possible? When Subai, Li Hai and Yan Dongshu saw the scene just now, they were directly dumbfounded and looked like they had seen a ghost. Chapter 230, Chu Zhou, you are defeated before I warm up? 1. How is this possible? Could it be that they're putting on an act? Why was Qin Long severely injured by Chu Zhou in one move? It can't be true. Silver Fox Subai, Demon Shark Li Hai, and Green Lion Yan Dongshu were stunned. They looked at Chu Zhou's figure in a daze, unable to believe what they had just seen. If they remembered correctly, Chu Zhou was only a newly minted Boundary Realm martial artist. As for Qin Long, he was a 3 Nirvana Boundary Realm martial artist. A newly advanced Boundary Realm martial artist severely injured a 3 Nirvana Realm martial artist with a single move? No matter how he looked at it, this seemed unreal. Bang! Qin Long rushed out of a collapsed building in a sorry state. Only his missing right arm and half of his body were left, proving that his injuries were extremely serious. Impossible, how can your strength be so powerful? He lost his composure and roared at Chu Zhou, looking like he was about to collapse. Chu Zhou's attack just now had not only severely injured him, but it had also shattered his pride and dignity. He could not accept that he had been severely injured by Chu Zhou, a new Boundary Realm martial artist. Tisk tisk, is this the standard of the 4 young masters of the Shadow Alliance? It doesn't seem to live up to its name. Chu Zhou glanced at Qin Long calmly and shook his head gently. Qin Long's expression froze when he heard this. He felt immense humiliation and his eyes were about to spew fire. Subai, Li Hai and Yan Dongshu's faces could not help but darken. They all felt like they had been mocked and slapped in the face. They were as famous as Qin Long. Chu Zhou was mocking Qin Long for not living up to his reputation. Wasn't he mocking the 3 of them for not living up to their reputation? Chu Zhou, you're courting death. Qin Long was furious. The phantom of the evil flood dragon behind him instantly fused with him. An energy storm filled with darkness and blood instantly swept out of his body. Terrifying energy fluctuations spread and the entire Zhang city shook. Qin Long underwent a huge change under Chu Zhou's gaze. The half of his body that had been shattered by Chu Zhou had actually grown back. Moreover, his entire body was covered in black scales, and the pupils of his eyes had a red vertical pupil. A sharp horn grew in the center of his forehead, and a tail covered in spikes grew behind his spine. At this moment, Qin Long looked like a dragon man. The power fluctuation on his body was many times stronger than before. He actually revealed his beast form? It seems that Qin Long is serious. Subai muttered to himself. Chu Zhou, this is my true strength. You took advantage of me just now. It's just that one wasn't serious. As Qin Long finished speaking, his entire figure suddenly turned into a black line that tore through the void and instantly appeared in front of Chu Zhou. Die! A dragon claw covered in black scales grabbed at Chu Zhou's head. A terrifying power fluctuation emitted, instantly shattering the nearby skyscrapers. Qin Long looked at his sharp claws getting closer and closer to Chu Zhou's head. A perverted smile gradually appeared on his face. He seemed to have seen Chu Zhou's head explode. However, his expression quickly froze. Chu Zhou only glanced at Qin Long indifferently before he suddenly turned into a tall metal giant. Earth-shattering golden lightning wrapped around him. There was also a golden circuit network that suddenly extended from his body, covering the sky and earth, and every corner of the city. It was as if a vast power was quickly transmitted to Chu Zhou's body through the huge circuit network, causing him to emit a domineering aura. Slap! Chu Zhou only casually stretched out his hand and easily grabbed Qin Long's dragon claw-like claws. The next moment, Chu Zhou tightened his grip. Ah! Qin Long let out a shrill scream. His dragon claw-like claws were forcefully crushed into meat paste by Chu Zhou's palm. Bang! Chu Zhou still grabbed Qin Long's palm and refused to let go. He suddenly pulled closer and raised his knee, hitting Qin Long's chest ruthlessly. Qin Long's mouth opened and his face twisted, but he could not make a sound. His entire body arched like a prawn. A substantial power instantly pierced through Qin Long's chest, forming a bowl-thick energy beam that shot into the sky. A bowl-sized bloody hole appeared on Qin Long's chest. Oh no, Qin Long is not his match. He's going to be killed. Subai and the other two thought that after Qin Long used his beast form, even if he was still not Chu Zhou's match, the difference in strength should not be too great. However, he did not expect Qin Long to be severely injured by Chu Zhou's attack again. Moreover, it looked like he was about to be killed by Chu Zhou. Therefore, they did not dare to stand by and do nothing. 9 silver-white foxtails suddenly emerged from Subai's back and attacked Chu Zhou in a flash. Angry sea demon shark! Li Hai shouted and threw a heavy punch at Chu Zhou. Instantly, an energy giant shark that was more than 10 stories tall opened its huge mouth, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth that bit towards Chu Zhou. Howl! Yan Dongshu suddenly let out an earth-shattering roar. It was like the angry roar of an ancient lion king, shaking the entire Zhang city. The glass of countless buildings was shattered, and the eardrums of countless people in Zhang city were hurt. A material sound wave blasted towards Chu Zhou. Facing the siege of Subai, Li Hai and Yan Dongshu, Chu Zhou only watched coldly and did not even defend. Chapter 231, Chu Zhou, you are defeated before I warm up? 2. 9 silver-white foxtails, a huge energy shark, and a sound wave like an illuminate bombarded Chu Zhou at the same time. Amidst the roar, a huge energy fluctuation swept through the entire Zhang city like water waves. Half of the skyscrapers in Zhang city collapsed. This was a huge disaster. Many citizens of Zhang city were killed by the energy fluctuations or drowned by collapsed skyscrapers. Subai, Li Lai and Yan Dongshu were stunned. Chu Zhou seemed to be fine after being attacked by the 3 of them without any defense. His body was not injured at all. On the other hand, Qin Long, who was grabbed by him, suffered the impact of the energy shockwave just now. His injuries were even more serious, and his entire body was dripping with blood. The 7th level of the extreme titanium golden body, the heaven extreme body, is indeed far stronger than the earth extreme body. It seems that it's true that Zhao En relied on the completed extreme titanium golden body to kill 3 beast masters. However, Zhao En might also be a king realm expert. Even so, the extreme titanium golden body is still very powerful. Chu Zhou muttered to himself, as if he had forgotten the existence of Subai and the others. He had deliberately tested the power of the heaven extreme body, just now, so he did not resist the attacks of Subai and the other 2. Golden lightning. This is the large success extreme titanium golden body. Subai stared fixedly at Chu Zhou. When he saw the golden lightning on Chu Zhou's body, he suddenly thought of the records about the extreme titanium golden body and could not help but exclaim. Speaking of which, he suddenly paid attention to the extreme titanium golden body after seeing Chu Zhou use the astonishing power of this body tempering technique in the global human genius competition. He even searched for a lot of ancient information. Therefore, he knew the characteristics of every level of the extreme titanium golden body very well. The 7th level of the extreme titanium golden body was one of the important characteristics of the last level, the heaven extreme body. It was wrapped in golden lightning. He actually restored the lost extreme titanium golden body completely by himself. Li Hai's face also revealed deep shock. Be careful. If he cultivates the extreme titanium golden body to perfection, then his strength will probably be even stronger than what he's displayed now. Don't forget that back then, Zhao En relied on the extreme titanium golden body to defeat 3 beast masters. As Yan Dongshu spoke with a solemn expression, dense green fur quickly appeared out of his body. At the same time, his body was constantly enlarging. In the end, he turned into a 4-meter-tall green-haired lion man that emitted majestic origin power fluctuations that made the void tremble. Even without Yan Dongshu's reminder, Subai and Li Hai knew the seriousness of the matter. Therefore, they all used their beast forms. Subai turned into a half-beast with snow-white fox ears and 9 silver fox tails. Li Hai also became a huge iometer-tall half-human half-shark. The 4 young masters in the shadow. Chu Zhou glanced indifferently at Qin Long, who was in his dragon form, and then at Subai, Li Hai and Yan Dongshu, who were in their half-beast form. He sneered. One don't think you should be called the 4 young masters in the shadow, but the 4 shadow beasts. What do you think? Isn't it very appropriate? He did not wait for Subai and the others to flare up. His left hand still grabbed Qin Long's arm, but his right hand curled into a claw and grabbed Qin Long's head at lightning speed. With a bang, Qin Lu's head exploded. Red blood splattered like a watermelon exploding. Then, Chu Zhou threw Qin Long's corpse away as if he was throwing trash. Dead. Qin Long, one of the dignified 4 young masters in the shadow, died just like that. He died in this satellite city that he did not care about at all. He died at the hands of Chu Zhou, whom he had once disdained. Qin Long is dead. Seeing Qin Long's corpse thrown away by Chu Zhou like trash, Subai and the other 2 were a little dazed. However, Chu Zhou was not in a daze. Almost instantly, Chu Zhou appeared in front of Demon Shark Li Hai's huge body that was 10 stories tall. He flicked his finger and smiled as he gave Li Hai a small gift. It was a fist-sized golden red fire. This golden red fire was not pure sun gold fire. Among them, there was also some flame of inferno. Therefore, the temperature of this fire was ridiculously high. Even the surrounding void was roasted until it distorted. The surrounding ruins that were still half-broken melted into magma like candles. Shit! The moment he saw the golden red flames, Demon Shark Li Hai's expression changed drastically. His scalp went numb as he felt a fatal danger. He retreated crazily. Even though his body was huge, his retreat speed was incomparably fast. However, the golden red flames were even faster. In the end, the golden red flames hit his chest. Bang! In an instant, the fist-sized golden red flames expanded by 1,000 times or 10,000 times. In an instant, it expanded to more than 10 stories tall and completely enveloped Li Hai's huge body. Ah! Li Hai let out an incomparably miserable scream from the flames. A large amount of blue water surged out of his body, wanting to extinguish the golden red flames. However, the blue water that surged out of his body immediately evaporated as soon as it appeared. In the end, his huge body that was more than 10 stories tall was forcefully burned to ashes by the sun gold fire that had fused with the flame of inferno. When Subai and Yan Dongshu saw this scene, their souls almost left their bodies. Chapter 232, You are defeated before I warm up? 3. Their reaction was very decisive. They turned around and fled. Stay since you're already here. Chu Zhou appeared behind the green lion, Yan Dongshu, like a ghost. He pressed his palm on Yan Dongshu's back and blasted a vast origin power into Yan Dongshu's body with rainstorm, profound. In an instant, the origin power that Chu Zhou had blasted into Yan Dongshu's body turned into tens of millions of rain threads that pierced through Yan Dongshu's internal organs, countless cells in his body, and then his body. From afar, it was as if countless bloodlines suddenly pierced through Yan Dongshu's body, taking away all the blood in his body. Yan Dongshu's body turned into a bag of bones and fell to the ground, without a trace of life. The next moment, Chu Zhou's figure moved and used the phantom movement technique, leaving a long after image in the void as he chased after Subai, who had almost escaped to the edge of Zhang City. However, the many mutated creatures that had invaded Zhang City seemed to have received Subai's orders and pounced on Chu Zhou, wanting to stop him. However, be it ordinary mutated creatures, control realm mutated creatures, or the dozen boundary realm mutated creatures that were as tall as skyscrapers, they could not stop Chu Zhou. Pu. 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 Chu Zhou seemed to have turned into a peerless blade, emitting a terrifying saber intent. His body pierced through mutated creatures one after another. Even if there were more than a dozen boundary realm mutated creatures, he would not be spared. Mutated creatures kept falling, and blood flowed, forming a corpse path that was more than 10 kilometers long. In the end, Chu Zhou caught up to Subai and blocked his way. Sai, you still caught up? When Subai saw Chu Zhou appear in front of him, he could not help but smile bitterly, as if he had resigned himself to his fate and had actually returned to his human form. I never thought that the second time we met, it would be like this. Subai sighed. Chu Zhou was silent for a moment before saying, "Thank you for not killing me when you first met me. It's just that you and I are on different sides. Therefore, you still have to die." With that, he rushed in front of Subai at lightning speed without waiting for his reply. His right hand was like a knife as it ruthlessly pierced through Subai's heart. 7 types of world destruction saber intent were brewing in his palm, making his slash extremely terrifying. However, unexpectedly, Subai did not resist. Pfft! Chu Zhou's palm directly pierced through Subai's heart. In an instant, not only was Subai's heart destroyed, but his internal organs were also torn apart by saber energy. After suffering such a serious injury, even Boundary Realm martial artists were dead for sure. I was right about you back then. You're indeed a ruthless person. Subai did not seem to care about the arm that pierced through his heart. He looked at Chu Zhou appreciatively and slowly lost all his vitality. Chu Zhou, you actually killed the 4 young masters in the shadow. When Wang Viang, Kui Haikao, Yang Feng, Wang Chuan and the others rushed over and saw Subai, who had been pierced by Chu Zhou's right hand, their faces revealed deep shock. The 4 young masters in the shadow were famous peak Boundary Realm martial artists in the world. Who wouldn't dare to say that they could kill the 4 young masters in the shadow if the martial god and the King Realm experts didn't take action? And yet Chu Zhou had killed them, all 4 of them. How could this not shock people? Sigh, you lot are still too weak. I wanted to use you to test my current strength, but you died before I could warm up. Chu Zhou said lightly and pulled out the palm that had pierced through Subai's body in disappointment. Wang Viang, Kui Haikao, Yang Feng and Wang Chuan. Chapter 233, Descend, 1. The 4 young masters in the shadow were actually killed just like that. Kui Haikao, Yang Feng, Wang Chuan, Wang Viang and the others had witnessed Chu Zhou kill the 4 young masters in the shadow with their own eyes. They were all very shocked. They looked at Chu Zhou's figure and could not imagine how strong he was. Everyone, even though the 4 young masters in the shadow are dead, they brought a large number of mutated creatures this time. Let's hurry up and clean up the remaining mutated creatures. Chu Zhou said to Kui Haikao and the others. Understood. Kui Haikao and the others nodded in agreement. Unknowingly, they instinctively treated Chu Zhou as their superior. Chu Zhou nodded and immediately turned into an afterimage. He flew towards a control-level mutated creature wreaking havoc in Zhang City and instantly killed it. Kui Haikao and the others also gathered all the martial artists in Zhang City to encircle and suppress the many mutated creatures. About 3 hours later, all the mutated creatures that invaded Zhang City were killed. However, everyone fell into deep sorrow when they saw that almost half of the buildings in Zhang City had become ruins and the dense corpses covered in white cloth. Damn it, our Zhang City has suffered too many losses in this disaster. The defense system that was built with countless manpower and resources was completely destroyed by the green tide. More than half of the buildings were also destroyed. Most importantly, this time, more than 1 million people in Zhang City died, and half of the martial artists in Zhang City died. Kui Haikao said with a pale face, his voice trembling slightly. Chu Zhou and the others were shocked. There were too many casualties, a total of more than 3 million people in Zhang City, but more than 1 million of them had died. A third of them had died. Moreover, half of the martial artists had died. The entire Zhang City was severely injured. Damn it! Chu Zhou looked at the endless corpses covered in white cloth and listened to countless cries. He suddenly clenched his fists, and killing intent condensed in his eyes. Chu Zhou, look! This time, it's not just our Zhang City that has suffered heavy casualties, but all the cities of our human race. Wang Viang took a deep breath and opened the videos. Through these videos, Chu Zhou and the others saw cities that had turned into ruins. Every city was covered in blood and corpses piled up like mountains. Moreover, there were still a large number of martial artists fighting mutated creatures in many cities. The matter is serious. The defense systems of these cities have all been destroyed. Kui Haikao said solemnly. Is this the great change? Chu Zhou looked at the human cities that had turned into ruins in the video with a heavy heart. This was a conspiracy against humans without a doubt. Chu Zhou could already imagine the unimaginably serious situation of the human race after the defense system of so many human cities was destroyed and so many martial artists died. The monsters could directly invade human cities without the defense system, even though humans still had defensive lines guarding the city. However, if a large-scale beast tide erupted, it was clearly far from enough to rely on the defense line. It could not stop all the monsters, especially the flying monsters. The beast masters and emperor-level beasts whose intelligence was not inferior to humans would definitely not let go of such a good opportunity to invade humans. An incomparably dark era was about to arrive for humans. Chu Zhou and the others looked at each other with deep worry on their faces. They were all smart people. Almost all of them thought of what humans were going to face next. Everyone, get ready. Perhaps an even more serious test is about to arrive. Chu Zhou took a deep breath and said to everyone, I'll immediately arrange for the martial artists in Zhang City to prepare for defense. As Wang Viang spoke, he turned into an afterimage and disappeared. I'll gather all the Battleaxe Martial Arts School martial artists in Zhang City and the martial artists from the Nature Martial Arts School. Kui Haikao, Yang Feng, and Wang Chuan also left. Chu Zhou returned to his house and immediately searched for information about this disaster online. He read them carefully. The more he looked at it, the heavier his heart became. This disaster affected all the human cities. Most human cities suffered heavy losses. Including those base cities, they had also suffered heavy losses. Moreover, compared to a satellite city like Zhang City, the disaster facing the base city was not only the green tide and mutated creatures, but also many mysterious experts of unknown origin. Many human king realm experts had died in this disaster and many base cities were still in a state of war. Could it be that the dragon gave me the privilege to download all the secret manuals in the martial artist mall for free because he expected today? Or could it be that he expected that humans would face an unprecedented calamity? He gave me the privilege in order to ensure the inheritance of humans. Chu Zhou muttered to himself. Guangdong Base City. Die. Chen Bazhu streaked across the void like a meteor and punched the head of a boundary realm mutated creature as tall as a skyscraper. Blood rained down from the sky. The corpse of the towering and huge mutated creature also collapsed, crushing a road. Chen Bazhu bathed in the blood rain. His eyes were like lightning as he scanned the mutated creatures wreaking havoc in Guangdong Base City. Killing intent boiled in his heart. Chapter 234, Descend, 2. The Shadow Organization has completely betrayed humanity. He gritted his teeth and looked up at the sky. In the sky, dozens of figures that were as dazzling as stars collide violently. An earth-shattering energy swept through the sky, and the entire sky shook violently, as if it was about to be overturned. More than 10 even more dazzling terrifying figures that were like the sun were colliding and fighting above the dozens of figures. Every time the dozen or so figures that were resplendent like the sun collided, terrifying fluctuations that shook the heavens and the earth would erupt. The sea of clouds in the sky was shattered. The dozen or so figures seemed to be god-fiends above the 9 heavens. Their strength made people revere and fear them. Suddenly, Chen Bazhu's pupils constricted. What's that? He looked at the sky in shock. A black dot first appeared in the sky, then the black dot became larger and larger. In the end, it turned into a floating city that was a quarter the size of Guangdong Base City. This floating city seemed to be made of metal and flickered with a metallic luster. Many figures in silver windbreakers walked out of the floating city and looked down coldly at the Guangdong Base City below, as if they were looking down at a group of ants. Boom! The surface of a lake outside the Guangdong Base City suddenly exploded almost at the same time. Then, an incomparably huge war castle slowly emerged from the lake. This war castle was slightly smaller than the floating city, but not much smaller. In addition, many figures in armor appeared in this war castle. Those armor were similar to ancient armor. In fact, it was not only the Guangdong Base City that had floating cities and war castles. Floating cities and war castles had appeared in all the important base cities in the world. Damn it! There are still more enemies. The expressions of the martial artists from the Guangdong Base City changed drastically when they saw the floating city and the war castle. Are they finally here? Chen Bazhu looked at the figures in the floating city and the war castle and took a deep breath. He knew that the people from the New Moon Organization and the Earth Organization had appeared. After waiting for so long, it's time to harvest again. It's time to tell these human ants who the true owner of this planet is. In the floating city, a slightly feminine silver-haired young man looked down coldly at Guangdong base city below and said coldly. What are you waiting for? Let's do it. Kill the martial artists of the 3 martial arts schools according to the plan. Of course, if any martial artists outside the 3 martial arts schools stop you during the mission, they should all be killed. Zhang Yu said coldly and waved his hand. In the next moment, dense figures in silver cloaks immediately pounced down from the floating city. They formed teams of 10 people and charged in the direction of the martial arts schools in Guangdong base city. Almost at the same time, dense figures flew out of the war fortress. They were also divided into teams and attacked the martial arts schools in Guangdong base city. Not good. The New Moon Organization and the Earth Organization actually targeted the people from our 3 martial arts schools. Chen Bazhu was floating in the sky. When he saw the scene just now, his expression instantly changed drastically. He prepared to return to the Battleaxe Martial Arts School's headquarters in the Guangdong Sea area. However, before he could move, he was surrounded by 10 silver-caped figures who suddenly descended. Chen Bazhu, one of the 3 supervisors of the Battleaxe Martial Arts School in the Guangdong Sea area. A martial artist with the super body system and a 3 Nirvana boundary martial artist. However, your combat strength is almost comparable to a 4 Nirvana boundary martial artist. You have a high chance of advancing to the King Realm in the future. However, your greatest achievement is not in yourself, but in unearthing the peerless monster of the human race, Chu Zhou. Chen Bazhu, I didn't make any mistake, right? If there is, you're welcome to testify. Zhang Yu walked down step by step, as if there was an invisible staircase in the sky. His silver hair swayed gently, and there was a smile on his lips. Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhang Yu. I'm from the Zhan family of the New Moon Organization. Zhang Yu smiled, but the coldness and arrogance in his eyes could not be concealed. The Zhan family of the New Moon Organization? It seems to be a very impressive family, Chen Bazhu said with a serious expression. His voice suddenly changed. Unfortunately, I don't know anything about them. Yes, can you tell me about it? What kind of beastly family is your Zhan family? Why does your Zhan family have a strange descendant like you? When Zhang Yu heard the first half of Chen Bazhu's sentence, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. However, when he heard the second half of Chen Bazhu's sentence, his face turned ashen. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Chen Bazhu with an extremely dangerous gaze. Chen Bazhu, you can be considered a very qualified supervisor of the Battleaxe Martial Arts School. I think you should understand the current situation of humankind. The defeat of humankind is already destined. As for your 3 martial arts schools, they are destined to be destroyed. I'll give you a chance to live now. Submit to me and become my slave. Zhang Yu said coldly, his gaze disdainful. As expected of the descendant of a beast, your words stink. Chen Bazhu sighed deeply and fanned his nose with his palm, as if trying to expel the stench. Zhang Yu's eyes turned as cold as ice. You don't know how to appreciate favors. Kill him. He said coldly. With Zhang Yu's order, the 10 New Moon Organization experts surrounding Chen Bazhu all erupted with surging energy fluctuations. These 10 New Moon experts were all Nirvana Boundary Realm martial artists. However, Chen Bazhu was the first to attack before the 10 New Moon experts could. Chen Bazhu roared angrily, and his hair stood on end. His body instantly expanded to 3 meters tall. His steel-like muscles trembled violently, causing the surrounding void to show signs of instability. Boom! A layer of blue flames suddenly appeared on his body. An incomparably heavy and domineering aura spread from his body, causing the ground within a few kilometers to tremble. Swoosh! Chen Bazhu suddenly turned into a blue meteor that tore through the night sky. However, he had the aura of 1,000 troops as he directly collided with a New Moon expert. The air distorted on a large scale under his collision. Boom! A New Moon expert let out a tragic cry and was sent flying like a meteor by Chen Bazhu. He spat out blood with fragments of his internal organs. However, the moment Chen Bazhu attacked, the other 9 New Moon experts also attacked. A vast starlight suddenly surged out of a New Moon expert's body and condensed into a starlight halberd that shook the sky. It slashed at Chen Bazhu like Mount Tai. There was also a New Moon martial artist whose body suddenly appeared with surging silver-white starfire. The starfire that was like a violent wave swept towards Chen Bazhu with a terrifying aura that burned everything, as if it wanted to burn him to ashes. A new moon martial artist suddenly shot out two crescent-shaped mental scimitars from his eyes and instantly slashed at Chen Bazhu. The other 6 new moon experts also used their own methods to attack Chen Bazhu. Chen Bazhu's body was instantly drowned by all kinds of attacks. In an instant, he became covered in blood. His skin and flesh were lacerated and he was covered in wounds. Even his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth were bleeding. However, he still forcefully rushed out of the siege of the 9 new moon experts and grabbed the body of a new moon martial artist at lightning speed. With a swish, he forcefully tore this new moon martial artist into 2. Rolling blood splattered on Chen Bazhu's body. "Little brat, you're not qualified to kill this Chen Bazhu." Chen Bazhu bathed in blood like a madman. The aura on his body became even heavier, as if it was about to crush the void. "Die!" A new moon expert held the starlight halberd and slashed at Chen Bazhu's body. However, Chen Bazhu ignored it. Instead, he punched back and pierced through the new moon martial artist's body. In the next moment, he retracted his arm at lightning speed and kicked out with rage. The incomparably heavy force seemed to be able to shatter the mountains and seas, distorting the void. It happened to kick the chest of a new moon expert who was preparing to ambush him. This new moon expert was kicked into a blood mist with a bang. In the blink of an eye, 4 new moon experts were killed. Zhang Yu's expression completely changed, and the killing intent in his eyes became even stronger. Chapter 235, Grief and Fury. 1. Guangdong Base City. Chen Bazhu's skin and flesh were lacerated and he was dripping with blood. Many wounds, even his white bones, were exposed. It was extremely tragic. However, he was like a violent ferocious beast. His entire body burned with boiling blue light, and his body emitted a heavy aura, as if it could crush the sky. His eyes were bloodshot and shot out rage-killing intent. The remaining 6 new moon experts surrounding Chen Bazhu did not dare to look into his eyes. "Trash, why aren't you killing him?" Zhang Yu was extremely dissatisfied when he saw 4 of his 10 powerful subordinates killed by Chen Bazhu in the blink of an eye. He reprimanded the remaining 6 subordinates. However, Chen Bazhu moved again. He suddenly rioted like a crazy ancient ferocious beast, causing the entire void to tremble like paper. Like a dragon leaping and tiger leaping, he suddenly appeared above the head of a new moon expert and struck down with his elbow in rage. A huge concave face appeared in the void, as if even the void could not withstand the power of Chen Bazhu's elbow strike. The expression of the new moon expert who was attacked changed drastically. He instantly crossed his hands above his head. Boundless starlight energy spread out from his arms, forming a huge starlight shield. However, the starlight shield directly shattered under Chen Bazhu's raging elbow. Then, Chen Bazhu's elbow smashed ragingly into the head of the new moon expert. The new moon expert's head instantly exploded, and then his body exploded. That scene was extremely cruel and bloody. However, just as Chen Bazhu killed another person, the attacks of the other 5 also landed on him. Chen Bazhu spat out blood, even the fragments of his internal organs. If not for the fact that he was a super body system martial artist, his body was strong enough, and his recovery ability was strong. This wave of Eric's was probably enough to kill him. Kill! Chen Bazhu was completely berserk, his eyes shot out a foot-long blood light. He was like a humanoid killing machine as he charged the remaining 5 new moon experts again. Knees, elbows, fists, palms, legs, arms, head. Every part of his body had become a fatal killing weapon. He used his body to display an artful killing technique. Soon, he killed another 4 new moon experts. The remaining 2 looked at him in fear, not daring to approach. Of course, Chen Bazhu's injuries were even more serious. His body was covered in bone-deep wounds and many badly mangled scars. In addition, there were many wounds left behind by fire, lightning, saber slashes, sword slash, and other attacks. It could be said that at this moment, Chen Bazhu had no good skin on his body. Dense and bloody wounds made one's scalp tingle. It was as if he had suffered countless dismemberment injuries. It was hard to imagine that a person could gather so many injuries. However, even though Chen Bazhu's injuries were serious, his aura became even more crazy. The substantial blue flames emitted a tsunami-like fluctuation. Many surrounding martial artists were alarmed. That's Chen Bazhu from the Battleaxe Martial Arts School. What a terrifying energy fluctuation. I wonder where those invaders came from. Chen Bazhu seems to be in a bad situation. Many martial artists looked at Chen Bazhu's figure with emotion as they fought the mutated creatures. The martial artists of the Battleaxe Martial Arts School wanted to come over and support Chen Bazhu. However, they were also being surrounded and killed by a large number of New Moon martial artists and Earth martial artists. They could not even protect themselves. What a good Chen Bazhu! He fought 10 people alone and actually killed 8 of my capable subordinates. However, how many can you kill? Zhang Yu said coldly. With a wave of his hand, another 10 Boundary Realm New Moon martial artists quickly flew towards Chen Bazhu and participated in the siege. Kill! Chen Bazhu seemed to have forgotten fear and life and death. Even when facing 12 Boundary Realm martial artists of the same level, he still charged over fearlessly. His attack was domineering and exquisite, filled with strength and beauty. It was as if a master who had mastered the perfection slaughter art was showing off his slaughter art. This was an extremely tragic battle. Chen Bazhu fought 12 enemies alone and risked his life to start a bloody battle with the 12 New Moon Boundary Realm martial artists. Other than the Battle of the Martial God and the Battle of the King in the Sky, Chen Bazhu was the most shocking battlefield on the entire battlefield. After an unknown period of time, the 12 New Moon Boundary Realm martial artists were severely reduced again, leaving only 3. As for Chen Bazhu, one of his legs and arm had disappeared. The remaining parts of his body were almost destroyed. He was like a piece of rotten meat. The facial features on his face could barely be recognized. The other parts of his body were badly mangled. Tragic. It was simply too tragic. However, he still stood in the void like a demon mountain. Its body emitted a cold divine might. Supervisor Chen. Many martial artists of the Battleaxe Martial Arts School shouted sorrowfully when they saw this scene, their eyes moist. Many New Moon and Earth martial artists looked at the badly mangled figure and could not help but feel a trace of fear and admiration. Chen Bazhu was too determined. He was almost beaten to a pulp, but he still stood firmly. No one could not do it without an iron-like will. He actually killed another 9 of our Nirvana Realm martial artists. Chapter 236, Grief and Fury. 2. Zhang Yu looked at Chen Bazhu's badly mangled but towering figure and was also shocked. He had never seen anyone with such a strong will. If he had received such injuries from Chen Bazhu, he would probably have been lying down long ago. Chen Bazhu, you're the most determined person that I, Zhang Yu, have ever seen. It's worth me giving you another chance. Zhang Yu stared deeply into Chen Bazhu's eyes and said. As long as you agree to submit to me, you will directly become one of my core generals. I can promise you that as long as you follow me, not only will our Zhan family help you recover from your injuries as soon as possible, but we will also help you advance to the King Realm. As the saying goes, he who understands the times is a wise man. Chen Bazhu, you should be a sensible person. Chen Bazhu did not speak. Or rather, he did not even have the strength to speak now. He responded to Zhang Yu with a heavy punch that cut through the void. A New Moon Boundary Realm martial artist appeared in front of Zhang Yu and blocked this punch for him. However, this New Moon Boundary Realm martial artist was severely injured by the punch. He crashed into the long street below like a meteor, creating a huge pit with a bang. It's a pity that you didn't cherish the opportunity one gave you. Don't blame me for being ruthless. One want to see how many more you can kill when you're at the end of your rope. Zhang Yu waved his hand coldly, and another 10 New Moon Boundary Realm martial artists flew over. The New Boundary Realm martial artists and the remaining 3 launched another storm-like attack on Chen Bazhu. Battle, battle, battle. A bloodbath erupted again. 15 minutes. 30 minutes. 3/4 of an hour. 3/4 of an hour later, this battle came to an end again. Another 5 New Moon Boundary Realm martial artists were destroyed by Chen Bazhu. However, Chen Bazhu was also very tragic. His remaining thigh and arm had also disappeared. The remaining torso and face were also badly mangled. Even his facial features could not be seen clearly. At this moment, Chen Bazhu's eyes were listless, as if his consciousness had been scattered. Only an obsession remained to maintain his body. Chen Bazhu. When the many human martial artists in Guangdong Base City saw this scene, they felt sorrowful. A deep sense of anger also arose in their hearts. For a moment, their combat strength actually soared and they actually withstood the attacks of mutated creatures, new moon martial artists, and earth martial artists. Will the pitiful soldiers definitely win? Then I'll completely destroy your wills. Zhang Yu swept his gaze across the battlefield and saw that many human martial artists had been stimulated by Chen Bazhu's tragic state. Their combat strength had increased greatly. Instantly, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a playful and cold smile. He reached out and sucked a javelin from the ground. With a wave of his hand, he decapitated Chen Bazhu, who had almost exhausted all his strength, at lightning speed. Then, he stabbed the javelin into Chen Bazhu's head. In the next moment, his figure flew to the roof of a tall building in the center of Guangdong Base City and stabbed the javelin with Chen Bazhu's head into the roof. All martial artists in Guangdong Base City, listen up. Our new moon organization has a conflict with the 3 martial arts schools and will only attack the martial artists of the 3 martial arts schools. If anyone else dares to interfere in the grudge between our new moon organization and the 3 martial arts schools, they will be decapitated. Zhang Yu's cold voice spread throughout the entire Guangdong Base City. The martial artists in the Guangdong Base City looked in the direction of the voice and immediately saw Chen Bazhu's head that was stabbed into the javelin. The people from New Moon deserve to die. He actually used Supervisor Chen's head as a warning to the public. When the martial artists of the Battleaxe Martial Arts School saw Chen Bazhu's head stabbed into the javelin, they were all extremely indignant. Chen Bazhu was the supervisor of the Battleaxe Martial Arts School and his head was actually treated in such a manner. This was the humiliation of all the martial artists in the Battleaxe Martial Arts School. All the Battleaxe Martial Arts schools in Guangdong Base City immediately went crazy and fought the New Moon martial artists and Earth martial artists who surrounded them. They would not hesitate even if they had to die together. However, when the relatively indignant Battleaxe Martial Arts School martial artists and other human martial artists saw that even a big shot like Chen Bazhu had died so tragically, their morale was severely affected. The fighting spirit of many people clearly weakened. Chen. Supervisor Chen is actually dead. Dongfang Mingzhou controlled a blue stream of water and instantly minced a control realm mutated creature into pieces. Then, she looked at Chen Bazhu's head, which was stabbed into the javelin, in a daze. Chu Zhou has always had a good relationship with Supervisor Chen. It can even be said that Chu Zhou was single-handedly unearthed and nurtured by Supervisor Chen. If he knew that Supervisor Chen died so tragically, he would definitely be very angry. She sighed faintly. When facing mutated creatures, her attacks became even more ruthless. An important figure of the New Moon organization. Yang Zhenzhen looked at Zhang Yu, who was standing on the roof, and muttered coldly to herself, "I'm afraid you don't know what kind of monster you will offend after killing Chen Bazhu. Chen Bazhu is actually dead." Big Sister Saber looked at Chen Bazhu's head from a few kilometers away and muttered to herself, "He must be very angry when he finds out." Dragon Bay Gardens, Chu Zhou's house. Chu Zhou was watching the live broadcast of the battlefield in Guangdong Base City. When he saw Chen Bazhu's head stabbed into the javelin, his eyes instantly widened in anger and he clenched his fists. A violent aura suddenly erupted from his body like a volcanic eruption. Chapter 237, Grief and Fury. 3. In an instant, all the glassware in the house was shattered. "Supervisor Chen," Chu Zhou said in a hoarse voice. His body trembled slightly and his eyes were a little moist. He recalled everything that had happened since he met Chen Bazhu. When he first met Chen Bazhu had given him the best treatment as a genius in the Battleaxe Martial Arts School. He had even privately sponsored him with 100 million yuan. The first time he met Chen Bazhu in real life, Chen Bazhu brought him along and let others know that he was under Chen Bazhu's protection. At the same time, he introduced him to the supervisor of the Nature Martial Arts School, Ho Sahai, the supervisor of the Spirit Martial Arts School, Fu Yan, General Shuet and other experts to help him build connections. After that, Chen Bazhu tirelessly guided him in his cultivation many times. He even passed him the detailed cultivation notes for his advancement to the Control Realm and Boundary Realm. When he fell out with the Chu family, the Ling family, and the Zhang family in Guangdong City, it was also Chen Bazhu who protected and favored him. There was also a lot of other help rendered to him. It could be said that Chen Bazhu was the benefactor who had protected Chu Zhou's growth. Chu Zhou had originally thought that when he became a king realm expert in the future and had the ability to help Chen Bazhu, he would repay him well. And now, Chen Bazhu had actually been killed by the New Moon organization. Moreover, he died in such a tragic manner. First, he was defeated in a tag team battle. After his death, his corpse actually suffered such humiliation. This made Chu Zhou furious. I don't know what your name is nor who you are in the New Moon organization. But no matter who you are, you're dead meat. Chu Zhou stared coldly at Zhang Yu in the video, deeply engraving Zhang Yu's appearance in his heart. He had never wanted to kill someone so badly. The next moment, Chu Zhou's figure disappeared from the second floor. A day later, all the battles in Guangdong base city ended strangely. The ending was a little sudden. Almost no one knew what had happened. The martial gods and king realm experts who were fighting crazily suddenly stopped fighting. Then, they called for their people to stop. No martial gods and king realm experts appeared again. What made all the citizens of the Guangdong base city uneasy was that the floating city above the Guangdong base city and the war castle outside the Guangdong base city were still there. It seemed to have plans to take root for a long time. Many new moon martial artists and earth martial artists actually appeared in the Guangdong base city openly, as if they were not afraid of being surrounded by martial artists from the Guangdong base city at all. What was even more acceptable was that some disciples of the Chu family, the Ling family, the Zhang family, and some other powerful families actually walked together with the new moon martial artist and the earth martial artist. Even some disciples of the martial god clan appeared beside some new moon or earth martial artists. Countless citizens found this hard to accept, and they felt a trace of anger and uneasiness. All in all, the situation in Guangdong base city suddenly became a little strange. On this day, Chu Zhou appeared in Guangdong base city. However, he did not reveal his original appearance. Instead, he did some adjustments to his bones. Now, even if his sister, Chu Yu, stood in front of him, she probably wouldn't be able to recognize him as her big brother. After Chu Zhou entered the Guangdong base city, he walked straight towards Chen Bazhu's head. Chapter 238, Chu Zhou, Supervisor Chen, I'm here to bring you home. Guangdong base city. Chu Zhou silently walked towards the place where Chen Bazhu's head was. After the war, the Guangdong base city was severely damaged. Most of the buildings had collapsed, and most of the wide roads had collapsed. Many people were collecting corpses of their loved ones. In this battle, some lost their husbands, some lost their wives, some lost their sons, some lost their daughters, some lost their fathers, some lost their mothers, and some lost their grandfathers. These people who had lost their loved ones kept their corpses while crying in grief. For many of them, this was a nightmare, an unbearable weight in their lives. Seeing this scene, Chu Zhou's emotions kept piling up. As they walked, they arrived at the building where Chen Bazhu's head was. Chu Zhou looked up and saw Chen Bazhu's head stuck in a javelin on the top of the building in front of him. Seeing this scene, Chu Zhou almost couldn't control his killing intent. In front of this building, there were 5 cold-looking new moon experts wearing silver cloaks guarding it. In addition to the 5 new moon experts, there were actually 6 human martial artists. These people were guarding this place, preventing the other martial artists in the Guangdong base city from retrieving Chen Bazhu's head. In front of them were dozens of corpses and the bloodstains were not dry yet. Clearly, dozens of martial artists had come here not long ago to retrieve Chen Bazhu's head. In the end, they were all killed by the 11 people guarding here. Among the 6 human martial artists, 3 of them were people Chu Zhou knew. Or rather, these 3 people had been killed by him in the virtual battlefield during the preliminary round of the Global Human Genius competition. Chu Feiyu, Ling Chen, Zhang Hao. Information about these 3 people surfaced in Chu Zhou's mind. It's really a nest of snakes and rats. The Chu family, the Ling family, and the Zhang family. Have these 3 families hooked up with the New Moon organization so quickly? In other words, these 3 families have long been in cahoots with the New Moon organization. It's just that they haven't shown it yet. Chu Zhou muttered to himself, his killing intent boiling. Chu Feiyu, Ling Chen, and Zhang Hao appeared here to assist the 5 new moon martial artists in guarding this building and preventing others from retrieving Chen Bazhu's head. The meaning behind this was very obvious. Without a doubt, the Chu family, the Ling family, and the Zhang family had joined the New Moon organization. At the very least, they were trying to befriend the New Moon Organization. The New Moon Organization had just invaded Guangdong Base City yesterday and brought a huge disaster to the city. The actions of the three families were equivalent to betraying humanity. Chu Zhou naturally hated this kind of betrayal to humanity. In addition, his relationship with the three great clans had always been irreconcilable. Now, the three families seemed to have joined the New Moon Organization. This made his killing intent towards the three families even stronger. The three great clans are actually together with the New Moon Organization. This is good too. Let's get rid of them together. Chu Zhou thought to himself as his eyes turned cold. Other than Chu Zhou, there were also many martial artists gathered here. They looked angrily at the people guarding the building. In particular, the way they looked at Chu Fiyu and the others made them want to skin them alive. Compared to the 5 New Moon experts, they hated traitors like Chu Fiyu even more. Traitor. Lackey. Traitors and lackeys, die a horrible death. Many martial artists cursed in low voices. Chu Fiyu and the others were all control realm experts. Their ears and eyes were sharp, so they naturally heard the curses of many martial artists. Their expressions immediately darkened. The New Moon Organization has come with the intention of peaceful coexistence. We should accept them and create a friendly situation of harmonious coexistence with them. The higher UPS of the New Moon Organization are now discussing the path of harmonious coexistence with the higher UPS of us humans. You people are short-sighted and not suitable for the overall situation. Can you bear the responsibility if you destroy our friendship and cause a war to break out? Chu Fiyu said coldly to the many human martial artists. That's right. One has to understand the big picture. What's a little sacrifice for the benefit of all humans? Ling Chen also chimed in. Only by knowing the big picture will you know what's beneficial to us humans. All of you are staring at the grudges in front of you. You're too careless. I advise you to leave. Zhang Hao also spoke. Many human martial artists almost vomited when they heard Chu Fiyu and the other two. Damn it, he was clearly a lackey of the New Moon Organization. He was actually talking about the big picture for them. If they could, they would tear Chu Fiyu and the others into pieces and show their corpses what the big picture was. Unfortunately, they were no match for Chu Fiyu and the others. He could only look at Chu Fiyu and the others with hatred. However, Chu Zhou had made his move. A sharp saber light flashed. The heads of Chu Fiyu, Ling Chen, and Zhang Hao flew high into the air. The 3 headless corpses spewed out streams of blood. That seems to be my body. Chu Fiyu and the other 2 looked at the 3 headless corpses in confusion. Then, they fell into eternal darkness. Who are you? The remaining 3 martial artists of the 3 families trembled in fear when they saw Chu Fiyu and the other 2 being insta-killed. Me. Chu Zhou's figure suddenly appeared in front of the 3 martial artists. He casually swiped his palm again, and a sharp saber beam flashed in the air. 3 more heads flew high into the air. 6 heads, 6 corpses, and their blood formed the words big picture under Chu Zhou's control. What is the big picture? This is the real big picture. Chu Zhou said expressionlessly as he looked at the big picture formed by the corpses on the ground. Gasp, who is this person? He's so strong. He actually killed Chu Fiyu and the others in an instant. The surrounding martial artists looked at Chu Zhou's figure and were shocked. Chu Zhou had changed his appearance, so no one recognized that the ordinary-looking young man in front of them was Chu Zhou. However, everyone looked at the corpses and blood of Chu Fiyu and the others and felt extremely relieved and comfortable. Yes, this was the real big picture. Who are you? How dare you be so presumptuous here? The 5 Boundary Realm New Moon experts were also alarmed when they saw Chu Fiyu and the others being instantly killed by Chu Zhou. They were all furious. Of course, they were not angry because Chu Fiyu and the others had been killed. It was because they felt that Chu Zhou actually dared to provoke their New Moon Organization. Their floating city was still floating above the Guangdong base city, deterring the entire city. Even the people from the martial god families in the Guangdong base city did not dare to offend the New Moon Organization. Hence, when they saw that Chu Zhou actually dared to provoke them, they were exceptionally angry. No matter who you are, no matter where you come from, you actually dare to provoke our New Moon Organization. You will only die. As a New Moon expert spoke, a layer of resplendent astral flames suddenly burned on his body. He used the power of the stars to condense a sharp sword and slashed at Chu Zhou's waist. However, he stopped halfway. A white palm directly pierced through his heart, causing him to lose all his strength and fall into eternal darkness. The other 4 new moon experts were shocked and furious when they saw their companions being killed by Chu Zhou. They were prepared to join forces to take down Chu Zhou. However, Chu Zhou only glanced at them with an ice-cold gaze. The phantoms of the 6-sided treasure pagodas blasted into their minds. In an instant, the 4 new moon organization martial artists all knelt on the ground and covered their heads as they screamed. Then, their heads exploded and they died unnaturally. Chu Zhou did not even look at the 4 dead new moon organization martial artists. His figure flashed and appeared in front of Chen Bazhu's head. "Supervisor Chen, I'm here to bring you home." Chu Zhou's eyes were a little moist as he spoke. He gently removed Chen Bazhu's head, and then his figure flashed, turning into a stream of light and disappearing. He wanted to bring Chen Bazhu's head outside the city to bury it. As for taking revenge, he would think about it after burying Chen Bazhu. A moment later, dozens of new moon experts arrived. When they saw Chen Bazhu's head that had disappeared and their 5 companions who had died with their heads exploded, they immediately roared angrily. "Who is it? How dare they provoke our new moon organization? No matter who you are, we must find you and tear you into pieces." The roars of new moon experts resounded throughout the entire Guangdong base city. Chapter 239, Plan for Revenge, Destroy the Ling family first. On an ordinary mountain 10 miles away from Guangdong base city, Chu Zhou buried Chen Bazhu's head here and built a new grave. "Supervisor Chen, I will bring the head of the murderer here to offer as a sacrifice to you." Chu Zhou thought to himself and turned to leave. He secretly returned to the Guangdong base city. The Guangdong base city had just experienced a tragic battle. The city had been severely damaged and countless people had died. In addition, the New Moon Organization and the Earth Organization, 2 powerful invading forces, were still around. A new war could break out at any time. Therefore, everyone in Guangdong base city was in a state of panic. The various factions had basically retreated to their headquarters. "Let's investigate the situation of the Battleaxe Martial Arts School first." Supervisor Chen's head was used by the New Moon Organization for public display. This is undoubtedly provocation and humiliation for the Battleaxe Martial Arts School. I don't understand why the Battleaxe Martial Arts School is indifferent. With this thought in mind, Chu Zhou quietly infiltrated the citizens and martial artists of Guangdong base city to secretly investigate the situation. At the Chu family, a banquet was being held in a hall. And the main character of the banquet was surprisingly Zhang Yu of the New Moon Organization. At this moment, Zhang Yu sat proudly on a leather chair surrounded by important figures from the Chu, Ling, and Zhang families. "Chen Bazhu is too arrogant and condescending. He treats our 3 families as nothing." In order to help Chu Zhou, he even used the Golden God Eye to suppress the strength of the 3 big shots of our 3 families, causing the 3 big shots of our 3 families to be killed. "We've always wanted to skin Chen Bazhu alive and skin him alive. I didn't expect young Master Zhang Yu to help us and kill him." "That's right. Chen Bazhu acted recklessly just because he had some power as the supervisor of the Battleaxe Martial Arts School. He deserved to die. Ha ha ha, times have changed. The era of the 3 martial arts schools has already become the past. Now, it's the era of the New Moon Organization." The important figures of the 3 families chatted and laughed beside Zhang Yu. They kept toasting Zhang Yu and tried to please him. Zhang Yu glanced indifferently at the important figures of the 3 great clans. A trace of disdain flashed through his slightly narrowed eyes. In his heart, he looked down on the people from the 3 big families, but he didn't let it show on the surface. He knew that the existence of these people would be of great use to their New Moon Organization. If he used it well, it would allow his New Moon Organization to rule the earth and save a lot of effort. Chen Bazhu is actually not bad. Unfortunately, he doesn't know how to appreciate favors. I gave him a chance, but he didn't cherish it. Therefore, I can only invite him to his death." Zhang Yu smiled and took a sip of red wine. "Young Master Zanyu is right. Chen Bazhu is a person who doesn't know how to appreciate favors. A person like him deserves this calamity." The important figures of the 3 great clans echoed once again. "By the way, according to the information our New Moon organization knows, Chen Bazhu seems to be very close to the champion of the Global Human Genius competition, Chu Zhou. Can you tell me about Chu Zhou? I'm very interested in Chu Zhou. Zhang Yu suddenly said with a disdainful look in his eyes. The important figures of the three families were slightly stunned. They did not expect Zhang Yu to specially ask them about Chu Zhou's situation. The aggro between the three families and Chu Zhou was almost to the point of no return. He wished he could destroy Chu Zhou no matter when. The three families naturally knew a lot about Chu Zhou. Young Master Zanyu, you might not know this, but our three families and Chu Zhou have an irreconcilable relationship. An important figure of the Chu family told him about the feud between the three big families and Chu Zhou in detail. He did not hide anything. Continue. Zhang Yu seemed to be very interested in Chu Zhou. Even though I hate Chu Zhou very much and wish I could skin him alive to avenge myself, one have to say that he's indeed a peerless monster that makes people tremble. His growth speed is really too fast. Moreover, he has a mysterious and terrifying bloodline. The big shot of the Chu family explained Chu Zhou's situation in detail. He even told them about how they had issued a bounty of more than 100 billion yuan on Chu Zhou and how they had sent an elite team to kill him. Young Master Zanyu, this Chu Zhou is a core figure that the Battleaxe Martial Arts School is focusing on nurturing. He probably won't choose to rely on the New Moon organization like Chen Bazhu. Moreover, this person is too monstrous. He will almost definitely become a King Realm expert in the future and has a high chance of becoming a human martial god. In fact, he might even become a supreme expert like Dragon, Sun God Soul, and Changa Saha. In short, this person is too much of a threat. It's best to get rid of him as soon as possible. A big shot from the Ling family chimed in. Many important figures of the Chu family and the Zhang family also agreed. The three families were too afraid of Chu Zhou. Moreover, as Chu Zhou became stronger and stronger, their fear of him deepened. It could be said that killing Chu Zhou was the obsession of the three families. If they didn't kill Chu Zhou, they wouldn't be at ease. Now that they saw that Zhang Yu, an important figure from the New Moon organization, seemed to be interested in Chu Zhou, they immediately realized that this was a good opportunity to kill him. Therefore, he described Chu Zhou's monstrousness to the best of his ability and emphasized Chu Zhou's threat, persuading Zanyu to kill Chu Zhou as soon as possible. Chu Zhou, an ant-like human, has actually tainted the god race bloodline of our New Moon organization. Zhang Yu naturally understood the intentions of the three great clans. However, he did have a strong killing intent towards Chu Zhou. Or rather, a large part of the reason why he chose to be the leader of the New Moon organization's people in the relocate Guangdong base city was for Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou? You should be that person's son. Back then, that person turned the tide and forcefully delayed our New Moon organization's descent to Earth by 17 years. I don't know. You have some of that person's style. However, it must be interesting to kill you. With this thought in mind, the corners of Zhang Yu's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a teasing and cold smile, as if he was a hunter who had seen an interesting prey. At this moment, a New Moon martial artist in a silver cloak barged into the banquet. Commander, Chen Bazhu's head was retrieved by a mysterious person. The 5 martial artists guarding there were all killed. The New Month martial artist knelt on one knee in front of Zhang Yu and quickly said, "What? Someone took Chen Bazhu's head and killed 5 of New Moon's boundaries. The situation is delicate now. The powerhouses of the 3 martial arts schools have all been severely injured and are basically holed up in the headquarters of the Guangdong Sea area. The people from the major families don't dare to make a move easily. Who is so bold?" When the 3 families heard this, they were shocked on the spot. At the same time, they asked the New Moon martial artist kneeling on the ground how the 6 genius martial artists of their 3 families were doing. The New Moon martial artist kneeling on the ground glanced indifferently at the important figures of the 3 families and said expressionlessly, "Those 6 trash were instantly killed." When the important figures of the 3 families heard this, their hearts immediately ached. He hated the person who killed them to the core. Compared to the people from the 3 big families, Zhang Yu's expression was very calm. "Any idea who did this? Or where is he now?" he asked. "I don't know." The New Moon martial artist kneeling on the ground shook his head and said, "There's no information about this person in our intelligence." After he obtained Chen Bazhu's head, he immediately left. "We didn't have time to find his traces. Do you think it's Chu Zhou?" After all, it's child's play, easy for a boundary realm martial artist to adjust his bones and appearance. Zhang Yu said to the people of the three big families with a faint smile. Chu Zhou? The people from the three clans were slightly stunned. That's possible. Everyone from the three great clans nodded. Indeed, it was too easy for a boundary realm martial artist to adjust their bones and appearance. Then, from now on, treat Chu Zhou as your imaginary enemy. If he really comes, I believe he won't stop here. If he dares to attack again, we'll take him down immediately. Zhang Yu decided. In a cafe, Chu Zhou silently sorted out the information he had just obtained. Now, he already knew who caused Chen Bazhu's death. Zhan Yu, the commander level of the New Moon organization in the relocate Guangdong base city. Right now, Zhan Yu seems to be attending a banquet at Chu's house. The Chu family, the Ling family, and the Zhang family are all attending this banquet. Chu Zhou sorted out the information he had obtained, his eyes flashing coldly. He now understood why the Battleaxe Martial Arts School didn't take action to retrieve Chen Bazhu's head. In the battle yesterday, the martial artists of the Battleaxe Martial Arts School had suffered too many losses. Almost all of the dozen or so branches of the Battleaxe Martial Arts School in Guangdong base city had been destroyed by New Moon martial artists. A large number of martial artists from the Battleaxe Martial Arts School had been killed. It was said that even Inspector Liao Beizheng and President Tang Yuanqing were severely injured. Now, the entire headquarters of the Battleaxe Martial Arts School in Guangdong was enveloped by a golden domain. No one could enter or come out. In fact, it wasn't just the Battleaxe Martial Arts School. Even the Nature Martial Arts School and the Spirit Martial Arts School were in a similar situation. The forces of the New Moon organization and the Earth organization that had descended yesterday had targeted the three martial arts schools and dealt a huge blow to them. Ever since Zhan Yu descended, he has never attacked. His strength is unknown. Moreover, there seems to be a large number of New Moon guardians protecting him at all times. If I want to kill Zhan Yu directly, I have to find a suitable time. However, since the Chu family, the Ling family, and the Zhang family are willing to be Zhan Yu's dogs, let's start with them. As Chu Zhou thought this, killing intent condensed in his eyes. He had endured these three families for a long time, it had been nothing but his desire to destroy the three great clans. However, with the rules of the human alliance in the past, it was not appropriate for him to attack the three families directly. Now, since the three families were so close to the invader New Moon organization, it was an act of betrayal to humanity. He had nothing to worry about. The Chu clan and the Zhang clan are both king clans. With a king holding down the fort, it will probably be very difficult to destroy them directly. However, the Ling clan is only a boundary realm martial artists clan. The Ling clan is also an old clan. It's very likely that there are many boundary realm martial artists. However, no matter how many boundary realm martial artists there are, if the quality isn't up to standard, they won't be able to stop me. I'll destroy the Ling family first. With a plan in mind, Chu Zhou paid the bill and left the cafe. Then, he walked towards the Ling family. Chapter 240, A Shocking Night, The Ling Family's Destruction. Guangdong Base City. Late at night. The Ling family. The Ling family was an old family in Guangdong Base City. Even though there had never been a king realm or martial god, there was no shortage of boundary realm martial artists every generation. There were even rumors that the Ling family had more boundary realm experts than some king realm clans. The world changed, and tides rose and fell. Over the years, many new king realm clans had risen, and many old king realm clans had declined. However, the Ling family had always existed. Therefore, the Ling family's foundation could be said to be very deep. Apart from not having a king realm expert holding down the fort, their foundation was not inferior to some king realm clans. In Guangdong Base City, even a king realm family would give the Ling family some face. It could be said that as long as the Ling family could produce a king realm, the Ling family would become a powerful king realm clan with a deep foundation. At this moment, Chu Zhou's figure suddenly appeared outside the Ling family manor like a ghost. The Ling family's manor occupied a large area. There was a group of villas, a garden, and an artificial lake. To own such a manor in the Guangdong Base City, where every inch of land was worth a lot of money, one could see how powerful the Ling family was. Who are you? A shout was heard. A team of 10 martial artists quickly appeared in front of Chu Zhou. The situation in Guangdong base city was very delicate. All the major forces were very cautious and secret, and the Ling family was no exception. Therefore, a few teams of martial artists formed by extraordinary realm martial artists were arranged to patrol the Ling family manor in shifts to prevent intruders. When this martial artist team discovered Chu Zhou, who had suddenly appeared at the entrance of the Ling family's manor, they rushed over immediately. Chu Zhou only glanced at the 10 of them indifferently. His eyes suddenly emitted a material white light, and a surging spiritual power erupted from his eyes. The minds of these 10 Ling family martial artists were instantly invaded by a tsunami-like mental strength. They didn't even have time to scream before the explosion of their heads killed them. However, when these 10 people died, a sharp alarm suddenly sounded in the Ling family's manor. The Ling family must have installed a hidden alarm on the patrolling Ling family martial artists. Once one of them died, the alarm device would automatically trigger the alarm. The sharp alarm pierced through the night and woke up all the Ling family members who were in deep sleep. This is an alarm. Someone has invaded our Ling family. One by one, the Ling family martial artists woke up in shock. Then, they immediately grabbed their weapons and rushed out of the room. There was also a small team of capable martial artists who immediately rushed towards the entrance of the Ling family's manor. However, just as they saw the 10 headless corpses, before they could be shocked, they were drowned by a tsunami-like mental power. Then, they followed suit and headshotted one after another. He's quite cautious. Unfortunately, the Ling family is destined to be destroyed today. Chu Zhou listened to the sharp alarm that cut through the night sky and looked at the Ling family's villa complex that instantly lit up. He looked at the figures of martial artists rushing out and smiled coldly. He strode into the manor like a grim reaper walking in the world. He did not hide his strong killing intent at all. Who are you? How dare you invade our Ling family? You have a death wish. A control realm martial artist holding a broadsword the size of a door descended from the sky and slashed down at Chu Zhou. Powerful origin power surged crazily. However, Chu Zhou did not even glance at this control realm martial artist. He took a step forward, and his figure suddenly sped up. He passed by the body of that control realm martial artist like a ghost. Bang! The head of that control realm martial artist suddenly exploded, turning into a headless corpse that fell behind Chu Zhou. Soon, dozens of Ling family martial artists came to stop Chu Zhou. Among them were extraordinary realm martial artists and control realm martial artists. However, these people had all become headless corpses. Chu Zhou did not stop walking. He walked like a god of death as headless corpses landed behind him. A moment later, he arrived at the brightly lit villa complex where hundreds of martial artists from the Ling family were gathered. The 20-odd figures at the front emitted terrifying boundary realm fluctuations. Friend, how did our Ling family offend you to make you do this to our Ling family? The head of the Ling family, Ling Wanshao, looked at the headless corpses behind Chu Zhou with a dark expression. Is this person Ling Zhan's father, and also the source of Ling Zhan's pain? Chu Zhou's heart skipped a beat. He looked up at Ling Wanshao but did not say a word. Ling Wanshao saw that Chu Zhou only looked at him coldly and did not speak at all, as if he did not take him, the head of the Ling family, seriously. His face turned ashen, and his anger soared. Patriarch, there's no need to talk to him. No matter who he is, no matter what reason he has, he actually dared to invade our Ling family and kill people without restraint. He deserves to die. A white-haired boundary realm martial artist from the Ling family said coldly as he stared at Chu Zhou with a knife-like gaze. The other boundary realm martial artists chimed in one after another, their lulling intent boiling. Hundreds of Ling family martial artists also stared fiercely at Chu Zhou, as if they wanted to swallow him alive. Friend, since you don't know when to retreat, don't blame us for being ruthless. Seeing that Chu Zhou did not reply, Ling Wanshao's eyes turned cold. Do it! In an instant, more than 10 boundary realm martial artists from the Ling family and hundreds of martial artists from the Ling family charged at Chu Zhou like ferocious beasts released from their cages. Ants trying to shake a tree. Chu Zhou sneered and activated the 360 spirit relics in his mind. In an instant, a 12-story, hexagonal treasure pagoda appeared above the Ling family manor. A terrifying and heavy spiritual pressure pressed down. It made the air in the entire Ling family manor seem to become heavy and sticky. All the members of the Ling family looked at the hexagonal treasure pagoda in shock. All of them felt an extremely powerful spiritual impact in their minds. Hundreds of Ling family martial artists charging at Chu Zhou instantly had their heads explode. All the ordinary people in the Ling family's manor were also not spared. All of them died with explosions to their heads the moment the hexagon treasure pagoda descended. Only the boundary realm martial artists of the Ling family survived. However, all of them were bleeding from their 7 orifices and their spiritual spirits were severely injured. As expected, spiritual masters far surpass super body system martial artists and elemental system martial artists in terms of group lethality. Chu Zhou looked at the Ling family who had been cleared out by him almost instantly and sighed in his heart. Of course, spiritual masters were powerful in group attacks. However, their power was not as exaggerated as his. This was the reason why his mental attack was so terrifying. It was mainly because his mental strength was too strong, about 360 times more than the other boundary realm spiritual masters. That was why his mental attack had become so terrifying. Ling Wanshao and all the boundary realm martial artists were dumbfounded. Chu Zhou had actually killed hundreds of martial artists and all the ordinary people in their Ling family with just one move? This made them extremely shocked and furious. To a family, even though the number of experts was important, the number of people was equally important. Now, Chu Zhou had annihilated so many members of the Ling family. Even if boundary realm martial artists like them could survive, their Ling family would also fall. Without new blood, the Ling family would only decline. He's a spiritual master. Ling Wanshao and the others stared at Chu Zhou angrily before charging towards him. They wanted to cut Chu Zhou into 1,000 pieces. Chu Zhou only smiled disdainfully and pointed at the 100-meter-tall treasure pagoda in the air with his right hand. The huge 6-sided treasure pagoda shook and instantly split into 360 small treasure pagodas that were 5 to 6 meters tall. These 360 small treasure pagodas instantly surrounded Ling Wanshao and the others, then attacked them at the same time. In an instant, a total of 18 of the 20 boundary realm martial artists from the Ling clan also died from explosion of the head. Only Ling Wanshao and 4 old boundary realm martial artists were left. One didn't expect your Ling clan to have 5 people who have reached the nirvana. Boundary realm martial artists level. Your foundation is indeed deep. Unfortunately, all of you are going to die. Chu Zhou said expressionlessly. He stretched out his palm and spread his fingers. In an instant, 5 world destruction saber chi shot out from his fingers. The 4 old boundary realm martial artists, whose spirit had been severely injured, were unable to resist the saber chi at all and were directly minced into blood mist. Ling Wanshao barely activated the origin power in his body and condensed a shield to block the saber energy that shot at him. However, he was also seriously injured and coughed up blood repeatedly. He coughed up all the internal organs. World Destruction Saber Technique, you are Chu Zhou. Ling Wanshao looked at Chu Zhou in shock. Good guess. But it's too late. Chu Zhou smiled coldly and suddenly appeared beside Ling Wanshao. His 5 fingers grabbed Ling Wanshao's head like dragon claws. Then, he activated an illusion on Ling Wanshao and asked him to transfer all the assets of the Ling family to his account. Moreover, she told him the location of the Ling family's treasure vault. A moment later, Chu Zhou left the Ling residence. There was no one left in the Ling family. Not long after, the experts from the families and forces who heard the commotion nearby arrived at the Ling family's manor. When they saw that almost everyone in the Ling family had become headless corpses, they could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. All of them broke out in cold sweat. Chapter 241, Crazy Improvement. 7 Nirvanas. 1. The Ling family was actually exterminated. When the experts who had rushed over saw the headless corpses of the Ling family and the tragic death of the Ling family's head, Ling Wanshao, their scalps went numb. I remember that Ling Wanshao has already completed 2 nirvanas. The Ling family also had 3 to 4 martial artists who were at 1 nirvana boundary realm. In addition, the Ling family had 17 to 18 boundary realm martial artists. The Ling family is so powerful, but they were actually wiped out in 5 to 6 minutes. This is simply unbelievable. Could a King Realm expert have taken action? Otherwise, who would have the ability to destroy the Ling family in 5 to 6 minutes? It's not surprising for a King Realm expert to attack. In the past 2 days, the Ling family has been very close to the New Moon organization. Perhaps a King Realm expert could not take it lying down and attack the Ling family. These experts from the various large families discussed in shock. Damn it, who was the one who attacked? Could it really be a King Realm expert? Something's not right. All the King Realm experts in the Guangdong base city are being watched by the King Realm exports of the New Moon Organization, the Earth Organization, and the Shadow Alliance. If the King Realm experts make a move, the King Realm experts of the New Moon Organization and other factions will definitely react. There were also important figures from the Chu and Zhang families who came to the Ling family. Seeing the tragic state of the Ling family, they all broke out in cold sweat and were filled with uneasiness. In the past 2 days, the 3 families had clearly joined the New Moon Organization. Perhaps there really were King Realm experts in Guangdong base city who were angry at their actions. Therefore, they secretly destroyed the Ling family. Even though the probability of this happening was very low. But other than this possibility, they really could not think of anyone else who could exterminate the Ling family in just 5 to 6 minutes. The important figures of the Chu family and the Zhang family left with heavy expressions. When the cultivators of the other families saw the grave expressions on the faces of the important figures of the Chu family and the Zhang family as they left, many of them had mocking expressions on their faces. Many people couldn't stand the fact that the Chu, Ling, and Zhang families had defected to the enemy. Soon, the news of the Ling family's extermination spread throughout the entire Guangdong base city. All the martial artists in the Guangdong base city were shocked. The Ling family was such a powerful force, but they were wiped out in 5 to 6 minutes? When many people heard this news, they initially thought that they had misheard. After confirming that the news was true, they all concluded that this was done by a King Realm expert. Haha, how satisfying! The New Moon Organization is clearly the enemy of humanity, but the Ling family openly defected to the New Moon Organization. They deserve to be exterminated. The Ling family has been exterminated. The Chu family and the Zhang family are probably very uneasy now. In the Guangdong base city, many martial artists felt happy after hearing the news and made sarcastic remarks. The warriors of the Chu family and the Zhang family were so angry that they almost vomited blood. However, there were too many people talking about it. They did not dare to flare up even though they were really angry. The Ling family was actually destroyed. Dongfang Mingzi was slightly taken aback when she heard the news. Then, Chu Zhou's figure instinctively appeared in her mind. Is it him? Chu Zhou might have just advanced to the Boundary Realm martial artist not long ago and probably did not have the ability to destroy the Ling family, but her intuition told her that Chu Zhou must have done it. When Yang Zhenzhen heard the news, shock appeared on her face, but she quickly smiled. Now, all the King Realm experts in the Guangdong base city are being watched. On the other hand, the King Realm experts of the New Moon Organization and the Earth Organization are also being watched. Now, the King Realm experts of both sides don't dare to act rashly to avoid a chain reaction. Then, it's basically impossible for the King Realm experts to have unleashed the attack. Since the attacker isn't a King Realm expert, he must be a Boundary Realm martial artist. Moreover, he's a Boundary Realm martial artist with extremely terrifying strength. Other than that pervert Chu Zhou, one can't think of any other Boundary Realm martial artist who can destroy a family like the Ling family in 5 minutes. She muttered to herself. She was certain that the person who had done it was Chu Zhou. At the Li residence, Big Sister Saber stood at the top of a villa and looked in the direction of the Ling residence. She spat out 3 words. He's here. That night, warriors from the Chu family and the Zhang family moved out in large numbers, as if they were looking for news about someone. Even the people from the New Moon Organization and Earth Organization were mobilized. It was obvious that they were all looking for the culprit who destroyed the Ling family. However, they were destined to be disappointed. After destroying the Ling family, Chu Zhou left the Guangdong base city again. They arrived at the small mountain where Chen Bazhu was buried. The Chu family and the Zhang family are different from the Ling family. They are both King Realm experts. Especially the Zhang family, they are a 2 King Realm family. My life force is currently 107,000, and the lower limit of a beginner King Realm expert's life force is 100,000. In that case, my life force has actually reached the standard of a junior King Realm expert. Description: the life force value in the preceding paragraph was wrong. It is now adjusted. However, advancing from a Boundary Realm martial artist to a King Realm expert is not only an increase in life field energy, but also a genetic transformation and transition. The power of a King Realm expert is not only reflected in life field energy. Therefore, I still feel a little weak when facing a King Realm expert now. I have to become stronger to contend against a King Realm expert. Chu Zhou sat cross-legged on the small mountain and thought to himself. Of course, he wanted to destroy the Chu family and the Zhang family as soon as possible. However, he also knew his own limits. He knew that with his current strength, it would still be very difficult for him to destroy the Chu and Zhang families, which had King Realm experts guarding them. Chapter 242, Crazy Improvement. 7 Nirvanas. 2. The Zhang family still had 2 King Realm experts guarding it. He could be courageous, but not rash. Therefore, he suppressed his urge to take revenge and came to this small mountain. He planned to take action after becoming stronger. Just like that, Chu Zhou activated the black hole breathing technique with all his might on this small mountain and devoured ton after ton of commander-level monster meat. Ever since his breathing technique had been upgraded to the black hole breathing technique, Chu Zhou no longer needed to eat monster meat to increase his attribute points. He could directly circulate the black hole breathing technique and devour and convert the energy in the monster meat into attribute points in his attribute board. Of course, circulating the black hole breathing technique also consumed energy. Even if Chu Zhou's vitality far exceeded others, he could only devour and transform about 50 tons of commander-level monster meat a day. Any more and his essence, chi, and spirit would be exhausted, damaging his body. However, even if he devoured and transformed 2 tons of commander-level monster meat in a day, the efficiency was still much higher than eating. It was about 13 times higher. Chu Zhou's internal space now stored 1,110 tons of commander-level monster meat and 650 tons of control realm arrow eagle meat. 12 days later, Chu Zhou devoured and transformed all the commander-level monster meat stored in his internal space. Attribute points, 15,980,000, plus 14,980,000. This time, his attribute points increased by 14.98 million. I've mastered 1% of the Rain Profound. Let's find a water element manual and a water element combat technique to cultivate. Chu Zhou muttered to himself. He immediately tapped on his communications watch and opened all the secret manuals he had downloaded from the martial artist mall. He picked them one by one. Soon, he chose an SS-rank breathing technique called tidal breathing technique and an SSS-rank combat technique called 100-layered waves. He directly let the attribute board integrate the tidal breathing technique into the black hole breathing technique. The attribute board vibrated violently. Soon, the 2 scriptures black hole breathing technique and tidal breathing technique appeared in Chu Zhou's mind. The 2 scriptures quickly fused together. It formed an even more profound new breathing technique. Chu Zhou still called the new breathing technique the black hole breathing technique. However, the new black hole breathing technique also had the characteristics of the tidal breathing technique. This fusion consumed about 5 million attribute points. After fusing with the tidal breathing technique, Chu Zhou also had a deep understanding of the water element. This made it even easier for him to comprehend the 100-layered waves combat technique. After about half a day, Chu Zhou had already comprehended the profoundness of the 100-layered waves and could be considered to have reached the beginner stage. Then, Chu Zhou spent a lot of attribute points to upgrade the brand new black hole breathing technique and the 100-layered waves. 3 days later, a strong blue light suddenly erupted from Chu Zhou's body. Blue tides suddenly rippled from his body and drowned the entire mountain. The tide crystal core had been successfully condensed. However, Chu Zhou did not stop advancing and continued to choose to upgrade the tide crystal core. Soon, the evolution path of the tide crystal core was raised to 100%. Chu Zhou did not stop and continued to improve. He took out 60 tons of control realm arrow eagle meat and activated the black hole breathing technique to devour it to provide energy for the tide essence crystal core to advance to boundary realm. Description: the greater the energy contained in the black hole breathing technique, the less it will devour. Otherwise, the more it will devour. The black hole breathing technique quickly devoured 60 tons of control realm arrow eagle meat, providing a large amount of energy for the advancement of the tide essence crystal. The tide crystal core successfully advanced to the boundary realm. The evolution path also became elemental nirvana. Then, Chu Zhou spent a total of 3 million attribute points to complete the elemental nirvana. Name: Chu Zhou, 6th nirvana boundary realm martial artist, 127,000 life field energy, plus 10,000. Attribute points, 7,980,000. Physical Nirvana, 1 Nirvana, unupgradable. Elemental Nirvana, 2nd Nirvana, unupgradable. Spirit Nirvana, 3rd Nirvanas, unupgradable. I've undergone 6 Nirvanas. IVLY life field energy has also reached 117,000. Coupled with the new moon bloodline, 4 profounds, the black hole breathing technique, the golden sun book, the world destruction saber technique, the extreme titanium golden body, the treasure pagoda meditation technique, and other methods, my current strength shouldn't be weaker than a king realm expert, right? Even if the current me is inferior to a king realm expert, it shouldn't be difficult for me to protect myself. However, he was not in a hurry to attack the Chu family and the Zhang family. He continued to improve on the small mountain and activated the black hole breathing technique and devoured ton after ton of control level arrow eagle meat before converting it into attribute points. There were about 790 tons of arrow eagle meat left on him. In just 3 days, he had devoured all the arrow eagle meat. Attribute points, 11.53 million, plus 3.55 million. His attribute points exceeded 10 million again. 11.53 million. I'm afraid I'm still far from completing another elemental nirvana. Chu Zhou muttered to himself. With a thought, he took out more than 10 boxes of advanced tier genetic nutrient solution from his internal space. This was one of the spoils of war he had obtained from the Ling family. He had obtained hundreds of boxes of advanced tier genetic nutrient solutions. He continued to circulate the black hole breathing technique and devour boxes of high-level genetic nutrient solutions. An hour later. Attribute points, 16 million, plus 4.47 million. This should be enough. He muttered to himself. Then, he took out the Book of Profound and looked at it. After seeing that there were profounds related to wind, he chose an SS-rank storm breathing technique and an SS-rank hurricane book combat technique to comprehend. Similar to the above process, he still integrated the storm breathing technique into the black hole breathing technique. Then, he condensed the storm crystal core, upgraded the storm crystal core, and underwent elemental nirvana. 6 days later. Name, Chu Zhou, 7 Nirvana Boundary Realm Martial Artist, 137,000 Life Field Energy, plus 10,000. Attribute Points, 500,000. Physical Nirvana, 1 Nirvana, unupgradable. Elemental Nirvana, 3rd Nirvana, unupgradable. Spirit Nirvana, 3rd Nirvanas, unupgradable. I New Moon Bloodline, Wings 100%, unupgradable. Repulsion, Profound 0.01%, unupgradable. Incinerating Fire, Profound 1%, unupgradable. Tremor Punch, Profound 1%, unupgradable. Rainstorm, Profound 1%, unupgradable. Black Hole Breathing Technique, SSS-rank Level 2, unupgradable. Golden Sun Book, SSS-rank Level 3, upgradable. World Destruction, SSS-rank Level 7, unupgradable. Extreme Titanium Golden Body, S-rank Level 7, Heaven Extreme Body, unupgradable. Phantom, SSS-rank Level 100, unupgradable. Treasure Pagoda Meditation, SSS-rank Level 12, 360 Relics, unupgradable. 100 Layered Waves, SSS-rank Level 100, unupgradable. Book of Hurricanes, SS-rank Level 9, unupgradable. After 7 Nirvanas, one feel that one can enter the King Realm at any time. However, even if I don't increase my strength should be enough to contend against a King Realm expert. At the very least, one can retreat unscathed. Chu Zhou muttered to himself. He turned into a gust of wind and disappeared, heading to the Guangdong base city again. Chapter 243, King Realm Experts Attack, Earth-Shattering. Guangdong base city. At the Chu family. The Chu family, a King Realm expert family, have an SS-rank golden breathing technique that is famous worldwide. It was created by the Chu family's King Realm expert, the Snake King, Chu Changqing. It's a powerful cultivation technique that combines breathing techniques and combat techniques. Snake King Chu Changqing, 388 years old this year 160 years ago, he successfully advanced to become a King Realm expert. From then on, the Chu family, which was originally only an ordinary small family clan, was promoted to a famous King Realm expert clan in one go. Chu Zhou believed in a famous saying of his ancestor in his previous life, despise the enemy strategically and value the enemy tactically. Strategically looking down on the enemy and daring to fight the enemy is the prerequisite for victory. Tactically paying attention to the enemy and being good at fighting the enemy is the guarantee of victory. Therefore, as long as he was facing a powerful enemy, he would try his best to gather information about them before the battle. He had a detailed understanding of powerful enemies. Then, based on the actual situation, he would choose the most suitable battle plan. In the entire Chu family, only the Chu family's King Realm expert, Snake King Chu Changqing, could be regarded as a great enemy by Chu Zhou. Hence, Chu Zhou specially checked the other party's relevant information through the internet. He even watched some of his battle videos. Fortunately, Snake King Chu Changqing had been famous for too long. There was a lot of information and videos about him on the internet. Hence, Chu Zhou easily found relevant information and videos. He had a detailed understanding of Chu Changqing, the Snake King. In his mind, he compared himself to Chu Changqing and confirmed that even if he was no match for him, he had a high chance of escaping. Only then did he rush to the Chu family. At this time, he also understood the principle not to blindly believe everything written in books. Things were constantly changing, and so were people. The information and videos about Chu Changqing, the Snake King, had been uploaded countless years ago. The current Chu Changqing might be much stronger than the information and videos online. If he believed all the information and videos, he might die a horrible death. The information and videos on the internet could only be used as a reference. Chu Zhou landed near the Chu family's manor and walked towards it step by step. His pace was not fast, but the tempo and distance of each step were the same. There was a strange rhythm to it. He walked step by step, constantly adjusting his mental state to its peak. 1. Li knew very well that the destruction of the Ling family would definitely cause the Chu family to be on high alert. It was impossible for him to deal with the Ling family and attack the Chu family silently. The moment he approached the Chu family, he would probably be discovered by the Chu family's higher UPS and Snake King Chu Changqing. In fact, just as Chu Zhou had expected, he had already been discovered by the higher UPS of the Chu family's manor before he even approached it. Pay attention to that unfamiliar face. He's approaching our Chu family's manor. On a tall building in the Chu family, the head of the Chu family, Chu Zhongquan, Chu Zhongyuan, Chu Zhongqing, Chu Zhongchun, and the other higher UPS of the Chu family immediately targeted Chu Zhou and reminded the Chu family's guard martial artists to be vigilant. In fact, it was not only the higher UPS of the Chu family who noticed Chu Zhou. Ever since the Ling family was destroyed, many factions and families in Guangdong base city had guessed that the mysterious King Realm expert who had destroyed the Ling family might also attack the Chu and Zhang families. As such, the cultivators of the various forces and families were paying close attention to the situation of the Chu family and the Zhang family. As a result, after Chu Zhou appeared, he was quickly targeted by the various large factions and families. Zhen, did you recognize this person? I can't recognize him, but I feel that he's Chu Zhou. In a nearby hotel, Dongfang Mingzu and Yang Zhen also looked at Chu Zhou through the window. On the top of another building, Big Sister Saber was also standing at the edge of the balcony. She crossed her arms and looked down at Chu Zhou. It's just as one thought. After the Ling family was destroyed, the Chu family became more vigilant. It's basically impossible for me to ambush the Chu family again. Chu Zhou felt the gazes on him and couldn't help but sigh. Moreover, those gazes seemed to not only belong to the Chu family, but also other forces. Looks like one can only take it head-on. With this thought in mind, Chu Zhou's fighting spirit increased instead of decreasing. 1 foot ahead of the other. Chu Zhou finally arrived in front of the Zhang family's manor. At this moment, his mental state had also reached its peak. He gave people the feeling that he was like a silent volcano that was about to erupt. At this moment, there was no need to speak. Any words were unnecessary. He suddenly reached behind him and grabbed the Wuxi civilization's most valuable treasure, the Divine Wing Saber. With a bang, he leaped high into the air. Then, he held the knife with both hands. Slash! In an instant, a dazzling blade light illuminated the entire night sky. The incomparably sharp saber chi carried the will to destroy everything as it slashed towards the Chu family's manor. At this moment, countless people in the Guangdong base city were trembling under the terrifying saber intent that could destroy everything. All the higher UPS of the Chu family who were paying attention to Chu Zhou, Big Sister Saber, Dongfang Mingzu, Yang Zhenzu, and the others were all stunned. They did not expect Chu Zhou to be so decisive. After arriving at the entrance of the Chu family's manor, he did not say anything or give any reason. He directly drew his saber and slashed. However, the moment he slashed out with his saber that was filled with killing intent, he recognized Chu Zhou. The saber that contained the will to destroy everything was undoubtedly the world destruction saber technique. In the world, the only person who could cultivate the world destruction saber technique to this level was Chu Zhou. The truth was out. Chu Zhou was the one who destroyed the Ling family. Moreover, Chu Zhou was bold. After destroying the Ling family, he was not satisfied and even came to destroy the Chu family. The truth was shocking. Chu Zhou, how dare you? The head of the Chu family, Chu Zhongquan, widened his eyes and roared angrily. An extremely terrifying origin power fluctuation instantly erupted from his body. Wisps of golden light shot out from his body, illuminating the night sky above the Chu family. A golden snake with a pair of divine wings appeared behind him. His entire body instantly fused with the golden snake shadow. Like a golden bolt of lightning, he rushed towards the saber aura that Chu Zhou had slashed out. He wanted to block the incomparably sharp saber chi outside the Chu family manor. Otherwise, just this saber chi was enough to cause heavy casualties to the Chu family. However, when the golden snake collided with the saber chi, fear instantly appeared in Chu Zongquan's eyes. The incomparably powerful golden snake shadow was actually cut apart by the saber chi like tofu. In the blink of an eye, the sharp and cold saber chi arrived in front of Chu Zongquan. At this moment, Chu Zongquan could already feel the suffocating feeling of death. A look of deep despair appeared on his face. He never expected Chu Zhou to become so terrifying and powerful. Even he, who was at the limit of the second nirvana, could not block a single slash. However, Chu Zongquan did not die. A golden divine wing that was hundreds of meters long suddenly extended from an old villa deep in the Chu family. It blocked in front of Chu Zongquan and blocked the saber chi. At the same time, an earth-shattering aura suddenly erupted from the old villa, shaking the entire Guangdong base city. Endless golden light pierced through the old villa and into the clouds. An incomparably huge divine-winged golden snake slowly appeared in the clouds. Like a god, it looked down. At this moment, countless martial artists and citizens in the Guangdong base city felt suffocated. The patriarch has made his move. Chu Zongquan, Chu Zongyuan, Chu Zongqing, Chu Zongchun, and the other higher UPS of the Chu family, as well as many Chu family martial artists, looked excitedly at the villa behind them that emitted endless golden light. The Snake King has made his move. Dongfang Mingzu, Yang Zhenzhen, Big Sister Saber, and the experts of the various large families all looked at the old villa covered in golden light with solemn expressions. The Battleaxe Martial Arts School, the Nature Martial Arts School, the Spirit Martial Arts School, the regional headquarters of the three martial arts schools, as well as the various martial god clan, King Realm expert clans, the floating city of the New Moon organization, and the war castle of the Earth organization. All of them looked at the Chu family's old villa. King Realm experts did not easily attack. The moment he attacked, it was earth-shattering. Is the old monster from the Chu family going to attack? At this moment, Chu Zhou felt a terrifying aura that could destroy the world locked onto him from afar. However, not only did he not feel afraid, but his warpath was also boiling. I wonder how one, as a 7 Nirvana boundary realm martial artist, am compared to a King Realm expert? I'm looking forward to it. Chu Zhou held the divine wing saber tightly in his right hand. His eyes shone with divine light, and his body erupted with heroism and ambition. Chapter 244, Facing a King Realm expert directly, so what if he's a King Realm expert? Old villa shot out endless golden light and broke through the clouds. The fluctuations of the vast sea came from the old villa, making countless people in the entire Guangdong base city feel like they were in a raging sea and could be devoured by the monstrous gush at any time. Repression. Fear. Panic. Countless people could not help but have all kinds of negative emotions appear in their hearts. Is this the power of a King Realm expert? It's really too terrifying. He hasn't even really attacked yet, but he already makes people feel despair. Dongfang Mingzu said in shock as she looked at the old villa deep in the Chu residence with a solemn expression. Even though King Realm experts and Boundary Realm experts are only one realm apart on the surface, King Realm experts and Boundary Realm creatures are actually on completely different levels. The boundary realm has actually already reached the limit of the human body, a king realm expert has broken through the limit of the human body. Moreover, his genes have physioned and restructured the gene chain. The king realm expert's genetic chain is different from ordinary humans. Therefore, a king realm expert can also be said to be a creature from another dimension. Yang Zhenzhen said seriously. The Yang family she was in was the martial god clan. Her knowledge allowed her to come into contact with many secrets about the king realm expert and the human martial god early on. A king realm expert. On a tall building, Big Sister Saber slowly spat out 2 words. Her gaze became much more serious as he looked at the old villa. At this moment, many experts of the various families who were paying attention to the Chu family's development had serious expressions. Ha ha ha, Chu Zhou, you actually want to destroy our Chu family after destroying the Ling family. Do you really think that the King Realm expert family is just a rumor? You're dead tonight. The head of the Chu family, Chu Zhou, suddenly laughed out loud and looked at Chu Zhou mockingly. Humph, how can Chu Zhou survive if the ancestor attacks? Chu Zhongyuan, Chu Zhongqing, Chu Zhongchun, and the other higher UPS of the Chu family, as well as many Chu family martial artists, also looked at Chu Zhou disdainfully. It had to be said that they were really frightened by Chu Zhou just now. Their family head, Chu Zhongquan, was almost killed by Chu Zhou in one move. This made them feel terrified. However, with the help of their old ancestor, all the horror dissipated. Yes, Chu Zhou was indeed powerful. However, no matter how strong Chu Zhou was, he was only a boundary realm martial artist. He was nothing in front of a king realm expert. Noisy. Chu Zhou looked coldly at the chattering members of the Chu family with a hint of impatience. He waved the divine wing saber in his hand. In an instant, dense saber chi swept towards the Chu family like a violent storm. The expressions of everyone from the Chu family immediately changed drastically. They did not expect that even a king realm expert would dare to be so arbitrary. Did he really think that their old ancestor of the Chu family was transparent? How dare you! An old shout containing anger came from the old villa. The golden divine wings that were originally blocking in front of Chu Zhongquan swept across the sky, bringing with it a golden wave that shattered all the saber chi. In the next moment, the huge golden divine wings seemed to have turned into a heavenly saber that slashed at Chu Zhou. Under this slash, vast origin power surged like a sea. It was like a blow from a god fiend that wanted to destroy the world. It was extremely terrifying. Dongfang Mingzhu, Yang Zhenzhen, Big Sister Saber, and the others, as well as the experts from the various large families. At this moment, their faces were pale. They felt that if they were the ones facing this slash now, they would only be instantly killed. However, Chu Zhou's expression was very calm. There was not even a ripple on his face. He suddenly raised the divine wing blade in his hand, and 5 terrifying saber intents breaking the sea, avalanche, violent storm, frost, and violent storm exploded from the divine wing blade at the same time. 5 huge demonic saber phantoms rose behind him at the same time. Boom! The divine wing saber and the golden divine wings collided with a bang. It was like a spark hitting the earth, and a terrifying illuminate instantly spread. More than half of the Chu family's villa group collapsed. Chu Zhongquan, Chu Zhongyuan, Chu Zhongqing, Chu Zhongchun, and all the Chu family martial artists spat out blood. However, at this moment, no one paid attention to the losses of the Chu family, nor did anyone pay attention to the injuries of Chu Zhongquan and the others. Everyone's gaze was focused on Chu Zhou. They all wanted to see how Chu Zhou could resist a King Realm expert's attack. However, they quickly revealed shocked expressions. The huge golden divine wing in the sky was actually shattered by the saber in Chu Zhou's hand, turning into golden light spots that filled the sky. Then, Chu Zhou turned into a bolt of lightning and charged towards the old villa. How is this possible? Chu Zhongquan, the Chu family martial artists, and the experts of the various families were shocked when they saw this scene. They did not expect that not only did Chu Zhou crack the king-level attack of the Chu family's patriarch, but he also took the initiative to attack him. Boom, boom, boom. Under everyone's gaze, the incomparably huge divine-winged golden snake circling in the clouds instantly tore through the air and fought Chu Zhou. For a moment, saber chi crisscrossed and divine wings split open. The intensity and horror of Chu Zhou's battle with the divine-winged golden snake had exceeded everyone's imagination. Every strike of theirs contained the power to shatter mountains. The aftershock of their battle turned into circles of substantial energy waves. In an instant, all the Chu family villas outside the old villa enveloped in golden light were destroyed. Everyone in the Chu family was sent flying out of the Chu family manor. The experts from the various large families looked at the circles of tangible energy waves and their expressions changed drastically. They did not dare to approach at all. They felt that even the energy wave formed by the aftershock of the battle could easily tear apart boundary tier experts. From this, it could be seen how terrifying Chu Zhou's battle with the divine winged golden snake was. Suddenly, a cold old man with an aquiline nose walked out of the old villa. The incomparably huge divine winged golden snake instantly flew behind him. The cold old man with the hooked nose stared coldly at Chu Zhou. Pressure and violent origin power surged around him, causing the surrounding space to distort slightly. Snake King Chu Changqing. Chu Zhou looked straight into the cold old man's eyes fearlessly. The divine wing saber in his hand pointed at Snake King Chu Changqing from afar. The Snake King, Chu Changqing, has appeared. What a terrifying power! Even the void seems to be unable to withstand it and is showing signs of distortion. Is the Snake King, Chu Changqing, who has been silent for more than 100 years, going to attack again? It's hard to imagine how strong he is now. Chu Zhou is really abnormal. He actually forced the Snake King, Chu Changqing, out. However, his luck is probably over. He will die at the hands of the Snake King, Chu Changqing. The world will change color when a King Realm expert is angry. Chu Zhou is in danger. At this moment, many experts in the Guangdong base city were staring fixedly at Chu Zhou and the Snake King, Chu Changqing. Among them, the kings of the 3 martial arts schools, the various large families, the New Moon Organization, and the Earth Organization were also paying attention to this battle. We descendants are unworthy. We actually let Chu Zhou, this little thief, disturb the ancestors' cultivation. However, everything is about to end now that the ancestor has appeared. Chu Zhongquan placed his hands behind his back and sighed. It's good that the ancestor appeared and will be completely destroying Chu Zhou. Then our Chu family can be at ease. That's right. This person is too monstrous. We won't be at ease until he's dead. Now that the ancestor has personally taken action to eliminate all the worries, we won't have a headache because of him in the future. Chu Zongyuan, Chu Zongqing, Chu Zongchun, and the other higher UPS of the Chu family spoke one after another. Amidst the golden light that filled the sky, the Snake King, Chu Changqing, looked coldly at Chu Zhou like a god. So it's you. You actually dared to kill Bo Yang in the Li family manor that day. If it weren't for that old man, Tang Yuanqing, protecting you, I would have long torn you into pieces. However, I didn't expect you to dare to attack our Chu family personally. Are you tempting fate? The Snake King, Chu Changqing, said coldly and suddenly attacked. His aged palm suddenly stretched out and instantly turned into an incomparably huge golden hand. Like the palm of an ancient god, it suddenly made a grab at Chu Zhou. Rumble. There seemed to be an avalanche, causing the sky to collapse and the ground to cave in. This was a tyrannical aura, as if an ocean had exploded. Waves swept through the entire world. All living beings were like ants that were drowned and could only struggle bitterly. In the Guangdong base city, countless people lay on the ground, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. They had no strength to resist this monstrous might. At this moment, Dongfang Mingzu and the others broke out in cold sweat. They truly understood how terrifying a King Realm expert was. Then, just as the terrifying golden palm enveloped down, Chu Zhou's body moved. The divine wing saber in his hand pointed diagonally at the sky. Then, it turned into a sharp lightning that tore through the void and slashed out fiercely. Pfft! The golden hand was formed by golden light, which was very hardy and could easily obliterate any boundary realm martial artist. However, under Chu Zhou's slash, it collapsed in the air and turned into countless light spots. The tsunami-like energy fluctuation of the avalanche also disappeared. The void returned to calm. Chu Zhou stood in the night sky. The bright moonlight shone on him, as if putting a thin veil on him. He stared at Snake King Chu Changqing indifferently and said, "So what if you're a King Realm expert? Do you dare to fight outside the base city?" After saying that, he turned around and walked out of Guangdong base city, ignoring the Snake King, Chu Changqing, who was behind him. A King Realm expert battle could destroy a city. This was the reason why Chu Zhou chose to fight outside the base city. Snake King Chu Changqing looked at Chu Zhou's back view as he walked away. His expression was so dark that it was about to drip into the water. A mere boundary realm martial artist actually dared to clamor at him like this. Did they really think that he, a king realm expert, was made of clay? Since you have a death wish, I'll fulfill your wish. He snorted and instantly turned into an afterimage as he chased after them. The entire Guangdong base city was in an uproar. Countless people could not imagine that Chu Zhou could easily crack it even after Snake King Chu Changqing took action personally. He even invited Snake King Chu Changqing to fight outside the city. To a certain extent, King Realm experts have already exceeded the category of humans. The King Realm barrier divides the top and bottom realms of King Realm experts and Boundary Realm martial artists into heaven and earth. Typically speaking, no matter how strong a Boundary Realm martial artist is, it's difficult for them to withstand a casual strike from a King Realm expert. How did this Chu Zhou do it? A Boundary Realm martial artist actually dares to challenge a King Realm expert. Tonight, we can be considered to have witnessed an eternal miracle. In the Guangdong base city, many experts said in shock. They also rushed out of the Guangdong base city and prepared to watch the next unprecedented battle. Chapter 245, The Night of the Slaying of the King Realm Expert. 1. Outside Guangdong base city. There was a bright silver moon in the sky. A figure suffused with golden light stood there, and a huge divine-winged golden snake floated behind it. His gaze was sharp and cold, and it emitted traces of peerlessly heavy king's might, causing all the living beings living in a radius of 50 kilometers to tremble and not dare to make a sound. A King Realm expert can't be humiliated. An ant should be killed if he dares to provoke a King Realm expert. Snake King Chu Changqing was like a god in the air. He raised his palm and took out a blood-colored spear. TSS. The blood-colored spear instantly pierced through the void and stabbed at Chu Zhou like lightning. The surging origin power was like a vast sea and the surrounding mountains shattered one after another. The scene was extremely terrifying. Chu Zhou was fearless. He waved the Divine Wing Saber and faced the attack forcefully. The Divine Wing Saber drew a mysterious trajectory. Waves of bone-chilling world destruction killing intent constantly erupted, causing all kinds of hair-raising world destruction scenes to appear in the void. Clang, clang, clang. The Divine Wing Saber and the blood-colored spear collided. Sparks exploded like fireworks. Energy surged and swept through the surroundings, causing the surrounding mountains, forests, and earth to constantly collapse. The many experts who rushed over to watch the battle felt that their bodies were about to shatter. All of their expressions changed in shock. They did not dare to get too close and only dared to watch the battle from afar. Everyone was shocked. Chu Zhou had actually blocked the Snake King, Chu Changqing. He did not seem to be at a disadvantage when fighting him. In the night sky, two figures were fighting with all their might. The Divine Wing Saber collided with the blood-colored spear, and clanging sounds rang out. Every collision bloomed with dazzling sparks. Their speed was as fast as lightning. The two of them flew into the vast sky and fought from one place to another. It was as if they traversed space and time, erupting with terrifying origin power fluctuations that shook the 8 directions. As Chu Zhou fought the Snake King, Chu Changqing, he activated the black hole breathing technique with all his might and devoured the energy in the void to quickly replenish his losses. He could use the consumption and replenishment of his origin power to maintain balance. This also allowed him to use all kinds of big moves without restraint and fight head-on with the Snake King, Chu Changqing, without being at a disadvantage. The two of them fought fiercely, accompanied by rumbling thunder. Terrifying origin power fluctuations erupted from both sides, as if a vast sea was rising and falling. Everyone was shocked. Even though the two of them were already tens of thousands of meters above the ground, the vast and majestic origin power could still be sensed. Many people were shocked by the vast and boundless origin power and could not move at all. They fell to the ground weakly. Breaking the sea. Avalanche. Storm. Frost. Blazing fire. At this moment, Chu Zhou's eyes were pitch black as he completely entered a killing state. He was like an ancient god of slaughter that had crossed endless time and space. The Divine Wing Saber in his hand completely turned into a saber of slaughter. He used the first 5 moves of the World Destruction Saber technique in succession. In an instant, the entire sky turned into a sea of sabers. Earth-shattering demonic saber phantoms slashed down from the 9 heavens, causing the entire sky to tremble violently. That scene was too terrifying. If such an attack landed in Guangdong base city, half of it would probably be turned into ruins in an instant. Snake King Chu Changqing was really shocked. He did not expect Chu Zhou to fight to this extent. At this moment, he confirmed that Chu Zhou had strength comparable to a King Realm expert. His expression gradually became serious. He activated the vast origin power in his body to resist Chu Zhou's world destruction saber technique. Every strike of the blood-colored spear in his hand seemed to be able to pierce through the sky. The energy was incomparably majestic, shooting out golden lights that tore through the sky. Chu Zhou, you've really impressed me. However, you still have to die. Snake King Chu Changqing's eyes narrowed slightly, and his killing intent was cold. The better Chu Zhou's performance was, the more intense the killing intent in the Snake King Chu Changqing's heart became. This was because if he didn't kill Chu Zhou now, the doomsday for him, Chu Changqing, and the Chu family would come once Chu Zhou became a King Realm expert. He would never allow such a calamity to exist. Suddenly, the Snake King, Chu Changqing, took a deep breath. Like a heavenly snake, the clouds in the entire sky were pulled. The divine winged golden snake behind him suddenly fused into his body. Then, countless golden snake shadows suddenly appeared on his body. Boom! His figure suddenly moved, and the blood-colored spear in his hand suddenly stabbed towards Chu Zhou, erupting with an earth-shattering strike. In an instant, the entire sky seemed to have been pierced through. At this moment, the entire night sky turned golden. A peerlessly sharp spear light pierced through the night sky, causing the entire sky to tremble, and it contained the terrifying divine might to destroy everything. Chu Zhou's expression was calm, and his eyes emitted divine light. He slashed at the sharp spear light that pierced over like a bolt of lightning. There was a loud clang. Chu Zhou felt a violent tremor that was like a raging sea. It traveled along the divine wing saber, causing intense pain in his perlicue. However, what was even more shocking was that when the divine wing saber collided with the spear light, the peerlessly sharp spear light suddenly turned into hundreds of thousands of golden snakes that shot towards Chu Zhou's body like wisps of golden lightning. Chu Zhou's expression changed slightly. The divine wing saber in his hand instantly turned into countless divine feathers and covered his body, forming an indestructible armor. Ding, 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 ding. The dense golden snakes shot at Chu Zhou's armor, blooming with blazing sparks. Chapter 246, The Night of the Slaying of the King Realm Expert. 2. There were also many golden snakes that flew past Chu Zhou's body and swept across the mountain peaks in the distance. Large portions of the mountain peaks turned to ashes and turned into flat ground. That saber can actually turn into armor and block my attack. Snake King Chu Changqing was shocked. He had never seen such a magical weapon before. When he looked at the armor on Chu Zhou's body, his eyes could not help but have a hint of greed. His strength would definitely increase greatly if he obtained the weapon on Chu Zhou. Kill! He shouted, and his figure was like lightning as he waved the blood-colored spear at Chu Zhou again. Dense golden snakes followed every time he brandished his spear. Not only were those small snakes extremely agile, they also contained extremely terrifying offensive power. Any small golden snake could easily destroy a mountain peak. Chu Zhongquan, Chu Zhongyuan, Chu Zhongqing, Chu Zhongchun, and the other experts of the Chu family were dazzled. So this is the correct usage of the golden breathing technique? The ancestor's comprehension of the golden breathing technique is really amazing. He perfectly fused the golden breathing technique with his combat technique, causing the power of his combat technique to increase explosively. A casual strike contains terrifying power. Chu Zhongquan and the others were shocked and felt that they had learned a lot. The experts of the various large families' expressions changed when they saw that a random golden snake could turn a mountain into ashes when it hit the ground. Was this the power of a King Realm expert? It was indeed too scary. Chu Zhou seemed to be in a sea of sabers, carrying countless saber beams as he collided violently with the Snake King, Chu Changqing, who was surrounded by countless golden snakes in the sky. A rumble resounded for 100 miles. The entire sky seemed to be about to collapse. Chu Zhou, you're very strong, comparable to a newly minted King Realm expert. However, unfortunately, I'm not a newly minted King Realm expert. The Snake King, Chu Changqing, sneered and stepped into the vast sea of sabers formed by endless saber chi without restraint. The countless golden snakes around him automatically shattered the saber chi that came charging at him. He raised his blood-colored spear and attacked Chu Zhou at lightning speed. At this moment, he had truly erupted with the power of a King Realm expert. Earth-shattering origin power swept out of his body, forming layers of substantial energy waves that drowned the entire void. Chu Zhou felt that his body was about to crack from the fluctuations emitted by the Snake King, Chu Changqing. His expression could not help but change slightly. Is this the power of a King Realm expert? It's indeed unimaginable. He took a deep breath and used the 7th level of the Extreme Titanium Golden Body, the Heaven Extreme Body. In an instant, he turned into a small metal giant. His muscles that looked like metal components bulged high, and there were countless mysterious circuit-shaped patterns on his body. A huge network of circuits spread out from his body. The circuit network was not flat, but stood behind him like a spider web. Half of it spread to the sky and the other half to the earth below. At this moment, a vast amount of titanium elemental in the world immediately gathered in the circuit network and reached a resonance with Chu Zhou's body. Endless titanium element was transmitting power to Chu Zhou through the electrical network. Boom! In an instant, countless red lightning bolts appeared on Chu Zhou's body. The aura on his body rose again and again, causing the entire sky to tremble. Kill! After using the Heaven Extreme Body, Chu Zhou took the initiative to attack Snake King Chu Changqing. The intensity of the battle had increased. Chu Zhou and the Snake King, Chu Changqing, were like two dazzling meteors, constantly colliding in the void. Every collision and confrontation erupted with an earth-shattering explosion, setting off waves of energy storms in the void. Even the clouds high in the sky were shattered by them. Ah! Many experts who were watching the battle nearby were directly shattered into blood mist by the aftershock of the battle between Chu Zhou and the Snake King, Chu Changqing. Not good, retreat quickly. When the others saw this, their expressions changed as they used all their might to retreat into the distance. At this moment, the battle in the sky was gradually becoming white-hot. The Snake King Chu Changqing's expression gradually turned ugly. He did not expect that he still could not take down Chu Zhou even after being serious. He's only a boundary realm martial artist. How can he have such powerful strength? Could it be that he has undergone at least 5 nirvanas? Impossible, this is impossible. How long has it been since he advanced to the boundary realm martial artist? No matter how monstrous his talent is, it's already shocking enough that he can complete 1 nirvana. How could he have undergone 5 nirvanas? The Snake King, Chu Changqing, thought to himself. His inability to take down Chu Zhou for a long time made his mind a little chaotic, and the rhythm of his attacks became slightly chaotic. Chu Zhou had been focused on fighting the Snake King, Chu Changqing. Now that the other party's attack tempo was chaotic, he immediately discovered it. An opening. A glint shot out of his eyes, and he instantly erupted with all his might. He brandished the divine wing saber and minced the golden snakes that shot over like lightning, charging in front of the Snake King, Chu Changqing. The 6th move of the World Destruction Saber Technique, Earth Destruction. Chu Zhou let out a long roar and slashed down with the divine wing saber in his hand at the Snake King, Chu Changqing. In an instant, the phantom of a vast earth appeared in the sky, and an incomparably sharp saber beam slashed fiercely at the ground. In an instant, the vast ground was divided by 1,000-foot-tall saber lights. Cracks spread in all directions like a spider web, and disaster spread thousands of kilometers away. It was as destructive as a magnitude 10 earthquake. At this moment, Snake King Chu Changqing was enveloped by the vast phantom of the ground and stood on it. The 1,000-foot-tall sharp saber beams split the earth and slashed at him. His expression immediately changed. Shit! Chu Changqing, the Snake King, was shocked. He wanted to soar into the air and leave this earth to dodge the saber beam. However, he was shocked to discover that this phantom of earth actually contained a mysterious imprisonment power, making it difficult for him to escape. He could only deal with the terrifying sharp saber beams and the power of shock that could topple mountains and overturn seas on this earth. Damn it, is this still the World Destruction Saber Technique? How can there be a 6th move of the World Destruction Saber Technique? It's so strange. Chu Changqing, the Snake King, was shocked and furious. He had no choice but to resist with all his might. His entire body instantly turned into a huge divine-winged golden snake. He flapped his 2 divine wings that covered the sky crazily, fanning out waves of golden energy. However, when the 1,000-foot-tall sharp saber lights arrived, the golden energy tide was instantly torn apart. The incomparably sharp saber beam slashed at the huge divine winged golden snake. Almost instantly, it cut off the 2 huge divine wings of the divine winged golden snake and slashed it into 1,000 pieces. The divine winged golden snake hissed shrilly. Huge blood wounds appeared on its body and rained down endless blood. A moment later, the vast land and the terrifying saber beam disappeared. The huge divine winged golden snake also disappeared. Only the Snake King, Chu Changqing, was left covered in blood. He knelt on one knee in midair. As for Chu Zhou, he floated above the head of the Snake King, Chu Changqing, and raised the divine wing saber high. His gaze was coldly fixed on the Snake King, Chu Changqing. This scene seemed like a god judging a sinner who had violated the heavenly law. It was extremely impactful. Everyone watching the battle felt that it was unbelievable when they saw this scene. The 7th move of the World Destruction Saber Technique, Sky Devouring. Chu Zhou spoke slowly. The divine wing saber in his hand seemed to have come alive and suddenly spat out clouds. In an instant, the world changed color. Dark clouds covered the sky, and lightning surged. A huge dark cloud vortex appeared above the divine wing saber and shot out a dazzling pillar of light that shot at the divine wing saber. This. When the experts of the various large factions saw this, they were so shocked that they could not speak. Questions similar to the Snake King, Chu Changqing, appeared in their hearts. When did the World Destruction Saber Technique have the 7th move? Moreover, how terrifying! At this moment, the Snake King, Chu Changqing, raised his head slightly and looked at the divine wing saber that was crazily breathing in and out the energy of heaven and earth. He seemed to have a premonition of the fate of death, and his face involuntarily revealed fear. No! He let out a roar filled with unwillingness and fear from his throat. Then, he dissipated into a blood mist by a saber beam that pierced through the world. Chapter 247, Shocking the World. 2 Kings Pursuit. So much for the so-called Snake King. Chu Zhou looked at the dead Snake King, Chu Changqing, who had turned into a blood mist and said indifferently, causing the many spectators to fall silent. Under the starry sky, Chu Zhou bathed in the bright moonlight. He held the divine wing saber and drops of scarlet blood dripped along the tip of the saber. It was the fresh blood of a King Realm expert. This scene was shocking, everyone was like clay statues and wood carvings. No matter how many years had passed, anyone who saw this scene tonight would find it difficult to forget. It was branded in their hearts and would be difficult to erase. Chu Zhou's black hair was thick, and he looked like a god or a demon. The moonlight shone, and starlight washed his body. He stood under the starry sky and slaughtered a King Realm expert, shocking the world. Everyone was petrified. They looked at that scene in disbelief. Time seemed to have frozen at this moment, making people almost forget to breathe. Breaking through the King Realm expert barrier and defying the heavens to attack the King Realm expert was something a Boundary Realm martial artist could do. He stood with his head held high, the only one under the starry sky. Is what one saw real? He slaughtered a King Realm expert. This is a miracle. How can he kill a King Realm expert while he's at the Boundary Realm? Is this the champion of the global human genius competition? He's indeed qualified to become a peerless monster. He's too strong and so fierce and domineering. Why do I feel that he's going to reign supreme in the world in the future? After an unknown period of time, people exclaimed in such a way. They all looked up at the almost miraculous results in the sky, and their eyes revealed excitement. So powerful! Dongfang Mingzu and Yang Zhenzhen's eyes lit up. He can actually defy the heavens and attack a King Realm expert. Sister Dao muttered to herself with surprise on her face. Has another person who can defy the heavens appeared? We can't let this person live. That's right. There can't be a second demonic human. In the floating city of the New Moon organization, 2 terrifying figures bathed in starlight suddenly appeared and looked in Chu Zhou's direction with a murderous aura. You two, you're so free tonight to actually come out to admire the moon. Laughter sounded as 2 figures appeared above the floating city again. One of them was Tang Yuanqing and the other was a middle-aged man in black with a sharp gaze. Tang Yuanqing and the black-clothed middle-aged man's auras were firmly locked onto the 2 terrifying figures bathed in starlight. They would immediately attack as long as the other party made any abnormal movements. 2 terrifying figures bathed in starlight stared coldly at Tang Yuanqing and the black-clothed middle-aged man who had suddenly appeared. Tang Yuanqing, Suwu. You're seriously injured, but you still dare to appear in front of us. Looks like you're really not afraid of death. One of the people bathed in starlight sneered. Tang Yuanqing also smiled. What are you talking about? Of course we're afraid of death. However, if necessary, we don't mind dragging the two of you down with us. Hehe, a king realm expert can live for 500 years, and I, Tang Yuanqing, have also lived for nearly 400 years. One only have 100 years left at most. Coupled with my current injuries, I might only be able to live for a few decades. As for the two of you, you don't seem to be even 300 years old. Your lives are still very long. One do seem to profit if one of you can die with me today. The expressions of the two people bathed in starlight changed slightly. Humph, Tang Yuanqing, the main force of our new moon organization is about to descend. Your battle-axe martial arts school won't be able to stop it. I can't be bothered with you now. I'll definitely settle the score with you in the future. The two terrifying figures bathed in starlight quickly returned to the floating city. In another direction, an astonishing figure flew out of the war castle, wanting to fly towards Chu Zhou. However, just as he left the war castle, an old woman with white hair and a youthful face appeared in front of him. Return now if you don't want an all-out war to break out now. The old lady said calmly to the figure who came out of the war castle. The person who came out of the war castle stared deeply at the old lady and said, even if you stop us, you can't stop the others. We're not the only ones who don't want to see a second demonic human appear. One reckon that there are many humans and factions on Earth who don't want to see a second demonic human appear. The old lady said expressionlessly, this is an internal matter of our human race. It has nothing to do with you. In short, if you want to make a move, this old woman here will accompany you. In any case, I'm already old and don't have many years to live. It doesn't seem bad to go crazy before one die. The old woman said the most ruthless words in the calmest tone. The corners of the mouth of the person who came out of the war castle twitched slightly. Then, he returned to the war castle without hesitation. After the person left, the old lady looked in Chu Zhou's direction and muttered to herself, little guy, this is all we old bones can do for you. I hope you can grow up as soon as possible. No, how could this be? The ancestor is clearly a king realm expert. How could he be killed by a boundary realm martial artist? Chu Zhongquan, Chu Zhongyuan, Chu Zhongqing, Chu Zhongchun, and many other higher UPS of the Chu family, as well as many Chu family martial artists, had personally witnessed the scene of their old ancestor, the Snake King, Chu Changqing, being killed by Chu Zhou. Immediately, they felt as if the sky had collapsed. All of their expressions collapsed. They could not accept it. A moment later, the expressions of Chu Zhongquan and the other higher UPS of the Chu family suddenly changed drastically, and they wanted to escape. However, it was too late. A huge saber-chi tornado suddenly descended from the sky. In an instant, it minced Chu Zhongquan and the other Chu family martial artists into a blood mist. Chu Zhongquan and the other Chu family martial artists did not even have the ability to resist. The Chu family is finished. The Snake King, Chu Changqing, was killed. Chu Zhongquan, Chu Zhongyuan, Chu Zhongqing, and many other higher UPS of the Chu family, as well as so many elites of the Chu family, were all killed. The Chu family probably won't be able to rise again or have a chance in the future. When the experts of the various large families saw Chu Zhongquan and the other important figures and elites of the Chu family being instantly killed, they were all terrified. At this moment, no one dared to speak up for the Chu family. Chu Zhou had just killed the Snake King, Chu Changqing. He stepped on the latter's corpse and publicized his strength to the world. He was more powerful than a king realm expert. He could even be called an uncrowned king. At this moment, who was stupid enough to offend an uncrowned king? Moreover, the Chu family had betrayed the human race and joined the New Moon organization. They were already disliked by many people. Chu Zhou muttered to himself and looked in the direction of the Chu family, preparing to enter the base city again and kill the Chu family. However, right then, his hair stood on end and his entire body turned cold. He felt a suffocating danger. Without hesitation, he used his SSS-rank phantom movement technique and instantly appeared 500 meters away. Pfft! A greenish gold iron chain suddenly shot at the spot where Chu Zhou was standing just now, piercing through countless kilometers of the earth. Chu Zhou had just stabilized himself when a deep black light shot towards his temple. Chu Zhou felt his blood run cold again. He used the phantom movement technique again and instantly flew several kilometers away. Soon, two figures appeared under his gaze. A silver-haired old man was wrapped in a greenish gold chain while the other was a black-robed old man holding a sharp dagger. Two King Realm experts. Chu Zhou looked at the silver-haired old man and the black-robed old man and immediately sensed that they were both King Realm experts. Moreover, the origin power fluctuations on their bodies were much stronger than the Snake King, Chu Changqing. Humph, aren't there just two more King Realm experts? I've even killed the Snake King, Chu Changqing. Why should one be afraid of you? Chu Zhou sneered and said murderously. And then he turned around and fled. It was already very strenuous to kill the Snake King, Chu Changqing. Two more powerful ones actually appeared now. Why would one wait around for my death instead of escaping now? Chu Zhou was not so stupid. The strategy was to get out while the going's good. Chu Zhou activated the SSS-rank phantom movement technique with all his might. His entire body seemed to have turned into a blinking lightning that flashed into the distance. When the silver-haired old man and the black-robed old man heard Chu Zhou's words, they thought that Chu Zhou had become arrogant and prepared to fight them after killing the Snake King, Chu Changqing. However, they never expected Chu Zhou to turn around and escape after saying those harsh words. What land of shitty maneuver is this? Are young people nowadays so immoral? The silver-haired elder and the black-robed elder instantly turned into two after-images and chased after Chu Zhou. Dongfang Mingzhu, Yang Zhenzhen, Big Sister Saber, and the other three women, as well as the people from the various large families, only reacted at this moment. They could not help but reveal shocked expressions. I think I've seen those two people just now. They seem to be the two ancestors of the Zhang family. Yang Zhenzhen recalled and said emotionally. It's actually the two ancestors of the Zhang family. Dongfang Mingzhu took a deep breath and said in understanding, it seems that the two ancestors of the Zhang family can't sit still anymore after seeing Chu Zhou destroy the Ling family and almost destroy the Chu family. It's normal for them to attack. Otherwise, Chu Zhou's next target might be their Zhang family. The two ancestors of the Zhang family. Big Sister Saber frowned and looked in the direction where Chu Zhou had left. She waved her hand. Immediately, an ordinary-looking middle-aged woman appeared beside Big Sister Saber like a ghost. Aunt Qing, follow them. Don't let anything happen to Chu Zhou. Big Sister Saber said to the middle-aged woman. Okay. The middle-aged woman nodded with a smile and disappeared the next moment. At this moment, waves of fierce confrontation erupted in the Guangdong base city. It seemed that someone wanted to leave the city, while others stopped those who wanted to leave the city. Berserking figures collided crazily, making everyone in Guangdong base city feel endless fear. Humph, you will definitely regret what you did today in the future. Tang Yuanking's angry voice spread to every corner of Guangdong base city. However, no one responded as the Guangdong base city quickly regained its calm. Chapter 248, The World Boiling. Shocking, Chu Zhou actually jumped levels to kill the Snake King, Chu Changqing. He created a miracle. Flash news. After Chu Zhou obtained the championship of the Global Human Genius competition, he shocked the world again. He actually defeated a King Realm expert. The strongest monster in history, Chu Zhou. He stepped on the bones of a King Realm expert and publicized his strength to the world. Tyrannical Blade Chu Zhou will dominate the world from today onwards. In this era of advanced information, the news of Chu Zhou killing the Snake King, Chu Changqing, outside Guangdong base city, spread throughout the world through the internet and various channels in less than an hour. It shocked countless people around the world. Subsequently, more information about him was revealed. For example, he might be the murderer who destroyed the Ling family. In less than 5 minutes, he destroyed the powerful Ling family. In addition, he was originally prepared to attack the Chu family, but he was stopped by the Snake King, Chu Changqing. In the end, he actually went against the heavens and lulled the Snake King, Chu Changqing. These pieces of news caused Chu Zhou's attention to continue to climb and become extremely hot. Tisk, Chu Zhou is too abnormal. He actually went against a King Realm expert as a Boundary Realm martial artist and lived to tell the tale. This is simply unbelievable. The number one monster in history is definitely Chu Zhou. How long has the Global Human Genius competition been over? Chu Zhou can actually defy the heavens and attack a King Realm expert. Wouldn't he become a true King Realm expert or even the human martial god in a while? Alright, alright, alright. It's a dark time for us humans. It's a good thing for us humans to have a heaven-defying monster like Chu Zhou appear at this time. While countless people were shocked by Chu Zhou's glorious battle results, many were happy to see Chu Zhou become so powerful. However, there were also people who harbored strong hostility towards Chu Zhou and were very unhappy with him. Humph, Chu Zhou is just an executioner. There are hundreds of people in the Ling family, but he actually slaughtered them mercilessly. It can be seen how cruel he is. It's not a good thing for us humans to have such a person alive. It's best if he dies. That's right. Think about it carefully. Which king realm expert of our human race doesn't make a huge contribution to the entire human race? He actually killed the Snake King, Chu Changqing. This is a huge loss for our human race. Chu Zhou is guilty. The stronger the ability, the greater the disaster if the character doesn't pass. The Alliance should send someone to take down Chu Zhou and judge him. Some comments and voices that were disadvantageous to Chu Zhou appeared. These comments and voices were filled with deep malice towards Chu Zhou. However, someone quickly refuted those malicious comments and voices. Ha ha ha, what a joke! The Ling family deserved to be slaughtered. During the natural disaster, New Moon martial artists slaughtered the martial artists of the three great martial arts schools of our human race. They are the mortal enemies of our human race. The Ling family actually dared to join the New Moon organization. This is an act of betrayal to our human race. They deserve to be slaughtered. All human traitors deserve to be killed. The Chu family, the Ling family, and the Zhang family are not good people. It's too satisfying for Chu Zhou to attack these families. On the internet, the people who admired Chu Zhou and those who were filled with malice towards him were fighting endlessly. However, no matter what, Chu Zhou's heaven-defying attack on the king caused a commotion in the entire world. When Saint Frederick and Kajapa Shutuo heard the news of Chu Zhou defying the heavens and attacking a king realm expert, their expressions were complicated. They did not expect Chu Zhou to improve so quickly after the global human genius competition ended. It had only been a short while, but he could already defy the heavens. They were getting further and further away from Chu Zhou without a doubt. The feeling of being left far behind made Saint Frederick, Kajapa Shutuo and the others feel very uncomfortable. They were all top geniuses in the world and had their own pride. Not only had they lost to Chu Zhou in the global human genius competition, they were also being left further and further behind by Chu Zhou. This was unacceptable to them. Therefore, after hearing the news, they immediately began to cultivate bitterly. Jinghua Base City. Chu Lan looked at the trending topic on the web page in a daze. Shocking, Chu Zhou actually jumped levels to kill the Snake King, Chu Changqing. He created a miracle. How did he do it? Chu Lan gritted his teeth. Ever since the global human genius competition ended, he could not accept the fact that he had suffered a crushing defeat to Chu Zhou in the competition. He had always prided himself as the #1 genius in the world. How could he lose to Chu Zhou? Therefore, he applied to the Chu family for hellish training. The higher UPS of the Chu family agreed to his request and used the harshest method to train him. During this period of time, Chu Lan spent every day in tragic lulling and harsh cultivation. He was on the verge of death every day. His strength had also improved by leaps and bounds. Originally, he thought that the distance between him and Chu Zhou had narrowed. As long as he was given a little more time, he could surpass Chu Zhou. At that time, he would personally go to the Guangdong Sea area and find Chu Zhou. He would also start a global live broadcast and defeat Chu Zhou in front of countless people. In that case, the entire world would know that he, Chu Lan, was still the #1 genius in the world, not Chu Zhou. However, before he could carry out his plan, someone told him that Chu Zhou had gone against the heavens and attacked a king realm expert. At this moment, Chu Lan was dumbfounded. Chu Zhou had heaven-defyingly attacked a king realm expert? How was this possible? As a direct descendant of the Chu family, also known as the #1 family in the world, Chu Lan understood too well the difference between a boundary realm martial artist and a king realm expert. Even though the boundary realm martial artist and the king realm expert looked to be only one major realm apart, they were, in fact, creatures from two different dimensions. A king realm expert could easily kill more than 100 boundary realm martial artists, or even more. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. Therefore, When he first saw the media news that Chu Zhou had gone against the heavens, he snorted and did not believe it at all. However, when he saw that more and more media platforms had news of Chu Zhou defying the heavens and attacking the King Realm expert, and that many news had even revealed the details of the battle between Chu Zhou and the Snake King, Chu Changqing, he had no choice but to believe it. However, this fact caused Chu Yan's heart to suffer a heavy setback. He had thought that after wandering on the verge of death every day and undergoing the cruelest hellish training, he would gradually close the distance between him and Chu Zhou and even surpass him. Unexpectedly, not only did he not close the distance between him and Chu Zhou, he also widened it. This made him feel that he was a clown who wanted to surpass Chu Zhou. Damn it, how did he do it? Damn it, why is he improving faster than me? Damn it, why is there a person like him in this world? Damn it, why didn't he die? Chu Lan was like an injured beast, roaring and venting. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and jealousy. In the end, he shattered the computer in front of him into powder with a punch. Chu Zhou, my good cousin, a person like you should die. Chu Lan stood up with a twisted expression, his voice as cold as ice. Chapter 249, The Shocked Two Kings, 1. In the wilderness, a figure flashed past in the sky above a forest. In the next moment, a green gold chain seemed to extend from the depths of endless space-time and bombarded the forest. In an instant, the earth shook and the mountains shook. Divine light surged, and the entire forest instantly turned to dust. Damn it, these two old monsters are really chasing after me. Chu Zhou turned around and looked at the forest that had turned into ashes. A drop of cold sweat flowed down his face. If he had been hit just now, he would have been seriously injured even if he did not die. The 7th level of the Extreme Titanium Golden Body, the Heaven Extreme Body, was indeed incomparably powerful. It basically made him immune to the physical attacks of the Boundary Realm martial artists. However, no matter how powerful it was, there was a limit. In the end, even though the Extreme Titanium Golden Body had astonishing potential, it was only an S-rank body tempering techniques. It could make him immune to physical attacks from Boundary Realm martial artists and a portion of physical attacks from King Realm experts. This was the limit. It was obvious that he could not completely block the physical attacks of King Realm experts with only the Heaven Extreme Body. Moreover, apart from physical attacks, King Realm experts' attacks might also contain mental and energy attacks. Therefore, Chu Zhou did not dare to rely on the Heaven Extreme Body to resist the attack of a King Realm expert. Unless he upgraded the Extreme Titanium Golden Body to a higher level in the future. TSS. Just as Chu Zhou was looking back at the forest that had turned into ashes, a sharp dagger suddenly stabbed at him from the void. This dagger was as fast as lightning, dragging a sharp aura. As soon as it appeared, Chu Zhou had the illusion that his soul had been pierced. Chu Zhou's scalp went numb. He instantly drew his saber and slashed at the dagger without hesitation. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resounded throughout the world. Many of the monsters living nearby had their hearts explode from the shock and died tragically. Chu Zhou was also sent flying 1,000 meters. An old man in black appeared in Chu Zhou's original position like a ghost. He had a cold aura and a sinister gaze. He locked onto Chu Zhou like a poisonous snake. Following that, another silver-haired old man also flew over. A golden chain that was thousands of meters long coiled around his body like a flood dragon. I say, you two old fogies. You've been chasing me for thousands of miles. Do you have a special hobby? Let me tell you, even though I'm handsome, elegant, outstanding, and popular among thousands of girls, you guys are not my type. You guys should go find those people with special hobbies. By the way, if you're really anxious, it's not like there's no other way. There seemed to be many strong male gorilla monsters living in the forest one passed by just now. I believe they can satisfy you. Chu Zhou stared at the black-robed old man and the silver-haired old man and said righteously that he was not like-minded with them. He also suggested that they look for nearby male gorilla monsters. He had always respected the old and loved the young. These old men seemed to have encountered a problem. Consequently, genuine and effective advice is provided. However, the black-robed elder and the silver-haired elder opposite him clearly did not understand Chu Zhou's good intentions. When they heard Chu Zhou's words, they were slightly stunned before their faces contorted. Brat, you dare to insult me? You have a death wish. The black-robed elder's voice was like ice, and his gaze was cold. With a swoosh, he rushed in front of Chu Zhou like a ghost. Then, his entire body instantly turned into countless afterimages. At the same time, he held a dagger and stabbed at Chu Zhou's heart, eyes, temples, the back of his head, and other vital points. One dagger after another drew a black trajectory in the air. The black trajectories were like countless black rays. At the same time, it was unleashed to kill Chu Zhou. At this moment, Chu Zhou was surrounded by countless afterimages. He felt like he was in a sea of wind and fury. Endless killing intent swept over from all directions like violent waves, wanting to drown his body and devour his mind, leaving him nowhere to escape. World Destruction Saber Technique Breaking the Sea. World Destruction Saber Technique Avalanche. World Destruction Saber Technique Violent Storm. World Destruction Saber Art Frost. World Destruction Saber Technique Inferno. World Destruction Saber Technique Earth Destruction. World Destruction Saber Art Sky Devouring. Chu Zhou did not dare to be careless at all, surrounded by the endless killing intent. He took a deep breath and gripped the Divine Wing Saber tightly. In one breath, he used all 7 moves of the World Destruction Saber technique. In an instant, 7 demonic blade phantoms that reached the sky rose from his back. Every demonic saber phantom erupted with a world-destroying saber intent and gave birth to a terrifying world destruction scene. There was a raging sea that was boiling and rupturing, billions of mountains that had collapsed, a complete tornado that reached the sky, endless ice and snow, a sea of fire that swept through the world, an endless earth that had collapsed, and a terrifying saber beam that devoured the sky. All kinds of world destruction scenes, accompanied by endless saber chi, instantly expanded and collided with the sea of killing intent surrounding Chu Zhou. Rumble! An earth-shattering sound rang out. From afar, the void where Chu Zhou and the black-robed elder were seemed to have collapsed. The destruction saber chi continuously collided with the figures of the black-robed elders before disappearing. Chu Zhou waved the divine wing saber and forcefully rushed out of the black-robed old man's endless killing aura. He instantly pulled away from the black-robed old man. "You can actually break through my killing aura." The black-robed elder looked at Chu Zhou, who had broken free from his killing intent, and could not help but reveal a shocked expression. It was difficult to imagine that this was something a Boundary Realm martial artist could do. Chapter 250, The Shocked Two Kings, 2. Moreover, the World Destruction Saber technique originally only had 5 moves. He actually perfected the World Destruction Saber technique to the 7th move. This World Destruction Saber technique is already an SSS-rank combat technique. It's even much stronger than ordinary SSS-rank combat techniques. This kid is indeed a monster. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, and his killing intent towards Chu Zhou intensified. If Chu Zhou did not die today, he would definitely become a King Realm expert in the future. Then, it would definitely be a huge disaster for the Zhang family. He had to kill Chu Zhou today no matter what. On the other side, Chu Zhou had just broken free from the black-robed elder's killing intent. Before he could catch his breath, the silver-haired elder arrived again. The silver-haired elder had a cold expression and his silver hair fluttered in the wind. His gaze was sharp and his entire body was filled with killing intent. He was like a peerless demon king who had descended. The vast and majestic energy fluctuation made the entire void tremble. Outside his body, a green gold chain that was thousands of meters long shuttled through the void continuously, interweaving into an inescapable net that enveloped Chu Zhou fiercely. "If a tiger doesn't show its might, you will think I'm a sick cat." Just as he finished fighting one, another one came. Chu Zhou was furious. A fierce look flashed across his eyes. He circulated the black hole breathing technique at full force, and a black hole about a meter in diameter appeared above his head, swallowing the energy of heaven and earth. At the same time, he was like a ferocious beast that had been released from its cage, erupting with an endless raging aura. A solar storm. 100-layered waves. Hurricane descend. At this moment, Chu Zhou used 3 extremely powerful spells in a row. Moreover, the first 2 spells had fused incinerating fire profound and rainstorm profound. In an instant, the entire sky was drowned by the solar storm formed by countless lights, flames, high-energy particles, and other energy streams. There were also mountain-like energy waves that wreaked havoc in the sky. Apart from that, green tornadoes also descended and roared. These 3 spell attacks were too powerful, as if they wanted to overturn the entire sky. The sea of clouds in the sky was immediately drowned by the solar storm and energy waves. The inescapable net formed by the green-gold chains collided violently with the sunstorm, energy waves, and tornadoes that suddenly appeared in the void. In the end, it was forced back by the 3 spells. At the same time, the silver-haired elder who had descended like a peerless demon king could no longer continue suppressing down. He could only stop in midair and continuously block the impact of the 3 spells. In fact, the silver-haired old man, who had a cold expression on his face, was extremely uneasy at this moment. Everyone knew that Chu Zhou was a super body system martial artist. He was especially good at the extreme titanium golden body and the world destruction saber technique. But now, what did he see? He actually saw Chu Zhou use such a powerful elemental spell. Moreover, it was just one elemental spell. Instead, there were 3 types of elemental spells. What does that tell us? This meant that Chu Zhou was not only a super body system boundary realm martial artist, but also an elemental system boundary realm martial artist. Moreover, Chu Zhou's achievement in the elemental system was not inferior to the super body system at all. This truly shocked the silver-haired old man. It was not that dual-element martial artists had never appeared before. However, the silver-haired old man had never heard of a dual-element martial artist who had attained such a great achievement at the same time and was so young. Could it be that his talent has surpassed the 3 supreme experts, Dragon, Sun God Soul, and Chang'e Saha? When the silver-haired elder thought of this, his killing intent towards Chu Zhou became even more determined. I won't feel at ease unless this kid dies. The silver-haired elder muttered to himself. That's right. He's a dual-element martial artist and has obtained such astonishing achievements at the same time. This means that he has the potential to become a supreme expert or even surpass him. Such an enemy must die. The black-robed old man appeared beside the silver-haired old man and said coldly. In the next moment, the silver-haired elder and the black-robed elder joined forces and attacked Chu Zhou again. When the 2 King Realm experts joined forces, their kingly might surged into the sky. Their ferocious auras that were like those of prehistoric behemoths pressed down on the world. Even the 3 incomparably powerful spells that Chu Zhou had used could not withstand the combined attacks of the 2 King Realm experts. They were almost instantly defeated. 2 King Realm experts actually joined forces to deal with a boundary realm martial artist like me. You 2 old bastards are really shameless. Chu Zhou looked at the 2 Icings who had joined forces and cursed with a livid expression. However, the 2 kings did not care about Chu Zhou's insults at all. It was as if they were determined to join forces to kill Chu Zhou today. Their incomparably ferocious auras were firmly locked onto Chu Zhou, as if they were prepared for Chu Zhou to unleash a fatal blow at any moment. You 2 shameless old farts. Remember, I'll remember today's grudge. Chu Zhou cursed indignantly and turned to escape. However, the 2 kings had clearly predicted that Chu Zhou would escape. They released a vast ocean of origin power in advance and sealed the void. Chu Zhou had wanted to use his phantom movement technique to escape at full speed. However, when he realized that the void seemed to have become a quagmire that made it difficult for him to move, his expression could not help but change slightly. He knew that the 2 old monsters must have been prepared for him to escape again. That was why they used origin power to seal the void in advance. Looks like I have to reveal some of my trump cards today. Chu Zhou turned around and looked at the 2 King Realm experts who were getting closer and closer. A trace of ruthlessness flashed across his eyes. The 360 spirit relics in his mind shook violently. Vast spiritual power rose and fell in his mind like an ocean. When the 2 King Realm experts were only 100 meters away from him, Chu Zhou glared at them. Boom! As if the 4 seas had collapsed, a spiritual power that was like a vast sea suddenly erupted from Chu Zhou's body. The 2 King Realm experts did not expect Chu Zhou to erupt with such terrifying mental strength. In an instant, their spiritual consciousness suffered a huge impact. Their bodies instantly stopped in midair. At this moment, a 12-story hexagonal treasure pagoda that was 100 meters tall appeared and instantly collided with the 2 kings. The 2 Icings immediately felt that their mental consciousness seemed to have been ruthlessly shattered by the hexagonal treasure pagoda that was between reality and nothingness. They could not help but grunt. Blood seeped out of their eyes, nostrils, ears, and mouths. The moment the 2 King Realm experts' spiritual forces were severely injured, they lost control of the origin power that was released into the void. Chu Zhou regained his freedom and took the opportunity to use his phantom movement technique with all his might. He turned into an afterimage and quickly disappeared into the sky. A moment later, the two kings stabilized their spiritual strength. When they saw Chu Zhou's disappearing figure, their faces were ashen and extremely solemn. I really didn't expect him to not be a dual-element martial artist, but a three-element martial artist. Moreover, he has achieved such astonishing achievements in all three elements. This kid is really an unprecedented monster. The black-robed old man said in shock. The more this is the case, the more we have to kill him at all costs. Otherwise, when he becomes a king realm expert, we and our Zhang family will be the ones to die. The silver-haired old man's expression also became unprecedentedly solemn. They were completely shocked. Chase! The black-robed elder and the silver-haired elder transformed into two streams of light again and chased after Chu Zhou. Not long after the black-robed old man and silver-haired old man disappeared, a middle-aged woman slowly appeared. Miss, this student of yours is really an out-and-out monster. I'm afraid even you don't know that he's not just a super body martial artist, but a three-element martial artist. Moreover, all three elements have achieved achievements that shock the world. The middle-aged woman recalled what she had just seen and said in shock. The next moment, she also chased after Chu Zhou. After the middle-aged woman left, another figure appeared. This was an obese middle-aged man. His entire body exuded a lazy temperament. There was even a blade of grass hanging from his mouth, giving off a sloppy feeling. Boss, your son is amazing. He might have a chance to surpass you in the future. The fat middle-aged man muttered and spat out a blade of grass in his mouth. His figure suddenly disappeared.